that we are closing the door after the Honorable Chief Minister enters the hall, and we are good to begin with the inaugural ceremony. We'll request somebody to close the door so that there is no further disturbances. We are extremely delighted that the keynote address for OLF 2025 would be given by our Honorable Chief Minister. Looking forward, all of us are looking forward to hear that in a short while from now. And we would actually like to also thank all the young people who are standing right at the back. I've been requesting you, all of you, to go to the sides, but thank you because you still haven't place to sit, but I can see the enthusiasm in all your faces for the event, and we are grateful. This is the love that brings us back to the city year after year. I'll request once again, please keep the entrance cleared. As we can see, Honorable Chief Minister is on his way inside the hall now. And please, once again, mobile phones need to be in silent mode. Going through the book stall before he enters the hall. And we're expecting, like the Honorable Chief Minister, all of you also take a visit. Go through the book stall whenever you have time. Do not forget to buy your favorite books. And you have the chance to also get them signed by your favorite authors. are indeed grateful to our Honorable Chief Minister for taking out time from his hectic schedule to be a part of OLF 2025 and to inaugurate the festival in Bhubaneswar. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Mohan Charan Majhi ji has just arrived. We extend a hearty and warm welcome to him to Odisha Literary Festival 2025 organized by the New Indian Express. Indeed a matter of great pride and prestige for us, and we'll request him to light the ceremonial lamp and officially inaugurate the Odisha Literary Festival 2025, accompanied by the editorial director of the New Indian Express, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, CEO, Ms. Lakshmi Menon, and resident editor, the New Indian Express, Bhubaneswar, Mr. Sibo Mahanti. New Indian Express, Bhubaneswar. That marks the auspicious beginning of Odisha Literary Festival 2025. We are grateful to the Honorable Chief Minister for doing the honors, taking out time from his hectic schedule, and inaugurating OLF 2025 here today amidst all of us. I will now take this opportunity to invite on stage the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Mohan Charan Majhi, along with the editorial director of the New Indian Express, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, and the resident editor of the New Indian Express, Bhubaneswar, Mr. Sibo Mahanti. A hearty welcome to our Honorable Chief Minister once again. And of course, a warm welcome to all of you once again to Odisha Literary Festival 2025. As is the traditional practice, we would like to welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha with a bouquet and uttariya. May I request the editorial director of the New Indian Express, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, to do the honors and welcome the Honorable Chief Minister. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, every journey of learning begins with the divine blessings of Goddess Saraswati. As we commence today's event, let us unite in prayer through Saraswati Vandana, presented to you by Ms. Niharika Meher, a Hindustani classical trained singer and live show performer.
Sure.
Hello.
तुषारः रथवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिवी देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती मे शेषजाडपहा शुक्लं ब्रह्मविचारसार परमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणी अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारपहा हस्ते स्फटिकमालिकां विदधती पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिं प्रदा शारदा त्वमसि शरण्या त्रिभुवनधन्या सुमुनिवन्दितचरणा त्वमसि शरण्या त्रिभुवनधन्या सुरमुनिवन्दितचरणा नवरसमधुरा कविता नवरस मधुरा कविता मुखरा स्मितरुचि रुचिरा हरणा जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारती तव चरणों प्रणमामः जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारती तव चरणों प्रणमामः तव चरणों
Thank you so much for that lovely rendition. May I now request the resident editor, New Indian Express, Bhubaneswar, Mr. Sibba Mahanti, to present the welcome address.
Jai Jagannath. Namaskar. Esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Sri Mohan Charan Majhi, Editorial Director of the New Indian Express, Sri Prabhu Chawla, CEO of the New Indian Express Group, Ms. Lakshmi Menon, distinguished guests, speakers and participants. I extend a very warm and hearty welcome to each one of you to the 13th edition of the Odisha Literary Festival. It is indeed a privilege and a moment of pride for us to have with us our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Mohan Charan Majhi, who has graciously accepted our invitation to inaugurate this year's festival. Sir, your presence today not only adds great significance to this occasion, but also inspires us to celebrate Odisha's rich literary heritage and its promising future with renewed energy and purpose. Over the years, the OLF has earned a unique place in the cultural life of Odisha. It is not just a festival of books and writers, it's a platform where literature, art, and ideas converge and flourish. Today, OLF has become one of the most important cultural events of our state, something that Odisha takes pride in presenting to the whole country. Odisha has always been known for its rich literary and artistic heritage and made a remarkable contribution to India's cultural identity. OLF has strived to build on that legacy and evolve into a platform where tradition meets the contemporary, connecting the past with the present and charting a course for the future. This year, our theme, Notes from the Field, New Narratives, Living Realities, is both timely and meaningful. Literature and art are not just imagination and creative expression, they genuinely reflect the experiences of people and the ground realities. They are the notes from the field, real, raw, and powerful. The expressions, be it in alphabets, strokes, rhythms, or musical notes, each gives birth to a narrative that has always had the power to shape realities. It can emerge from the most commonplace, like a farmer's field, a tribal household, a poor man on the street, but stir the human consciousness into reflection and action. Over the 2 days, beginning today, the OLF spanning 16 sessions over 15 hours with 30 speakers, all legends and distinguished personalities from varied fields of literature, art, music, and arts will bring you to the notes from the field through their works and experiences. Our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Mohan Charan Majhi, is such a powerful story in himself. His rise from the humble beginnings in one of the most backward tribal villages to the highest office of the state encapsulates so many narratives within it. His struggles, his determination to succeed, his commitment to the people, and exemplary sense of service portray a narrative of hope and optimism. He inspires many. Sir, I once again welcome you to the Odisha Literary Festival. Apananko upasthiti pai ame krutagya. The OLF this year has brought together an unparalleled combination of leading writers, artists, actors, performers, intellectuals, political thinkers to create a space for dialogue, challenge ideas, and create new perspectives. In whole, we will be celebrating the diversity of thought and creativity over these 2 days. Before I finish, I would like to take this moment to acknowledge the people who have made OLF possible. Our chairman, Sri Manoj Kumar Santhalia, for all his support. Our CEO, Ms. Lakshmi Menon, and her dedicated team deserve special thanks for their tireless effort in putting together this festival. Our group editor, Ms. Shantwana Bhattacharya, for all the support. Last but not the least, our editorial director, Sri Prabhu Chawla, who has been the guiding force behind this festival since its beginning. His vision, his commitment, the youthful exuberance that he has shown all through all 13 years have ensured that OLF continues to grow stronger each year. I thank him from the core of our heart. We are deeply grateful to our patrons, our sponsors, and not the least, the much engaging audience of Bhubaneswar, whose support and enthusiasm have turned OLF into a landmark. Without your support, this journey wouldn't be possible. Our hearts are filled because of the love and kind of excitement that Bhubaneswar has showered on us. I thank you again, and I welcome you all of you to OLF 2025. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahanti, for the warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a matter of great pride and prestige for us that the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Mohan Charan Majhi ji, has graced this platform today as the chief guest. From nurturing young minds as a teacher in Saraswati Shishu Mandir to serving as a Sarpanch, to becoming a fourth-time MLA and now leading the state as its chief minister, his journey is a shining reflection of the power of democracy and people's trust. He has brought to governance the sensibilities of a teacher and the dedication of a grassroots leader, ensuring every policy carries the imprint of inclusivity and the voice of the common people. Under his dynamic leadership, Odisha is charting a transformative path of growth guided by Vision 2036 and Vision 2047, a vision that he has envisaged, a vision that blends people-centric development with the aspiration of Viksit Bharat. A true son of the soil and the people's chief minister, he stands as a symbol of hope, progress and purpose for Odisha's future. मान्यवर मुख्यमंत्री श्री मोहन चरण माझी ओडिया अस्मिता ओडिशार समग्र समावेशी विकास एवं ओडिशार प्रगतिशील भविष्यतर नायक मु तांको वर्तमान अनुरोध करिबी तांकर अभिभाषण पाई जोरदार करताली सह तांकर स्वागत करिबा लेट्स वेलकम हिम विथ अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज
जय जगन्नाथ न्यू इंडियन एक्सप्रेस रो एडिटोरियल डायरेक्टर श्री प्रभु चावला जी, द रेसिडेंट एडिटर इंडियन एक्सप्रेस भुवनेश्वर श्री शिव महांती महाशय, न्यू इंडियन एक्सप्रेस रो संपादक रिपोर्टर बंधुगण, एठारे उपस्थित लेखक साहित्यिक एवं शिक्षाविदगण एवं गणमाध्यम प्रतिनिधि वृंद, आज यही भाषा और साहित्य कार्यक्रम को आपण मानकु स्वागत। थैंक यू न्यू इंडियन एक्सप्रेस एंड प्रभु चावला जी फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी टू दिस literal festival. Welcome to the land of Lord Jagannath. आज ये मोर परम सौभाग्य एभली एक लिटराल फेस्टिवल रे मते आज अतिथि हिसाब रे इंडियन एक्सप्रेस परिवार तरफ सुजोग दिया जाइछि। निश्चित भाव में मु इंडियन एक्सप्रेस परिवार को धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करुछि। भाषा मानव सभ्यतार प्राण केन्द्र। ये निश्चित भाव में आमे जानिछंती। यही न्यू इंडियन एक्सप्रेस पक्षरु जो यही लिटरारी फेस्टिवल ये कार्यक्रम आज 13 वर्ष हला ये कंटिन्यूअसली आयोजित करा जाई आसुअछि और निश्चित भाव में चलित वर्ष ये 13तम। मु न्यू इंडियन एक्सप्रेस रो आयोजक मानकु शुभेच्छा मानकु समस्त को अभिनंदन जनाउछि। लेखक साहित्यिक एवं साहित्य क्षेत्र में रुचि रखुवा व्यक्ति मानकर पाई निश्चित भाव में यह गोटे एक सुंदर प्लाटफर्म, एक बहुत बड़ आम समस्त एक अवसर। ଏହି ପ୍ଲାଟଫର୍ମ ଭାଷା ଓ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ସମ୍ପର୍କରେ ଭାବ ଓ ଜ୍ଞାନର ଆଦାନ ପ୍ରଦାନ କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଏକ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ଭୂମିକା ଗ୍ରହଣ କରି ଆସୁଅଛି। ଭାଷା ମାନବ ସଭ୍ୟତାର ପ୍ରାଣକେନ୍ଦ୍ର, ଏକଥା ମୁଁ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ପୁନର୍ବାର ଥରେ ରଖୁଛି। ଇଣ୍ଡୋ ୟୁରୋପୀୟ ଭାଷା ପରିବାରର ଭାରତୀୟ ଆର୍ଯ୍ୟ ଭାଷା ଶାଖାର ଏକ ବରିଷ୍ଠ ସୁଦୂର ପ୍ରାଚୀନ ଭାଷା ହେଉଛି ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷା। ଖ୍ରୀଷ୍ଟପୂର୍ବ ପ୍ରଥମ ଶତାବ୍ଦୀ ସମୟର ଖାରବେଳଙ୍କ ହାତୀଗୁମ୍ଫା ଶିଳାଲିପି, ତୃତୀୟ ଶତାବ୍ଦୀର ଧଉଳି ଓ ଜଉଗଡ଼ ବୌଦ୍ଧପୀଠର ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଉପାଦାନ, ବହୁ ପ୍ରାଚୀନ ଅଭିଲେଖ, ତାମ୍ରଫଳକ, ଅନୁଶାସନ, ପୁରୁଣା ପୋଥି ଓ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ତାଳପତ୍ର ଖେଦାରୁ ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷା କେତେ ପୁରୁଣା ତାହା ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ପ୍ରମାଣିତ କରୁଛି ଏବଂ ଆମ ଭାଷା କେତେ ସମୃଦ୍ଧ ତାହା ଆଜି ଆମକୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ଏକ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଅସ୍ମିତାର ଆମର ସ୍ଥିତିକୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆଜି ପ୍ରମାଣିତ କରୁଛି ଯେ ଆମେ କେତେ ଦୃଢ଼ତାର ସହିତ ଆଜି ଆମେ ଆମ ଭାଷାକୁ ନେଇ ଆମେ ବଞ୍ଚିଛୁ। 2014 ମସିହାରେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷା ଶାସ୍ତ୍ରୀୟ ଭାଷାର ମାନ୍ୟତା ଅର୍ଜନ କରିବା ଫଳରେ ଆମ ଭାଷାର ପ୍ରାଚୀନତା ଏବଂ ତା'ର ସମୃଦ୍ଧତା ବିଷୟରେ ପ୍ରମାଣିତ ହୋଇସାରିଛି। ପ୍ରାୟ 3000 ବର୍ଷର ଏ ଐତିହାସିକତା ଉପରେ ପ୍ରତିଷ୍ଠିତ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷାର ଲିପି ବ୍ରାହ୍ମୀ ଲିପିରୁ ତା'ର ଅସ୍ତିତ୍ୱ ଅର୍ଜନ କରିଛି। ଆମ ଭାଷା ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଇଏ ମଧ୍ୟ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଆଞ୍ଚଳିକ ଭାଷା ଓ ଜନଜାତିଙ୍କର ଭାଷା ଦ୍ୱାରା ବହୁ ଭାବରେ ଉପକୃତ ଏବଂ ଉତ୍ସାହିତ ଏବଂ ସମୃଦ୍ଧି ମଧ୍ୟ ଲାଭ କରିଛି। ତେଣୁ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷାର ବ୍ୟାପକ ପ୍ରଚଳନ, ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷାର ସମୃଦ୍ଧି ଓ ସଂରକ୍ଷଣ ସକାଶେ ସବୁ ମହଲରେ, ସବୁ ବର୍ଗରେ, ସବୁ ସ୍ଥାନରେ ଏହା ଉପରେ ଉଦ୍ୟମ ନିରନ୍ତର ଭାବରେ ଜାରି ରହିଛି। ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷାକୁ ଜ୍ଞାନଭଣ୍ଡାରର ଭାଷା ଭାବରେ ବ୍ୟବହାର କରିବା ଦିଗରେ ତାହା ମଧ୍ୟ ସବୁ ପ୍ରକାର ଚେଷ୍ଟା ଚାଲିଛି। 2020 ମସିହାରେ ଜାତୀୟ ଶିକ୍ଷାନୀତି 2020 ଯେତେବେଳେ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକାରୀ କରାଗଲା, ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକାରୀ କରିବାରେ ବିଳମ୍ବ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ହୋଇଛି। ଗତ 5 ବର୍ଷ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଜାତୀୟ ଶିକ୍ଷାନୀତି ଇଏ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୋଇପାରିନଥିଲା। ତତ୍କାଳୀନ ସରକାର ଲାଗୁ କରିନଥିଲେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମ ସରକାର ଆସିଲା ପରେ ଆମେ ତୁରନ୍ତ ଏହାକୁ ବିଚାର ବିମର୍ଶ କରିକି ଲାଗୁ କରିଛୁ। କେନ୍ଦ୍ର ସହିତ ତାଙ୍କ ସହଯୋଗରେ ଏ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମକୁ ଆମେ ବହୁତ ଆଗକୁ ନେବା ପାଇଁ ମଧ୍ୟ ସବୁ ଦିଗର ରାସ୍ତା ଖୋଲି ଦେଇଛୁ। ଆଉ ଏ ଜାତୀୟ ଶିକ୍ଷାନୀତି 2020 ଅନୁଯାୟୀ କେନ୍ଦ୍ର ସରକାର ବିଭିନ୍ନ ପାଠ୍ୟପୁସ୍ତକ, ଏପରିକି ଆମେ ଡାକ୍ତରୀ ପାଠ ପଢ଼ିବା କେବଳ ଇଂରାଜୀରେ, ଏବେ ଏ ଜାତୀୟ ଶିକ୍ଷାନୀତି 2020 ଆସିବା ପରେ ଏବେ ଡାକ୍ତରୀ ଛାତ୍ରମାନେ ମଧ୍ୟ ପାଠ ପଢ଼ିବେ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ। ଇଞ୍ଜିନିୟରିଂ ପାଠ ଏବଂ ଅନ୍ୟାନ୍ୟ ଯେତେ ସବୁ ବୃତ୍ତିଗତ ବିଦ୍ୟା ଅଛି ତାହା ମଧ୍ୟ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷାରେ ସମସ୍ତ ପ୍ରକାରର ପାଠ୍ୟପୁସ୍ତକକୁ ଆମେ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ତାହାର କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକାରୀ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଚେଷ୍ଟିତ ଅଛୁ। ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଭାଷା ଏହାକୁ ଧରି କ୍ରମୋନ୍ନତି ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ଆମେ ଅଗ୍ରସର ହେଉଛନ୍ତି। ତେବେ ଯଦି ଓଡ଼ିଆ ହିଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ବା ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷାର ଇତିହାସକୁ ଆମେ ଅନୁଧ୍ୟାନ କରିବା ତାହେଲେ କେବେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ତାହାର ରୁଧିମନ୍ତ ହୋଇପାରିଥିଲା, ଏ କଥା ଯଦି ଆମେ ଇତିହାସକୁ ଟିକେ ଫେରିଯିବା ତାହେଲେ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଶୂଦ୍ରମୁନି ଶାରଳା ଦାସ ତାଙ୍କ ପୂର୍ବରୁ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଲୋକ ସାହିତ୍ୟ, ଅଭିଲେଖ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଓ ଲିଖିତ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ମଧ୍ୟ ରହି ଆସିଅଛି ଏବଂ ତା ସହିତ ଲୋକଗୀତ, ଲୋକ କାହାଣୀ, ଲୋକନାଟକ, ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଅଭିଲେଖ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷାକୁ ରୁଧିମନ୍ତ ଯେତେବେଳେ ତାଙ୍କ ଦ୍ୱାରା କରାଯାଇପାରିଛି, ଠିକ୍ ଚର୍ଯା ସାହିତ୍ୟ ବା ସିଦ୍ଧ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଯାହାକୁ କୁହାଯାଉଛି ପ୍ରଥମ ଲିଖିତ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଭାବେ ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ତାକୁ ଗ୍ରହଣ କରାଯାଇଛି। ଆଲୋଚକମାନଙ୍କ ମତରେ ଖ୍ରୀଷ୍ଟୀୟ ସପ୍ତମ ଶତାବ୍ଦୀରୁ ଦ୍ୱାଦଶ ଶତାବ୍ଦୀ ମଧ୍ୟରେ ରଚିତ ଏ ସିଦ୍ଧ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଗୁଡ଼ିକରେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷାର ପ୍ରାଧାନ୍ୟ ଲାଭ କରିଥିଲା। ବିଭିନ୍ନ ବ୍ରତକଥା, ଚଉତିଶା, କୋଇଲି ଗୀତ ରଚନା ସାଙ୍ଗକୁ ଆମର ସବୁଠାରୁ ପୁରୁଣା ପାଞ୍ଜି ମାଦଳା ପାଞ୍ଜି ଆମ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଭାଷାର ଇଏ ଅଗ୍ରଗତିକୁ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଇଏ ସୂଚିତ କରୁଛି। ତାପରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଶୂଦ୍ରମୁନି ଶାରଳା ଦାସଙ୍କର ଓଡ଼ିଆ ମହାଭାରତ ଏବଂ ଲକ୍ଷ୍ମୀ ପୁରାଣ ଆଦି ରଚନା ଯୋଗୁଁ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସାହିତ୍ୟର ପୃଷ୍ଠଭୂମି ସୁଦୃଢ଼ ହୋଇପାରିଛି। ଶାରଳା ମହାଭାରତ ଆମ ସାହିତ୍ୟର ଏକ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଏକ ଅମୂଲ୍ୟ ସମ୍ପଦ। ଶାରଳାଙ୍କ ଯୁଗକୁ ଆମ ସାହିତ୍ୟର ଏକ ମହାନ ଯୁଗ ଭାବେ ମଧ୍ୟ ବର୍ଣ୍ଣନା କରାଯାଇଛି। ଶାରଳାଙ୍କ ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ସମୟରେ ପଞ୍ଚସଖା ସାହିତ୍ୟର ବିକାଶ ଲାଭ କରିଥିଲା। ପଞ୍ଚସଖାଙ୍କ ରଚନାରେ ଆଧ୍ୟାତ୍ମିକତା, ଦର୍ଶନ, ସାମାଜିକ ସାଂସ୍କୃତିକ ଦିଗ ଗୁଡ଼ିକ ବିଶେଷ ଭାବରେ ଆଲୋଚିତ ହୋଇଛି ଏବଂ ଲକ୍ଷ୍ମୀ ପୁରାଣ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ମହିଳା ସଶକ୍ତିକରଣ ନେଇ ଏହା ଏକ ଶ୍ରେଷ୍ଠ ରଚନା ମଧ୍ୟ କୁହାଯାଇପାରେ। ଅନ୍ୟପକ୍ଷରେ ଅତିବଡ଼ି ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ ଦାସଙ୍କର ଭାଗବତ ଏହା ଆଜି ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଘରେ ଘରେ ପରିଚିତ। ଏହା ଏପରି ଏକ ଗ୍ରନ୍ଥ ଯେଉଁଥିରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାବାସୀଙ୍କର ସ୍ୱାଭିମାନ ଓ ଅସ୍ମିତାକୁ ଆଜି ମଧ୍ୟ ଉଜାଗର କରି ରଖି ଆସୁଅଛି। ପ୍ରତି ଗ୍ରାମରେ ଭାଗବତ ଟୁଙ୍ଗି ଓଡ଼ିଆଙ୍କର ସାଂସ୍କୃତିକ ଆଧ୍ୟାତ୍ମିକ ଜାଗରଣରେ ଏହା ସହାୟକ ହୋଇପାରିଛି। ଭାଗବତ ଗ୍ରନ୍ଥର ଜନ୍ମଦିନ ମଧ୍ୟ ପାଳନ କରାଯିବା ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଏହା ଏଭଳି ଏକ ବିରଳ ଘଟଣା ଯାହା ବିଶ୍ୱର କୌଣସି ଠାରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆଜି ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଏହାର ଲକ୍ଷଣ କିମ୍ବା ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟ ଦେଖାଯାଇ ନାହିଁ। ପଞ୍ଚସଖାଙ୍କର ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଆନ୍ଦୋଳନ ସମୟରେ ଅନେକ କବି ଅନେକ ପୁରାଣ ରଚନା କରିଛନ୍ତି। ଏହାପରେ ରୀତି ଯୁଗର କବି ଲେଖକମାନେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସାହିତ୍ୟକୁ ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ଆଧୁନିକତା ଦେବା ସହିତ ମଧ୍ୟ ତାହାର ଦିଗ୍ଦର୍ଶନ ସେମାନେ ଦେଇ ଆସୁଅଛନ୍ତି। ସେହିପରି ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ସମୟରେ ଚମ୍ପୁ, ପଦାବଳୀ ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସାହିତ୍ୟକୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ଇଏ ସମୃଦ୍ଧ କରିଛି। ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସାଂସ୍କୃତିକ ଜୀବନଧାରାରେ ଓ ବିଦେଶୀ ଶିକ୍ଷା ପ୍ରଭାବରେ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୋଇଥିବା ନଗଜାର ଜାଗରଣ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଛାପାଖାନା ପ୍ରତିଷ୍ଠା କରାଗଲା ଏବଂ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ପତ୍ରପତ୍ରିକା ମଧ୍ୟ ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ପ୍ରକାଶନ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଲା, ସେତେବେଳକୁ ଅନେକ ଲୋକ ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷା ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ପ୍ରତି ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ସେମାନେ ଏହା ଉପରେ ଆକ୍ରମଣ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିଥିଲେ ଏବଂ ଏ ସମୟରେ ମଧ୍ୟ କିଛି ଲୋକ କହୁଥିଲେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଏକ ସ୍ୱତନ୍ତ୍ର ଭାଷା ନଏ। ଯେଉଁମାନେ କହୁଥିଲେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଏକ ସ୍ୱତନ୍ତ୍ର ଭାଷା ନଏ ବୋଲି କହୁଥିଲେ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଭୁଲ ପ୍ରମାଣିତ କରିକି ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷାର ଆମର ଯେଉଁମାନେ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ରଥୀ ମହାରଥୀ ଭାଷା ସାହିତ୍ୟର ଉନ୍ନତି ପାଇଁ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ସଂଗ୍ରାମ କରିଥିଲେ ଏବଂ ସେମାନେ ପ୍ରମାଣିତ କରିଥିଲେ ଯେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷା ଏକ ସ୍ୱତନ୍ତ୍ର ଏବଂ ତାର ସାହିତ୍ୟ ସ୍ୱତନ୍ତ୍ର ଆଉ ତାକୁ ପ୍ରମାଣିତ କରିଥିଲେ, ତାହା ଆଜି ଅତୁଳନୀୟ ହୋଇକରି ଆମ ପାଖରେ ରହିଛି। ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟାୟରେ ସନ୍ଥ କବି ଭୀମ ଭୋଇ, କବିବର ରାଧାନାଥ ରାୟ, ଭକ୍ତ କବି ମଧୁସୂଦନ ରାଓ, ବ୍ୟାସକବି ଫକୀରମୋହନ ସେନାପତି, ସ୍ୱଭାବୀ କବି ଗଙ୍ଗାଧର ମେହେର ଏବଂ ପଲ୍ଲୀକବି ନନ୍ଦକିଶୋର ବଳଙ୍କ ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଆମର ଲେଖନୀ ଅମର ଲେଖନୀରୁ ଯେଉଁ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହୋଇଥିଲା ତାହା ଆମ ଭାଷାର ଏକ ଅମୂଲ୍ୟ ସମ୍ପଦ ହୋଇକରି ରହିଛି। ଯେଉଁ ସନ୍ଥ କବି ଭୀମ ଭୋଇଙ୍କର ଇଏ ସମାଜପତି ଇଏ ସଂସାର ପ୍ରତି ଯେଭଳି ଭାବରେ ତାଙ୍କର କବି କାବ୍ୟ ଯେଭଳି ଭାବରେ ସେ କରିଥିଲେ, ମୋ ଜୀବନ ପଛେ ନର୍କ ପଡ଼ିଥାଉ ଜଗତ ଉଦ୍ଧାର ହେଉ, ଏଭଳି ଲେଖା ଭାରତବର୍ଷରେ କୌଣସି କାବ୍ୟରେ ଲେଖାଯାଇ ନାହିଁ। ପ୍ରାଣୀଙ୍କ ଆରତ ଦୁଃଖ ଅପ୍ରମତ ଦେଖୁ ଦେଖୁ କେବା ସହୁ, ଇଏ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଆମେ ଆମର ସାହିତ୍ୟ କେତେ ରୁଧିମନ୍ତ ଏଥିରୁ ପ୍ରମାଣିତ ହେଉଛି। ଏହାପରେ ସତ୍ୟବାଦୀ ଯୁଗରେ ସତ୍ୟବାଦୀ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ପଣ୍ଡିତ ଗୋପବନ୍ଧୁ ଦାସ, ଗୋଦାବରୀଶ ମିଶ୍ର, ପଣ୍ଡିତ ନୀଳକଣ୍ଠ ଇତ୍ୟାଦିଙ୍କ ଲେଖନୀରୁ ସମୃଦ୍ଧ ହୋଇଛି। ଜାତୀୟତାବାଦୀ ଚେତନା ଓ ପ୍ରଗତିବାଦୀ ଚିନ୍ତାଧାରା ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଲେଖାରେ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଏଥିରେ ପ୍ରତିଫଳିତ ହୋଇଛି। ସ୍ୱାଧୀନତା ପୂର୍ବବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ଓ ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ସମୟରେ ଅନେକ ଲେଖକ ଓ ସାହିତ୍ୟକ समसामयिक समय सामाजिक समस्या गुड़िक उपरे आलोकपात करी समाने मध्य गभीर भाव में तार प्रभाव पकई सारी से गोटे कथा हूँ जिते बड़े व्यासकवि फकीरमोहन सेनापति तांकर जो छोटिया गल्पटे लिखिथिले रेवती झील मानकर शिक्षा अधिकार उपरे किभली भाव में गभीर प्रभाव पकईला आमे जो माने रेवती पढ़ी समस्ते जानी एवं तांकर सहित केवल ये झील मानकर अधिकार उपरे नुह तांकर सहित जमी जमा संक्रांतीय विभिन्न समस्या ताकू आधार करी 6 माण 8 गुंठ भूमिहीन कृषक मानकर समस्या उपरे मध्य समाज को ये लेखा केते प्रभावित करि पारिथिला तांकर लेखार ये साहित्यर शक्ति बा तांकर वरिष्ठ पराकाष्ठार आम जानीपारुछंती। आधुनिक जुगरे प्रतिभा रायंकर याज्ञसेनी नारी अधिकार को सब्यस्त करने एक निश्चित भाव में प्रभावशाली उपन्यास बोली कह जाई परिबो। समाजर शोषित वंचित और अवहेलित वर्गर लोकमानकर पई जो साहित्य सृष्टि हुए ताहा समाजर परिवर्तन रे या निश्चित भाव में सहायक हुए। यह एक नुआ सामाजिक प्रकरण सृष्टि करिवार गुरुत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निश्चित भाव में ग्रहण करिथाय। तेणु साहित्य केवल एक रचनात्मक केवल शैली नुह, यह सामाजिक परिवर्तनर एक बलिष्ठ माध्यम मध्य। ओडिया साहित्यर आधुनिक जुगर अध्याय शताधिक कवि लेखक साहित्यक सेमानंकर योगदान को सशक्त करिछि। सेथिरे उपन्यास नाटक गल्प कविता रम्य रचना ललित निबंध सांग को अनुवाद मध्य आधुनिक ओडिया साहित्य को ये निश्चित भाव में रधिमंत करि पारिछि। तेबे साहित्य हो बा शिक्षा हो आम प्रथम परिचय होउछि आम भाषा। ओडिया आम मुख्य भाषा हेले मध्य आज आम ओडिशा रे आहुरी 62 वर्गर आदिवासी जो माने अछंती सेमानंकर मध्य स्वतंत्र भाषा अछि, तांकर मध्य एक स्वतंत्र संस्कृति अछि। सांताली भाषा रे कहूतवा लोके केवल ओडिशा रे नुहंती, ओडिशा बाहर मध्य अछंती। सांताली भाषार प्रतिष्ठाता गुरु गमके पंडित रघुनाथ मुर्मू जी की ऑल चिकीर प्रतिष्ठाता उद्यम सांताली भाषार स्वतंत्र जो ऑल चिकी आज बहुत लोकप्रियता नहीं पारिछि एवं सांताली भाषा संविधान 8म शेड्यूल रे मध्य स्थान पाइछि। यह द्वारा सांताली भाषार साहित्य रे विकासर एक नुआ संभावना सृष्टि होइछि। आउ सेथिपाई एबे जेतेबेले जातीय पाठ्यक्रम ढांचा बा एनसीएफ जो आधार रे ओडिशा रे सबु भाषा को तांकर भावना सहित बुझिकरी से भाषा रे जेतेबेले पाठ पढ़िबार कार्यक्रम आरंभ हुए सेतेबेले आम ओडिशा रे मध्य स्टेट करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क बा राज्य पाठ्यक्रम ढांचा को आम सरकार आसिला परे ताकू आमे आरंभ करिजु एवं यही ढांचा आम पिलामानकर आवश्यकता अनुसार ओडिशार सभ्यता सांस्कृतिक मूल्यबोध इतिहास ऐतिह्य आमर मातृभाषा एवं भविष्यत आवश्यकता को ध्यान में रखी मध्य स्वतंत्र भाव ताकू प्रस्तुत करा जाउछि। यह द्वारा शिक्षार्थी माने अधिक सृजनशील एवं अस्मिता विषय से निश्चित भाव में सचेतन हो पारे। आदिवासी छात्र छात्री को समानकर भाषा रे शिक्षा आदान प्रदान करने सरकार चेष्टा करुछंती। जेते आदिवासी भाषा अच्छी कथबार्ता होउछंती तांकर संस्कृति अच्छी किंतु तांकर स्क्रिप्ट नहीं। सांताली भाषार आदिवासी भाषा हिसाब से स्क्रिप्ट अच्छी ताकू ऑल चिकी कह एवं प्रथम थर करी ऑल चिकी को सांताली भाषा रे पाठ्यपुस्तक रचना करा जाउछि एवं से भाषा रे से अंचल थिबा भाषाभाषी लोकों को पाठ पढ़िया स्वतंत्रता ये आज दि जाउछि। तार प्रस्तुति भी चली। अन्य जो आदिवासी भाषा गुड़िक अच्छी जार संस्कृति अच्छी किंतु स्क्रिप्ट नहीं, से भाषा गुड़िक आगामी दिन में से ओडिया स्क्रिप्ट रे बही लेखा जिवो किंतु तांको भाषा रे लेखा जिवो आउ से साहित्य उपर प्राधान्य दि जाए सेमानंकु मध्य पाठ पढ़ारे आगु को नेबा पई रुद्धिमंत करा जिबा पई निष्पत्ति निया जिवो। आउ सेथि पई आम सरकार आसिला परे गत सेप्टेम्बर मास 5 तारिख रे गुरु दिवस अवसर रे आमे सेथिपाई एक कार्यक्रम आरंभ करिथिलु निपुण ओडिशा। ये निपुण ओडिशा कार्यक्रम को ठीक गोटे वर्ष होइछि। गतकाली 5 तारिख थिला गुरु दिवस पालन करा जाइछि एवं ये कार्यक्रम माध्यम रे आमे चलित वर्ष आ गोटे नुआ अभियान आरंभ करिछु। सेटा हला पढ़िबा गढ़िबा ओडिशा। पढ़िबा गढ़िबा ओडिशा ये मध्य जेतेबेले आमे आरंभ करिया पई जाउछु एहा माध्यम रे पिला माननक मध्य रे नियमित एवं स्वाधीन पठन अभ्यास को प्रोत्साहित यह माध्यम रे करा जाई पारिबो। तार पुस्तक मध्य उन्मोचन करा जाइछि। सरल कहानी पुस्तक माध्यम रे छोट पिला माननक मध्य रे पठन एवं बोधगम्यता को यह माध्यम रे विकसित करा जाई पारिबो। एथि सहित विद्यालय गुड़ी को सुंदर एवं आकर्षणीय पठन स्थान भाव में विकसित करा जिवो। यह एकाधार रे 3टी स्तर रे प्रभावित करिवो। भाषा साहित्य और अस्मिता ये प्रक्रिया रे पाठ पढ़ा जेतले पाठ पढ़ी पिला सबु बड़े यही 3टी विषय प्रति सबु बड़े सचेतन रहिबो एवं शिक्षक माने भी से प्रति ध्यान दे पारिबे। सबुठारु बड़ कथा होची आमर मूल कथा होची आमर अस्मिता। आमे जदि आम मातृभूमि को भल पाइबा, मातृभाषा को भल पाइबा, निज संस्कृति को भल पाइबा एवं निजर सबु ओडियार अस्मिता को नहीं आमर खाद्य चलणी परंपरा ताकू प्राधान्य जदि आमे देई पारिबा ताले निश्चित भाव रे आमर विकास निश्चित भाव रे अवश्यंभावी। आपण यूरोप को देखंतु, अमेरिका को देखंतु, तांकर भाषा साहित्य प्रति सामान्य केते सचेतन रहउछंती। किंतु आमे धीरे धीरे आमर संस्कृति परंपरा भाषा साहित्य को छाड़ी आमे पाश्चात्य आड़ को धीरे धीरे से आड़ को अग्रसर होउछंती। किंतु सेमाने कुआडे जाउछंती? सेमाने आम आड़ को आज आसुछंती। किंतु आमे आमर भाषा साहित्य संस्कृति को रुधिमंत करने बदल में ताकू आमे छाड़ी दउछंती। एणु ये प्रति मध्य आज आमको ये जो गोटे बड़ प्लाटफर्म आज जो न्यू इंडियन एक्सप्रेस ग्रुप जो आज तरफ करा जाइए मु निश्चित भाव में कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करुछि जे 13 वर्ष धरी यही प्लाटफर्म को नियमित भाव उज्जीवित कर आसुछंती। आउ आम अस्मिता प्रति सचेतन हेबारे यह एक बहुत बड़ प्लाटफर्म कह द न्यू इंडिया एक्सप्रेस ताको ग्रुप तरफ जो करा जाउछि। आप मैंने जानी थे गत 3 तारीख रे दिल्ली ठारे दिल्ली रो सुषमा स्वराज भवन ठारे 56तम जीएसटी काउंसिल बैठक आयोजन करा जाइथिला। मु निजे जोग देइथिले अर्थमंत्री हिसाब रे मुख्यमंत्री हिसाब रे। आप मैंने जानती मध्यवित्त एवं गरीब लोकंकर जो व्यवहार करथुवा प्राय समस्त द्रव्य उपरे जीएसटी को कम करा जाइछि एवं संपूर्ण भाव में किसी क्षेत्र में छाड़ मध्य करा जाइछि। यह एक ऐतिहासिक निष्पत्ति निश्चय देशर कंजप्शन वृद्धि और व्यावसायिक वाणिज्य वृद्धि क्षेत्र में यह निष्पत्ति एक जुगान्तकारी सब्यस्त हम। जो विदेशी शक्ति माने विभिन्न बहाना भारतर अभिवृद्धि को रोकवा चाहते एवं से तारीफ पर तारीफ बसैया चाहते से माने केबेले सफल हेबे नहीं। यार प्रमाण होची जे चलित वर्ष रे जो धार्य करा जाइथिबा हमर देशर अभिवृद्धि ताहा उपरे गोटे जो अभिवृद्धि आम पाखरे आसिक तार रिजल्ट पहुँचला जहाँ टार्गेट करा जाइथिला ता ठारू मध्ये अधिक देशर अभिवृद्धि 7.8% आज पहुँची पारिछि। देशर अर्थनैतिक अभिवृद्धि पाई आज मोदी जी जो पदक्षेप नौछंती ताहा निश्चित भाव में आमर आर्थिक अस्मिता को मध्य सुदृढ़ करिबारे एक यह वैप्लविक पदक्षेप बोली कह जाई परिबो। एठारे मु अस्मितार कथा को बारंबार कहूछि कारण अस्मिता ही समस्त विकासर ये होउछि मूल मंत्र। आम सरकार आसिबा परे अस्मितार सुरक्षा पाई अनेक पदक्षेप नहीं आइछंती। आमे उत्कल दिवस को उत्कल गौरव मधुसूदन दासंकर जन्मपीठरे पालन करुछंती। समस्त महापुरुषंकर जन्मपीठ को विकसित करिया पाई योजनाबद्ध भाव में आम सरकार कार्यक्रम नहीं छंती एवं आमे आहुरी गोटे स्वतंत्रता देइछु उत्कल दिवसरू ओडिया नुआ वर्ष पर्यंत जो 14 दिन अच्छी से 14 दिन समय को ओडिया पक्ष भावे पालन करने चलित वर्ष ये प्रक्रियाकरण आम आरंभ कर प्रत्येक दिन आम संस्कृतिर गोटे महत्वपूर्ण दिग सहित जोड़ा जाई ये उत्सव को आम निरंतर भाव में 14 दिन धरी पालन करुछु। ये ओडिया अस्मिता को जागृत करिबारे बहुत बड़ आज सहायक हो पारि। कटकर बालीजात्रा एवं विभिन्न स्थान में होउतबा बालीजात्रा पश्चिम ओडिशा रे होउतबा बरगढ़ धनुजात्रा एभली जो प्रसिद्ध कार्यक्रम विश्व प्रसिद्ध कार्यक्रम को आमे मध्य जातीय एवं अंतर्जातीय स्तर में किभली भाव में प्रसारित करा जाई पारिबो ता उपरे मध्य आज आम सरकार स्वतंत्र भाव में ताकू फोकस करुछंती। ये सब पदक्षेप आम सरकार प्रथम वर्षर ही नेबा आरंभ करा जाइछि। यह आरंभ हेइछि मात्र किंतु आगको आमको आहुरी अनेक पदक्षेप नबा पई पड़िबो कारण अस्मिता सहित आमे जदि समस्त जोड़ी हेबा नाही ताहले विकास मध्य केबे ठीक बाटरे जाई परिबो नाही। विकास हेले मध्य आमे केबे आत्मनिर्भरशील हेई परिबा नाही। एणु ओडिया अस्मिता आम सांगरे जोड़ी हेबो आमे ताकू नेइकरी ही जीवा पई पड़िबो। आ एथिपाई गत स्वाधीनता दिवस अवसर रे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी आत्मनिर्भरशील भारत उपरे गुरुत्व आरोप करिसंती एवं सेथिपाई आमको मध्य ओडिया अस्मितार सहित आत्मनिर्भरशील होबा पई पड़िबो। आमर भाषा संस्कृति को आमको आहुरी भल पाइबा पई पड़िबो। विकासर प्रत्येक क्षेत्र निजर परिचय सृष्टि करिया पई पड़िबो। गत 3 तारिख रे जेतेबेले जीएसटी रो काउंसिल हेइतला ठीक से समय ता गोटे दिन पूर्वर चलुला नुआ दिल्ली रो यशोभूमि रे सेमिकन इंडिया 2025 सेमिकंडक्टर जो प्रकल्प बा प्रोजेक्ट को आज जी नहीं पारिबो जहाँ पाखरे पहुँची पारिबो सी विश्वर सबुठारु बुद्धिमान एवं शक्तिशाली राष्ट्र सी हो पारिबो। आ सेही आधार रे ये सेमिकन इंडिया 2025 रो गोटे बड़ आयोजन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जेतेबेले यशोभूमि रे ये कार्यक्रम को लॉन्च करले बड़ सौभाग्यर कथा आम ओडिशार एवं आम समस्तंकर जे भारत वर्षर प्रथम जड़े मुख्यमंत्री को स्वतंत्र निमंत्रित हिसाब रे डका जाइथिला ओडिशार मुख्यमंत्री को एवं सेठी दिल्ली रो मुख्यमंत्री केवल होस्ट हिसाब रे सेठी उपस्थित थिले। एभली एक कार्यक्रम रे जेते सेमिकंडक्टर लॉन्च करागला सेतेबेले आधुनिक टेक्नोलोजी रे गोटे कुहागला ये हूँ आत्मनिर्भरतार एक आयमारंभ है बोली खुशीर कथा। देशर प्रथम चिप्स निर्माण जो करा जाइछि ताहा आम नीट रो राउरकेलार जड़े छात्रंकर ग्रुप द्वारा यह करा जाई पारिछि एवं ब्रह्मपुर पार्ला महाराजा इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज रो मध्य गुरुत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। सामाने मध्य गोटे चिप्स सेमिकंडक्टर निर्माण करि पारिछंती एवं सामाने यार 3टी डिजाइन प्रस्तुत करी आईटी मंत्री अश्विनी वैष्णव का माध्यम रे प्रधानमंत्री को उपहार स्वरूप प्रदान करागला। ये छोट कथा नुह आम ओडिशा रे आम ओडिया पिला नीट राउरकेला हो बा आमर महाराजा पारला महाराजा इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज हो जोटिकार छात्र माने या प्रस्तुत करुछंती आज सामान जो स्वप्न देखुछंती ताहा साकार हेबा पई मध्य जाउछि। एथिरे खुशीर कथा जे गत किछि दिन पूर्व जो केंद्र कैबिनेट बैठक होता से कैबिनेट बैठक रे जो 4टी सेमिकंडक्टर सैंक्शन होता अनुमोदन लाभ करता ता भीतर आम ओडिशा को 2टी आमको प्राप्त होइछि। ये बहुत बड़ कथा आम ओडिशा पई एवं से 4000 ऊर्ध्व कोटी टंका ये सेमिकंडक्टर प्रोजेक्ट रे मंजूर होइछि। सेमिकन इंडिया कार्यक्रम रे ओडिशा रे ये जो कार्यक्रम आमको गोटे बहुत बड़ आगामी दिन में ओडिशा को बड़ माइलेज देव। परवर्ती पर्यायर ओडिशार पेविलियन को आमे उद्घाटन करिछु एवं प्राय 20 रु अधिक विश्वर विभिन्न प्रांतर आसीथिबा विभिन्न देशर आसीथिबा କାଲିଫର୍ଣ୍ଣିଆରୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ମାଲେସିଆରୁ ସାଉଥ କୋରିଆରୁ ଜାପାନରୁ ଏଭଳି ଭାବରେ ଅନେକ ଦେଶରୁ ଆସିଥିବା ତାଙ୍କ ଟିମ୍ ଏବଂ କମ୍ପାନୀମାନେ ଆମ ସହିତ ସିଧାସଳଖ ରୋଡ୍ ଶୋରେ 1-to-1 କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା ହେଲେ। ମୁଁ ତାଙ୍କର ସହିତ ମୋ ଟିମ୍ ସହିତ କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା କଲି ଏବଂ ସେମାନେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ପ୍ରୋଜେକ୍ଟ ଆହୁରି ଅଧିକ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ସମ୍ମତି ପ୍ରଦାନ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ଏବଂ ଖୁସିର କଥା ଯେ ସେମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରୁ ଦୁଇଟି କମ୍ପାନୀ ସେମାନେ MOU ସେଇଠି ତତ୍କ୍ଷଣାତ୍ ସାଇନ୍ କଲେ, ଦସ୍ତଖତ କଲେ ଏବଂ ସେଥିରେ ମଧ୍ୟ 2ଟି ପ୍ରକଳ୍ପରେ 2600 କୋଟି ଟଙ୍କାର ବିନିଯୋଗ ହେବା ପାଇଁ ସୁନିଶ୍ଚିତ କରିକି ସେମାନେ ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି। ପୂର୍ବରୁ RIR ପାୱାର ଇଲେକ୍ଟ୍ରୋନିକ୍ସ ଗୋଟିଏ ସିଲିକନ୍ କାର୍ବାଇଡ୍ ୱେଫର ଫେବ୍ରିକେସନ୍ ୟୁନିଟ୍ ମଧ୍ୟ ସେ ପ୍ରତିଷ୍ଠା କରୁଛି। ଆସନ୍ତା ବର୍ଷେ 2 ବର୍ଷ ମଧ୍ୟରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ସେମିକଣ୍ଡକ୍ଟର କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ଦେଶର ଏକ ପାୱାର ହାଉସ୍ ବନିବା ପାଇଁ ଯାଉଛି। ଆମ ସରକାର ଆସିବା ପରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଅତି ତ୍ୱରିତ ଗତିରେ ବିକାଶର ମାର୍ଗରେ ଅଗ୍ରସର ହେଉଛି। 17 ଲକ୍ଷ କୋଟି ଟଙ୍କାର ନିବେଶ ଶିଳ୍ପାୟନ କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ଏବଂ 13 ଲକ୍ଷ ନିଯୁକ୍ତି ପାଇଁ ମାର୍ଗ ପ୍ରସ୍ତୁତ ଆଜି ହୋଇସାରିଛି ଏବଂ ସେଥିରେ 2 ଲକ୍ଷ କୋଟି ଟଙ୍କାର ଆମେ ଗ୍ରାଉଣ୍ଡ ବ୍ରେକିଂ କରିସାରିଛୁ। ଏଥିରେ ବିଶେଷ କରିକି ମହିଳା କୃଷକମାନଙ୍କର ସାମାଜିକ ସୁରକ୍ଷା ଏବଂ ତାଙ୍କର ବିକାଶକୁ ଆମେ ଆଖି ଆଗରେ ରଖି ତାଙ୍କର ବିକାଶ ପାଇଁ ସୁଭଦ୍ରା ଏବଂ ସମୃଦ୍ଧ କୃଷକ ଯୋଜନା ପରି କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ମଧ୍ୟ ସେମାନଙ୍କ ଜୀବନରେ ଏ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକାରୀ କରାଯିବା ଦ୍ୱାରା ଆଜି ଗୋଟେ ବ୍ୟାପକ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ହେବାର ଲକ୍ଷଣ ଦେଖାଦେଇଛି ଏବଂ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆଣିପାରିଛି। ସେଥିରେ ମହିଳାମାନଙ୍କ କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଲାଖପତି ଦିଦିର କଥାକୁ ମାନନୀୟ ପ୍ରଧାନମନ୍ତ୍ରୀ ନରେନ୍ଦ୍ର ମୋଦିଜୀ ଆହ୍ୱାନ ଦେଇଥିଲେ, ଆମେ ଲାଖପତି ଦିଦି ବନେଇବାରେ ସୁଭଦ୍ରା ଯୋଜନାର ପ୍ରଭାବ କାରଣରୁ ଆମେ ଦେଶରେ 17 ଲକ୍ଷ ଲାଖପତି ଦିଦି ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଲାଖପତି ଦିଦି ବନେଇ ପାରିଛୁ, ଯେଉଁଥିରେ କି ଭାରତ ବର୍ଷରେ ପ୍ରଥମ ସ୍ଥାନ ଅଧିକାର କରିବାର ସୌଭାଗ୍ୟ ମଧ୍ୟ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଏଥିରେ ଲାଭ କରିପାରିଛି। ଭବିଷ୍ୟ ପ୍ରତି ସେମାନେ ଏବେ ପୂର୍ବ ଅପେକ୍ଷା ଆହୁରି ଅଧିକ ଆଶାବାଦୀ ଏବଂ ଆତ୍ମବିଶ୍ୱାସୀର ସହିତ କାମ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ବହୁତ ବଡ଼ ଗୋଟିଏ ପ୍ଲାଟଫର୍ମ ଆଜି ଆସିପାରିଛି। ଗତ 14-15 ମାସ ଧରି ଆମ ସରକାରଙ୍କର ନୂତନ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ବିକାଶର ଏକ ନୂଆ ଦିଗ ଆଡ଼କୁ ଗତି କରୁଛି। ଆମର କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ମଧ୍ୟରେ ଆତ୍ମବିଶ୍ୱାସ ଆଜି ସ୍ୱାଭିମାନ ସୃଷ୍ଟି କରିପାରିଛି। ଏହି ଆତ୍ମବିଶ୍ୱାସ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଅସ୍ମିତାକୁ ସାଥିରେ ନେଇ ଆମେ ଆଉ 2 ପାଦ ଆଗକୁ ଯିବା ପାଇଁ 2036ରେ ଯେଉଁ ଭିଜନ ଡକୁମେଣ୍ଟ ଆମେ ପ୍ରସ୍ତୁତ କରିଛୁ, ସମୃଦ୍ଧ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ତଥା ବିକଶିତ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଏବଂ ମୋଦିଜୀଙ୍କର ଯେଉଁ ଆହ୍ୱାନ ଅଛି ବିକଶିତ ଭାରତ 2047ରେ, ସେଥିରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ବହୁତ ବଡ଼ ଭୂମିକା ବା ଯୋଗଦାନ ଦେବାର କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ମଧ୍ୟ ରହିସାରିଛି ଏବଂ ନିଜେ ମୋଦିଜୀ ମଧ୍ୟ ବିଶ୍ୱାସ ଏବଂ ଭରସା ଦେଇ ଓଡ଼ିଶାକୁ ଫୋକସ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ସମ୍ଭାବନା ରାଜ୍ୟ ହିସାବରେ ଅନେକ ସମୟରେ ଆମକୁ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱ ଆରୋପ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ଦିଗଦର୍ଶନ ମଧ୍ୟ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ବିକାଶ କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ପ୍ରତ୍ୟେକ ଅସ୍ମିତା ଓ ଆତ୍ମନିର୍ଭରତାର ଏକ ବଡ଼ ପ୍ରଭାବ ଆଜି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଉପରେ ଓଡ଼ିଆଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ପଡ଼ିବାରେ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହୋଇଛି। ବନ୍ଧୁଗଣ, ବିକାଶର ପ୍ରକ୍ରିୟା ଉପରେ ମୁଁ ସମ୍ୟକ ତଥ୍ୟ ଉପସ୍ଥାପନା କଲି, କାରଣ ଏହାର ମୌଳିକତା ଏକ ସାହିତ୍ୟ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ। ସାହିତ୍ୟ ହେଉଛି ସମାଜର ଦର୍ପଣ। ସମାଜ ଜୀବନ ବ୍ୟକ୍ତି ଚରିତ୍ର ବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥାକୁ ନେଇ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ସୃଷ୍ଟି ହୋଇଥାଏ। ଜଣେ ସତ୍ ସାହିତ୍ୟିକ ସମାଜର ଅଘୋଷିତ ବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥାପକ, କାରଣ ସେ ହିଁ ସମାଜର ସଂସ୍କାର ସଂଶୋଧନ, ଗୁଣାତ୍ମକ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଓ ମାନବିକତାର ପ୍ରତିଷ୍ଠା ପାଇଁ ସିଏ ହିଁ ଆଗବର ହୋଇକି ଆସିଥାଏ ଏବଂ ତା କଲମ ଉନ୍ନରେ ତାର ଶକ୍ତିକୁ ସେ ପ୍ରଦର୍ଶନ କରି ଲୋକଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ପହଞ୍ଚାଇ ପାରିଥାଏ। ସାରା ଦେଶରେ ଏବଂ ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଯେଉଁ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନର ଗୋଟେ ଆଜି ଲହର ଦେଖିବା ପାଇଁ ଆସୁଛି, ସବୁ କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଆପଣମାନେ ବି ଅନୁଭବ କରିପାରୁଥିବେ। ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଟେକ୍ନୋଲୋଜି କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ଗୋଟେ ବିରାଟ ଯେଉଁ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ହେଉଛି, ଆଜି ଆମର ଚିରାଚରିତ ସାମାଜିକ ଚଳଣୀରେ ବ୍ୟାପକ ଭାବରେ ଏହା ଏକ ବଡ଼ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଆଜି ଆଣିଦେଇଛି। ତେଣୁ ସାହିତ୍ୟରେ ଇଏ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ପ୍ରତିଫଳିତ ମଧ୍ୟ ହେବ ବୋଲି ମୁଁ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଆଶା କରିବି। ଆମ ସମୟରେ ସାହିତ୍ୟିକମାନଙ୍କର ଆଗରେ ବହୁତ ବଡ଼ ଗୋଟିଏ ଚ୍ୟାଲେଞ୍ଜ ଅଛି, ଆହ୍ୱାନ ଅଛି। ପ୍ରତିକୂଳତାକୁ ଲଙ୍ଘନ କରି, ଅବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥାକୁ ବିରୋଧ କରି, ସଂସ୍କାର ଓ ସାଂସ୍କୃତିକ ଚେତନାର ସମର୍ଥନ କରି, ସର୍ବୋପରି सत्य शिव सुंदरर जयगान करवा हेउछि आजिर साहित्यिकंकर आमर बड़ आभिमुख्य। मोर आशा आमर साहित्यिक माने ये दिगरे यथेष्ट उन्मुख हेबे। साहित्य उत्सवर एपरी सुजोग मान सृष्टि करुछि जोठार देशर विभिन्न स्थानरू विभिन्न भाषारू लेखक माने जगदे परस्पर मध्य मत विनिमय करने सहित नूतन सृष्टि संधान रे सेमाने उत्साहित मध्य हेउछन्ति। मोर आशा और विश्वास एपरी उत्सव आम समस्त को अनुप्राणित करने सहित साहित्यर सामग्रिक जययात्रा यह निश्चित भाव में सहायक हो पारिबो। धन्यवाद। वंदे उत्कल जननी।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री प्रेरणादायी अभिभाषण पे अशेष धन्यवाद। अब मैं निवेदन करूंगी न्यू इंडियन एक्सप्रेस के एडिटोरियल डायरेक्टर श्री प्रभु चावला जी से, वो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री के साथ एक विशेष संवाद को अभी आगे बढ़ाए। इट्स नाउ टाइम फॉर अ क्विक one-on-one interaction with our honorable chief minister, sir.
Hello. Working, huh? Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मुख्यमंत्री जी। मैं पहली बार आपसे मिल रहा हूँ। कई साल पहले मिला था जब आप हाँ पहली बार यहाँ स्टेज पे मिल रहा हूँ। आपके दफ्तर में मिला था मैं, पर कई साल पहले मैं आपके जहाँ आप चर्चा में ज़्यादा थे उस वक़्त, तब भी मैं गया था कवर करने के लिए। काफ़ी परिवर्तन देखा मैंने आप में, और जब मैंने भाषण जो आपका सुना, आपने स्टेट के सारा कवर कर लिया कि बच्चों के लिए क्या क्या कर रहे हैं, लैंग्वेज के लिए क्या कर रहे हैं, लिटरेचर के लिए क्या कर रहे हैं। जब आपने टेक ओवर किया था, आपके दिन में थोड़ा बहुत डर तो होगा कि मैं नवीन पटनायक की जगह आ रहा हूँ तो लोग मेरा उसके साथ मुकाबला करेंगे कि वो अच्छे थे या मैं अच्छा था। तो एक साल लगा आपको कि आपने बता दिया कि आप भी विकास कर सकते हैं। तो क्या वो डर कैसे ख़त्म किया आपने उसको सक्सेसफुल बनने के लिए?
देखिए, मैं कभी सरकार में आया नहीं था, कभी मेरा पार्टी में भी सरकार नहीं बनाया था। उड़ीसा में मैं भी कभी मंत्री नहीं बना था, लेकिन ज़रूर मैं राजनीति तक करता था। और जब मैंने राजनीति शुरू किया था, इसी जनरल पॉलिटिक्स में मैंने स्टूडेंट करियर में आया था, तो शायद उड़ीसा में भी कोई कम लोगों की इसी आधार पर राजनीति में आए होंगे। जब मैं +3 सेकेंड ईयर पढ़ाई करता था, इसी टाइम में मैं जनरल पॉलिटिक्स में पॉलिटिक्स कर रहा था। इसलिए मेरा जो पॉलिटिक्स बहुत लंबा समय है। 1997 से 92 से मैंने शुरू किया। मैं स्टूडेंट था इसी समय पे। हमारा कॉलेज का स्टूडेंट सब कॉलेज का छात्र संसद में पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे थे। वहाँ खड़ा हुई थी कोई सेक्रेटरी, ड्रामेटिक सेक्रेटरी, प्रेसिडेंट। मैंने इसी टाइम में ब्लॉक चेयरमैन होने के नाते मैंने जनरल पॉलिटिक्स में खड़ा हो गया। सर, पहले बार चुनाव में मैंने हार गया, लेकिन जैसा भीम तो पहले बार हार चुके थे ना युद्ध में, लेकिन बाद में और कभी हारा नहीं हो। इसलिए मैंने भी पहले हारा था, बाद में मैंने जीतते बाद सरपंच के बाद फिर विधायक और आज मुख्यमंत्री तक। ऐसे में राजनीति का बहुत बड़ा एक्सपीरियंस होता है, प्रतिनिधित्व करना। इसमें सत्ता आए ना आए, लेकिन राजनीति में काम करना और संगठन बनाना, लोगों के साथ संपर्क जोड़ना, यही राजनीति को बहुत मंजिल तक पहुंचा सकता है।
मुख्यमंत्री तो पहुंचा दिया आप, वेरी गुड। तो आपका कमिटमेंट बहुत था, परंतु आप शुरू में जैसे आपने कहा कि आप कार्यकर्ता रहे, आप स्टूडेंट पॉलिटिक्स में रहे, पर आपके वहाँ पर एजेंडा जो था उस वक्त, जो पहले था, जैसे संघ से जुड़े हुए थे आप, हिंदूवादी संघ आपका ज़्यादा प्रचार था कि उसमें हिंदुत्व से विकास की तरफ जैसे अभी आए हैं आप, उसकी यात्रा में लोग अभी भी समझते हैं कि आप हिंदूवादी आधा हैं या विकासवादी आधा हैं।
देखिए, शायद जो भारत में रहता है उसको तो हिंदू ही कहा जाता है, चाहे वो किसी का धर्मावलंबी हो क्यों ना हो, वो तो हिंदू है और भारतीय भी है वो। इसी आधार पर हमारा मिशन पहले तो हमारा राष्ट्रीयता आधार पर हमने राजनीति हमको करना ही पड़ेगा। और मैंने इसी आधार पर, जैसे आप हिंदूवादी बोल सकते हैं, लेकिन देखिए आज मैंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी में काम करने के लिए मैंने पहले ही मेरा सोच था। और जैसे हमारा बहुत बड़ा बड़ा लीडर जैसे अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी और कोई सारी नेता इतना अच्छा मेहरबान करते हुए काम कर रहे हैं, परिश्रम करते हुए काम कर रहे हैं लोगों के लिए, समाज के लिए, देश के लिए, हम क्यों नहीं। इसी आधार पर मैंने आया और आज भी मैंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पहले चुनने हुए 2000 में मैंने विधायक भी बना। और विधायक बनने के बाद मैंने देखा कि इसी एक बहुत बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है भारतीय जनता पार्टी। इसी आधार पर काम करने में निश्चित रूप से लोगों को सेवा देने के लिए बहुत आसान हो जाएगा और लोगों का अंतर्दय तक मैं जा सकता हूं और उनके लिए काम करूंगा, चाहे हम सत्ता में है या नहीं, उसी बात का अलग बात है, लेकिन काम करने का बहुत मज़ा आता है भाजपा में। इसलिए मैंने आज काम करते करते फिर 2 बार विधायक बना, फिर 2 बार हार गया, फिर अभी 2 बार जीत के आया हूं और मुख्यमंत्री के नाते आज मेरे को बहुत बड़ा दायित्व भी मिला है।
धन्यवाद बहुत बहुत आपका। मैं जैसे ही बने मुख्यमंत्री, मेरे को लगता है यहाँ पर उड़ीसा में इंडस्ट्री के बारे में बहुत चर्चा होती है, आपने सेमीकंडक्टर के बारे में बहुत कुछ किया
जी।
तो 2-3 चीज़ें बताइए जो आपको लगता है कि इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट कैसे बन सकता है। यहाँ पर सब कुछ है, माइंस हैं, मिनरल्स हैं, परंतु उसका प्रयोग यहाँ का इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट करने के लिए नहीं हो रहा, तो आप कैसे लाएंगे? लोग पहले भी आते थे पर यहाँ उतना विकास नहीं हो रहा जितना इंडस्ट्री में होना चाहिए।
नहीं, आपने सही बोले कि हमारा उड़ीसा में माइंस है और जो माइंस हमारा उड़ीसा में कोई दूसरा स्टेट में, प्रदेश में नहीं है। आयरन और है, मैंगनीज है, बॉक्साइट है, क्रोमाइट है, कोल है और कई सारी माइंस भी है। और वहाँ सरकार भी आते थे और दूसरा सरकार आते थे, एक सरकार जाने से फिर दूसरा सरकार, लेकिन शिल्पायन वहाँ ज़्यादा नहीं हो पा रहा था। इसका एक ही कारण है, जो भी सरकार आ रहे हैं उनके इच्छा शक्ति नहीं था। इच्छा शक्ति के बिना कुछ काम किया जा नहीं सकता है, क्योंकि आप देखिए हम तो सरकार आने से ही मेरा प्रबल इच्छा शक्ति है। मैं जिस जिला से आया हूँ, केंदुझर जिला, वो माइंस में भरा हुआ एक ज़िला है। हमारा माइंस में रेजिंग होता है, ट्रांसपोर्टिंग होते हुए सारी आयरन और चला जाता है, मैंगनीज चला जाता है, लेकिन वहाँ कोई फैक्ट्री नहीं है, कोई फिनिश प्रोडक्ट करने के लिए एक भी या स्टील प्लांट या कोई फैक्ट्री ऐसा नहीं है। इसलिए मेरा मन भी एक था कि क्यों नहीं शिल्पायन होगा हमारा उड़ीसा में, केंदुझर में क्यों नहीं होगा फिनिश प्रोडक्ट, हम वैल्यू एडेड क्यों नहीं कर पाएंगे। जब मैं 2000 से विधायक बना, इसी आधार पर हमने सरकार को क्वेश्चन करने लगा और करते करते मैंने कैसे हमारा उड़ीसा में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा शिल्पायन करने के लिए मैं कोशिश तो कर रहा था, लेकिन मेरा शक्ति इतना नहीं था कि मैं क्या कर पाऊँ या नहीं। लेकिन आज मेरे पास ऐसे शक्ति आ गया कि मैं आज करने के लिए जा रहा हूँ। इसी जो शिल्पायन के बारे में हमने जैसे आज उत्कर्ष ओडिशा, मेक इन ओडिशा कॉन्क्लेव के नाते हमने शुरू कर रहे हैं। आज देखिए हमने 17 लाख करोड़ का हमने प्रपोजल लाया और 13 लाख का MOU साइन किया, 13 लाख जॉब सृष्टि भी हमने किया। और इसी करते करते स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री उधर आते हुए हमको दिग्दर्शन दिए और मार्गदर्शन के देने के नाते जैसे एक बहुत बड़ा माहौल बना। जो पोस्को वहाँ एक दिन आया था, साउथ कोरिया का पोस्को, बहुत बड़ा कंपनी जो स्टील बनाने का कंपनी, आज मेरे उड़ीसा में इंडस्ट्री शिल्पायन करने का जो हमने आज मैंने एक न्यू पॉलिसी के नाते काम करने जा रहा हूँ और ग्राउंडिंग भी कर रहा हूँ। पोस्को फिर सोचा कि मैं उड़ीसा या इंडिया कब जाऊँगा, कैसे जाऊँगा, कौन मेरे को लेगा। मैंने बोला मैं लाऊँगा और देखिए मैंने पोस्को को साउथ कोरिया से इंडिया लाया और 72 घंटा तक आपका न्यूज में छपा गया कि पोस्को आ गया इंडिया, पोस्को आ गया। तो मोदी जी भी उनको स्वागत किए और स्वागत करते करते बोले अरे आप तो इंडिया आ गया, बहुत स्वागत की बात है, लेकिन आपने अच्छा किया कि आपने लोग ढूंढ रहे हैं पोस्को इंडिया आ गया तो कहाँ गया, और आपने मोहन माझी आपको बुला लिया, उड़ीसा चीफ मिनिस्टर आ रहा, आप उड़ीसा चले गए। वो भी बात हुआ। मैंने उड़ीसा को पोस्को को ले आया और उड़ीसा के साथ मेरा केवंझर डिस्ट्रिक्ट को भी मैं ले आया। अर्थात मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं जैसे मेरा जिले में इतना माइंस है आयरन और है, तो क्यों फिनिश प्रोडक्ट नहीं होगा, वैल्यू एडेड इंडस्ट्री नहीं होगा। इसी आधार पर आज हमने एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट मेरा केंदुझर जिला में नहीं, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में माइंस इंडस्ट्री होगा। इसलिए हमने हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में इंडस्ट्री बनाने के लिए ज़्यादा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और उनके साथ साथ कैसे किया जाएगा इंडस्ट्री, इसी आधार पर कर रहा हूँ। और जैसे मैंने एमओयू साइन किया और बाद में हमने जो प्रधानमंत्री को बुलाने के बाद फिर लोग पूछने लगे 2 महीने के बाद, आप तो इसे एमओयू साइन कर लिया, लेकिन ग्राउंडिंग कब कर रहे हैं? आप चिंता मत करिए, हमने जा रहा हूँ उसी करने के लिए। 4 जगह में हमने ग्राउंडिंग भी किया, करीब 2 लाख करोड़ की भी आज हमारा ग्राउंडिंग प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो गया और मैं पीछे नहीं हटने वाला हूँ, बहुत आगे बढ़ने वाला। जैसे सेमीकंडक्टर आज बारे में बोल रहे थे, हमको 2 मिला था और 2 हमने जाके दिल्ली से सेमीकॉन इंडिया 2025 में जो भूमि से फिर ला के आया।
चिप लाया है
जी।
मैं आपसे आपने एक बात कहा कि यहाँ माल सारा है, माइंस यहाँ पर है, क्या आप ये सोच रहे हैं कि ऐसा नारा लगाना कि यहाँ का माल यहीं बनेगा, रॉ मटेरियल मेक इन उड़ीसा पॉलिसी, ऐसा सोच रहे हैं कि उड़ीसा का माल उड़ीसा में ही बनेगा, यहाँ से बाहर नहीं जाएगा?
नहीं, बिल्कुल इसी आधार पर ही हम काम कर रहा हूँ। जैसे
कम टू उड़ीसा, मेक इन उड़ीसा,
मेक इन उड़ीसा,
कम टू उड़ीसा एंड मेक इन उड़ीसा,
निश्चित रूप से
पॉलिसी।
इसी मेक इन उड़ीसा का करने के लिए तो हमने उत्कर्ष उड़ीसा नाम पर आज कर रहा हूँ। इसी आधार पर जो मेक इन उड़ीसा कॉन्क्लेव 2025 में हमने जो शुरू किए थे, जनवरी 28 और 29 तारीख को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आए थे, इसी आधार पर हमने आज देखिए जो देश के और दुनिया भर में जो बड़ा कंपनी है जिसको आप बोलते हैं जिंदल परिवार को, JSW, JSPL, JSL, और सारी भाइयों ने कंपटीशन कर रहे हैं कि हम उड़ीसा में ही करेंगे, कलिंगा नगर हो या हमारा अनुगुण में हो या जगतसिंहपुर या केंद्रापड़ा में। इसी आधार पर आपका जो टाटा, अभी टाटा ने उनका कलिंगा नगर में और गोपालपुर में इसे प्रोजेक्ट को और ला रहे हैं। अभी उनका एक मैंने गया था जो ग्राउंड ब्रेकिंग करने का टाइम में कलिंगा नगर में जो हुआ था प्रोग्राम हमारा, इसमें से उनका एक प्रोजेक्ट का एक्सपेंशन का इनाग्रेशन हुआ और वहाँ को जो ब्लास्ट फर्नेस है उनको इनाग्रेशन करने के लिए वो कलिंगा नगर में वो चिन्हित किया और वहाँ ही दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा ब्लास्ट फर्नेस जो एक है इंडिया बाहर में और दूसरा वर्ल्ड का सबसे बड़ा या सेकंड को आ जाता है, और कलिंगा नगर में उनका इनाग्रेशन हमने किया है, अभी चालू हो गया। और उसी वजह से और एक भी प्लांट, वो जो मेस्को स्टील प्लांट था उसको तो टाटा ने ले लिया, वहाँ में से और 40,000 करोड़ का, 35,000 से 40,000 करोड़ का और भी एक प्लांट करा रहे हैं। मतलब टाटा उधर ज़्यादा कहाँ ना जाते हुए उड़ीसा में आ गए। और जैसे JSW फैमिली बोले, पोस्को बोले, और किसी का बड़ा कंपनी का नाम आप बोलोगे तो मैं निश्चित बोलूँगा, उसके साथ हमारा बातचीत चल रहा है या वो आने के लिए तैयार हो गया है।
एक बात बताइए, नवीन पटनायक रहे 25 साल यहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री, आपने जब टेक ओवर किया उनके बारे में काफ़ी उन्होंने विकास किया, ऐसे लोग मानते हैं, वो भी मानते थे। ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ वो नहीं की जो आप करना चाहते हैं, जो छोड़ गए, बिल्कुल भूल गए, वो उन्होंने कुछ
नहीं, वो तो भूल गया था बहुत सारी। हमारा वहाँ का लोग काम करने के लिए काफ़ी वो स्किल वाला लोग है, उनका दक्षता है, लेकिन वहाँ इंडस्ट्री नहीं है काम करने का, वहाँ कोई सेंटर नहीं है। इसलिए लोग चला गए, कोई सूरत चला गया, कोई कोयम्बटूर चला गया, कोई दिल्ली या कोई आपका अबू धाबी होते हुए वो लोग बाहर चले गए। हम कैसे उड़ीसा में वो प्रोजेक्ट को करें तो वो फिर आ जाए और वहाँ भी हम नया स्किल के रूप में उसको ट्रेनिंग देते हुए काम करने के लिए एक अपॉर्चुनिटी उनको मिल जाए। इसी आधार पर हमने भी एक उड़ीसा टेक्सटाइल के बारे में भी हमने पहले सोचे थे, और टेक्सटाइल उड़ीसा टेक्सटाइल कॉन्क्लेव भी एक आ गया। हमने उनका जो उड़ीसा टेक्सटाइल कॉन्क्लेव किए उसमें से 33 कंपनी आए थे और साथ में तो हमने 300 कंपनी को बुलाए थे, लेकिन 33 कंपनी ने वहाँ MOU साइन किए और सहमति प्रदान किए कि हम उड़ीसा में टेक्सटाइल अपारेल वो प्लांट को हम लगाएंगे। और उनका भी एमओयू साइन हो गया 7,800 करोड़ का। और कोई सारी कंपनी जैसे साउथ में और वेस्ट में, जैसे हमारा जो संबलपुर इलाका में, नॉर्थ में केंदुझर में, और वहाँ भुवनेश्वर का रीजन में उसको कराने के लिए 7,800 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट और लगा रहे हैं। एमओयू साइन हो गया और वो भी 7,800 रुपया इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट जॉब क्रिएट कर रहे हैं उनका संख्या है 53,500। 53,500 हमारा नई जो लड़का लड़की जो पढ़ाई किए हैं उनको नौकरी भी मिला। वो एक अपॉर्चुनिटी जैसे नवीन जी ने उसको नहीं सोचा था होगा शायद, क्योंकि उनका पिताजी ने वहाँ चौद्वार में किए थे क्या ओटीएम किया था एक टेक्सटाइल का, वो भी बंद कर दिए।
आपने उनके पिताजी का नाम लिया अभी, वो कहते हैं हमारे पिताजी के नाम पर जितनी स्कीम चालू की थी उनको बदल दिया, नाम बदल दिया आपने। उनसे बदल
मैंने
दिया
उनको
क्या?
नाम कहाँ बदला?
बदला ले रहे हैं क्या पिताजी?
बीजू पटना का नाम पर तो हमने इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट है, हमने और कोई सारी जो पुरस्कार दिया जा रहा है ना वो बीजू पटना के नाम पर ही है, हमने बंद नहीं किए, वो बंद भी नहीं होगा। वो उनका हम बीजू पटनायक तो हमारा एक बरपुत्र था, इसी आधार पर हमने कभी उनको सम्मान करते हैं, उनके आधार पर भी हम जाते हैं, वो नहीं होगा। लेकिन बीजू बाबू ने जो इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन किए थे, जैसे ओटीएम हो, कोई आपका शुगर मिल हो या स्पिनिंग मिल हो, या हमारा कलिंग नगर में में हमारा केंदुझर में भी ये कि पिग आयरन का एक बहुत बड़ा इंडस्ट्री बनाए थे, उसको तो जब नवीन बाबू आए वो तो बंद कर दिए सारी। उनका क्यों उनका पिताजी का प्रोजेक्ट को रखा नहीं? मतलब उनका इच्छा नहीं था, और दूसरे राज्यों में दूसरा काम करने के लिए सोचा होगा।
तो आपका ये मंशा नहीं है ना कि बीजू पटनायक के नाम से कुछ है वो सब मिटा देंगे हम, ये तो नहीं करेंगे ना?
नहीं, हम कहीं ऐसे नहीं करेंगे। बीजू बाबू जैसा है बीजू बाबू है, लेकिन कई सारे जो बीजू बाबू का नाम पर हो या किसी का नाम पर हो कोई जो प्रोजेक्ट हो जो ठीक है उसको रखना ही है। और मुख्यमंत्री का नाम पर कोई स्कीम तो हमको भी करना पड़ेगा। मुख्यमंत्री कृषि सिंचाई योजना जैसे मुख्यमंत्री का इसी तो करना ही पड़ेगा, लेकिन उनका नाम को हम टोटली माने चेंज नहीं कर रहे हैं, और सही बात है।
एक उन्होंने वो भी कहा कि आरएसएस के जो शाखा है उसमें आपने गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉइज़ को अलाउ कर दिया, वो 25 साल से नहीं जा रहे थे, उसके पीछे क्या करना था? ऐसे कोई फर्क पड़ता है? आरएसएस तो बढ़ रहा है, वैसे ही बढ़ रहा है।
नहीं, वो झूठा बात बोल रहे हैं। देखिए, खाली भाजपा में नहीं है, जो लोग आरएसएस में काम किया होगा स्वयंसेवक बनते हुए, और मैं तो स्वयंसेवक हूँ, आप भी स्वयंसेवक है, तो इसके फर्क क्या पड़ता है? आप इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में देश भर काम कर रहे हैं, मैं आगे सरकार का मुख्यमंत्री बना हूँ, हम सब स्वयंसेवक लोग हैं। लेकिन देखिए स्वयंसेवक का सोच क्या है, ये दुनिया का सबसे बहुत बड़ा अच्छा सोच है स्वयंसेवक का, जो देश के लिए दुनिया भर के लिए काम कर रहा है। सरकारी में जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं सारी लोग हैं, वो पहले से स्वयंसेवक ही है। पढ़ाई करने के टाइम में, नौकरी करने के टाइम में, आज भी वो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, वो स्वयंसेवक रहेंगे ही। और आज भाजपा में देखिए स्वयंसेवक लोग भी है, आप बीजेडी में ढूंढे देखिए, बीजेपी में बहुत सारे लोग हैं वो स्वयंसेवक, एबीवीपी का लोग है, आप भी एबीवीपी है, तो एबीवीपी लोग आज भी बीजेडी में है, कांग्रेस में भी है। वो कोई स्वयंसेवक हो या कोई एबीवीपी का कार्यकर्ता हो, कहीं भी रह सकता है, लेकिन उनका सोच अच्छा हो तो बहुत देश के लिए, समाज के लिए वो अच्छा ही होगा। और हर पार्टी में भी रहना चाहिए, नहीं तो पार्टी भी इधर उधर हो जाएगा।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपको भी जाना है। मैं तेरे से
थैंक यू।
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। I'll now request the editorial director of the New Indian Express, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, and the resident editor of the New Indian Express, Bhubaneswar, Mr. Sibamanti, to present a memento to our Honorable Chief Minister as a token of appreciation from the TNI family. Thank you. Thank you so much. May I now request the New Indian Express CEO, Ms. Lakshmi Menon, to please present the vote of thanks.
Namaskar.
On behalf of the New Indian Express, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Mohan Charan Majhi. Thank you for your gracious presence here today. Your words of encouragement have reinforced the spirit of this festival, that to celebrate literature, culture, and the power of ideas. Our sincere gratitude to our eminent speakers of this edition who've gathered here today, who've joined us for this edition. Your voices and perspectives are what make this festival so meaningful. Our sincere appreciation to all our sponsors for their unstinting support. To the audience at Bhubaneswar, lovers of literature and ideas who've gathered here today, you are the true heartbeat of this festival. A big thank you for your presence and encouragement. I once again extend my gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister and all who've gathered here today as we look forward to 2 days of stimulating discussions and the joy of celebrating the written word. Dhanyavad, apun mane samasta sahityare ihi porbaku upabhoga karantu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lakshmiji, and thank you to our Honorable Chief Minister once again for gracing and inaugurating Odisha Literary Festival 2025. Could I request people also please stay put? I'll request everybody to stay seated. ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଅନୁରୋଧ ଆପଣ ନିଜର ନିର୍ଦ୍ଧାରିତ ଜାଗାରେ ବସି ରୁହନ୍ତୁ ଆମେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ଆମର ନେକ୍ସଟ ସେସନ୍ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା we'll be starting with our next session immediately so we'll request everybody to please stay settled. So after a grand inaugural ceremony, we are ready to start with our sessions. And what a beautiful way to begin day one of OLF 2025 with a session on love, life and literature. I'll request everybody to please settle down once again. The Honorable Chief Minister might be giving a media bite outside, but I'll request the audience, please settle down. So ladies and gentlemen, our first sessions, the first session and our first guests are true comrades in art and in life. We have the dynamic couple, actor and director Mr. Amol Palekar and writer Ms. Sandhya Gokhale, along with moderator, senior journalist Ms. Kaveri Bumzai for the session on comrades in art, love, life and literature. As we set the stage, I'll take this little time to introduce our guests, though I believe that they do not need an introduction, but it's an honor for us and for any MC to do this introduction for these wonderful people that we have with us for the first session. Mr. Amol Palekar, multifaceted artist, has shaped Indian theatre and cinema with his creative vision. A JJ School of Arts graduate, began his career as a painter before an encounter with Satyadev Dubey drew him to theatre. Inspired by Badal Sarkar's third theatre movement, he transformed the Indian stage by bringing performances to unconventional spaces like parks and garages. In the 1970s, his cinematic role as the relatable boy next door redefined Hindi cinema with 3 consecutive Silver Jubilee hits. And let's give a big round of applause as we welcome them, cementing his stardom as a director, explored integrate social and personal themes with finesse. Marking his 80th year, his memoir Viewfinder offers candid reflection on his journey, cultural collaboration and a pivotal era in Indian art. We have Ms. Sandhya Gokhale, a dynamic civil rights advocate, storyteller and artist whose work blends law, activism and creativity. Known for her bold narratives and deep empathy, she has authored 8 acclaimed feature film scripts, including Paheli, India's official entry to the 2006 Oscars, adapted from Vijayadan Detha's Duvidha. Her directorial work, Bhinash Shadja, a documentary on Padma Vibhushan Kishore Kumar, is her best cherished achievement. Passionate about Indian classical music and social change, she, alongside her husband, Mr. Amol Palekar, champion a more just world through art and action. So I'll now request Ms. Kaveri Bamzai to take this session forward. Let's once again welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much for your patience. And it's a particular privilege to introduce both of you. Next year, I think, will be 25 years of your marriage. So, yeah, congratulations in advance. It's been, I think, quite a true marriage of minds and hearts. You champion each other. You're each other's companions, comrades, and he's an actor and you're his anchor. So I think it's quite a remarkable relationship. Taking that forward, I wanted to ask you about how it's been these last 24 years and how do you see the next 25 years together? I hope. Sandhya, you first.
Hello. It's been very exciting. It's been wonderful. We, I think, click because of our sensibilities. When you were, and I give full credit to him because he's a true contemporary, truly feminist man. Reading, music, and there are just so many other facets of life which we share. I think we feel it's just like a couple of years that we've been together.
Amol, has she made you a feminist or were you always a feminist?
She made me aware that I was a feminist. But that only will be half-truth because initially, many years ago, when I started thinking, I realized that my thoughts were always trying to give equal justice to women, which was being denied for centuries. And when I became aware of that, it started reflecting in my work. It is with Sandhya joining me, it became much more focused and much more meaningful, hopefully.
But you're a very naughty boy also. You've been very naughty on screen, right? You've always dangled women or tried to chase them, even if they don't agree, taken lessons from Kishore Kumar, all sorts of random people on how to, what do you call it, pataw a girl. Very naughty.
In fact, I was not naughty at all. I was, as a hero, I don't think I ever did any naughty thing with my heroines.
Maybe not on off screen, but as your character.
No, off screen I may have.
Oh, that's a confession. And you've acted with some of the most remarkable women on screen, right?
Absolutely.
Lucky you.
Absolutely. I mean, I have been most privileged, I would say, starting from my first heroine, Vidya Sinha, to Zarina Wahab, to Bindya Goswami, Deepti Nawal, Rameshwari. I would even Shabana Parveen.
Smita, very
Smita,
bad to
yes,
Smita.
yes.
Very, very
But
bad.
I would also like to, I mean, most of the people may not know, but the Malayalam film which I did, I had two lovely women. One was Ambiga and another was Purnima Jairam. Both of them were such fine actors.
And fine women.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, in Bengali, starting from Sharmila Tagore.
Yeah.
I mean, I have been most privileged to have fascinating, beautiful, lovely, very intelligent, and very romantic women.
I wonder how it influenced you.
Sorry?
I wonder how it influenced you. How did it influence you?
Well, I think it inspired me much more to, you see, if you see most of my characters, I never express in words, which is expected from the hero or the male, to say I love you. I think I must be the only hero who has never uttered those words on screen.
Someone is clapping at that. I wonder why.
No, because that's where most of the men would identify. They either they feel it's below their dignity to express as a or embarrassed or ill-equipped. They don't know how to say a simple thing like I think most of the Indian men can't say sorry. Similarly, they can't even say I love you. But I, with all those lovely heroines, I learned how to convey it to them without saying it and conveying it in a very effective and affectionate, loving manner.
Sandhya, I hope he's learned to say all these words now in real life. Otherwise, it would be very difficult.
Actually, I must admit that he's very romantic. Yeah, I mean, between two of us at least.
How does he display this romanticism?
Well, when to begin with, I was a lawyer, his lawyer, and advocating one of his cases against censorship. And that was the time, all of a sudden, I started getting bouquets of roses. And I had no clue who's sending it to begin with. And they never used to be names and all that. It took me 2 years to figure out who was sending it.
He was so embarrassed to say that it's he who was sending the roses.
No, he would come with a very poker face. He's a fantastic actor. So he would come with a poker face. So I had no clue.
Okay, so we also thought we'd do something a little different this time. We have a whole lot of photographs from Amolji's career and life, and we wanted to go through some of these photographs and ask questions related to it. So could we have the next slide, please? Yeah, this is the viewfinder. This is actually the title. Yeah, I think they can see because of the... So this is actually the title of his memoir as well. And there's a story behind it, Amolji. Talk to us about the story. Why is your memoir called A Viewfinder?
Well, if you read the book, there is quite a bit written in detail about this, why the title Viewfinder and what it signifies and what it means to me. The title Viewfinder was, of course, suggested by Sandhya. I think it is for those who don't know and those who haven't read the book. Viewfinder is an apparatus, very small, very handy, which used to be necessary for the director during my time. Why necessary? Because there were no other assistance or other help. There were no monitors. What is being shot or what I exactly want to shoot was not easily. Today now, on your mobile you can do that. So, I mean, all those things were not available to us at that time. And so this viewfinder allowed you to not only choose a frame, choose the exact lens that will give you that frame, the angle, low angle, top angle, whatever, and all the things which the director needs to convey to his director of photography, that I want such visual, that for me to determine that visual, viewfinder was necessary. Now, the story behind it, I'll tell you in brief. When I chose to become a director and start my career as a director, I was sharing that with Rishida, who was very fond of me. In fact, he looked at me almost as his son. So I shared it with him and I said, this is what I want to do now. He just got up, went into his bedroom and came out with this viewfinder and gave it to me and said, keep this with you. Now, the most touching part of it was not only that he gave that to me out of so much affection, but that was the same viewfinder which was given to him by Bimal Roy. Bimal Roy had given his viewfinder to Rishida when Rishida made his first film called Musafir. So he gave that to me, was very, very huge responsibility, I thought. And I mean, all the films that I did with the help of that viewfinder. Till recently, when all the other apparatus, all the other things were being made available. But most of my films which I directed, I did with my viewfinder. And therefore, I thought that these memoir which I have written, it's from a particular point of view chosen by me and sharing with you.
One of the most remarkable images that you conjure in the book is of you swimming and of Sandhya sort of holding you afloat. And in a way, she has done that in the book as well. I think all the additions that you've done to the book, apart from, of course, translating it from the original Marathi, and I think it is almost as if he's speaking, you know, it's so beautifully done. You've also brought in these QR codes, which are very interesting. You can access those and go to his movies and, you know, talk a little about why you decided to do that. It's quite innovative.
You're talking about the QR codes? When I started curating the book, the major hurdle was he did not save a single photograph of his any career, whether it was painting, theater, movies. So I really had a very hard time that here I'm dealing with the most seen kind of a person on screen, and then I can't offer anything to the viewers or to the readers. So I used to ask his co-actors, Dipti, give me some photographs, do you have X, Zarina? They would give me some, you know, very low resolution kind of. So I approached somebody, a collector in Mumbai, who used to collect his photographs, his posters, his everything. I paid money to him and I got so much that it was impossible to accommodate all of it in 300 pages book. As a result of which I thought that maybe now that we have the possibility of, you know, scanning it and then seeing it on your laptop or on the large screen, I tried to embed the QR codes for the posters, for the photographs. But then we also thought that since most of you also might not have seen most of his films which are directed by him, 15 of them, maybe you might have seen Paheli, but I think that was a great opportunity to give it as a gift to the readers that you can scan our films and watch it.
So you had to pay to get his own life back in a way. That's quite a remarkable thing. So I think that's one of the things about people who are so deeply involved in the creative process. They don't think of posterity, they're just, or legacy, they're just so deeply involved in their art that, so I suppose that must have been your life as well, just going from one film to another, to one idea to another.
Not just saving his own stuff, the reason why we stopped making films was also we fed up of this promotional aspect of it. I mean, you write something, you create a film and present it to people, but to stand on the rooftop and say that, hey, look, we've done something brilliant. Can't be. Let people decide whether it's brilliant or not. But that's not, I mean, you have to sell the product these days. So I think it's not in our nature to do that, probably, and which is bad, I must say that.
No, but I think you've done well. That's all right. Could we have the next frame, please? Yeah. This, of course, is Rishida, and that is, that's Bindya. That's Golmaal? No.
Yeah, that's Golmaal.
That's Golmaal.
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful days. The next, yeah, the next, yeah, this is, I mean, this is actually what he trained for, art, from the JJ School of Art. So, I mean, how much do you think your painting affected or influenced your acting, or your acting influenced your painting? I mean, was there a sort of synergy?
Well, let me say this, that my painting and to a great extent my theatre both have been overshadowed by my film image. Everybody knows me from the film, but which is also natural because the film gives you so much larger than life image that it remains with you and it's easier to remember that way. But my painting, I don't think it influenced my acting so much. To an extent, yes, that, as I said, that in my paintings you can see the minimalistic approach, so which I carried in the acting also. Not saying much and yet trying to convey much more kind of a thing. But as a director, definitely. I mean, if you see my films and if you see the frames, each frame, I mean, even in a grand film like Paheli,
Yes.
the frames and the
Actually, the texture of the film, the palette of the film, everything
The
he
costumes,
knows.
I think.
yes,
Yeah.
of course, the costumes credit goes to her
Right.
for Paheli.
It helps to have the visual dimension very strong.
It just occurred to me, do you remember the first time you saw yourself on a poster? In those days, they were hand-painted, right? Do you remember that first time and what was it like?
Yes, I remember, and I very much remember the embarrassment that I had.
Only you can be embarrassed about seeing yourself on a poster. Other people would be happy.
No, I was happy, but I was more embarrassed because till then I could move around very freely with people in the crowd without being noticed. And I suddenly find people looking at me and started, oh, are you the same kind of a thing?
Was that Chichor?
Yes,
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
it did happen, but
Rajnikant.
Rajnikanda. But more embarrassing factor was that what it used to be hand painted at that time. So I said, "अरे ये नाक कुछ ठीक नहीं बनाया है," and oh this could have been better. This is not. So every film that was released, my worry and anxiousness used to be कि वो जिस किसी ने मेरा पोर्ट्रेट बनाया है वो कितना अच्छा बना रहा है या कितना so it used to be that kind of apprehension that
Right.
I used to live.
Right. So the first time somebody noticed you, where were you? Do you remember that?
Oh yes. In fact, that was the first fan mail that I received, and it was from a dentist. And
Male, female?
that male, I think, he said कि आपका ये दांत, it requires some treatment and etc. etc. And you have such a beautiful smile, but you need to have a better set of teeth.
You had a gap here, right? Is it still there?
No,
Oh.
no, I got it correct. I followed his advice and
This-
got it correct.
I remember, I just saw that in I think a Chitchor song, and there was a gap here, right here. So you followed his advice.
All those flaws were because of my excessive smoking,
Oh, right.
which also I gave up. So
What, 40 a day or something?
So he used to smoke 72 cigarettes a day for 35 years.
I'm surprised your lungs are still...
But no, he has lungs, his lungs age is 137 years old person. But he's quit also for last 30 years, so, and he doesn't smoke at all.
At all. Why did you smoke so much? It was just sort of anxiety or just a habit?
I enjoyed it. I mean, I remember I started smoking in college, and I used to love that. I
He
used
loves
to-
the tobacco aromas. We used to have a pipe, we used to have cigars.
everything, and I loved it. I gave up, or I could give up easily, was a miracle,
Right.
because I myself never thought that I would be able to give up the kind of smoking I used to do. You won't believe, before going to bed, last puff, and then go to bed. And the moment I got up, first thing I did was light a cigarette.
Right.
It was only when I was asleep that I didn't smoke.
Thank God for that. Next slide. Could we have the next slide? The next slide, not this one. We have the So I think we saw Golmaal, Chichor, Gharonda. And in a way, it's actually the story of every man in a big city. You know, the urban Indian coming to terms with getting a job, getting a house, finding the woman you love. What was it about your character which sort of attracted so many people to you? This was also the time of Amitabh Bachchan as the angry young man, and he was articulating a different kind of idea of India. And yours was a more gentle kind of struggle, which everyone sort of identified with. Talk a little about that. What was it about these characters, these everymen, that attracted people?
Well, I think to begin with, you mentioned only Amitabh Bachchan, but I will go slightly beyond that. I was not the angry young man who could beat up 30 people easily. I was not the romantic hero that Rajesh Khanna was, that who could woo a woman just with his smile and tilt of his head. I was not the he-man that Dharmendra was. I was not even Jitendra, who could dance so beautifully and attract the female. In fact, मेरे पास इसमें से कुछ भी नहीं था.
White shoes भी नहीं थे.
No, so I thought that मेरे पास इसमें से कुछ नहीं है is my quality. And let me portray that without hiding it or without trying to pretend.
Right.
One thing which I realized while doing these characters slowly was that what was necessary was the vulnerability of this character, which no hero ever portrayed. The hero is not supposed to tumble, he is not supposed to fall down, he is not supposed to, he can do no wrong. That's our idea of a hero. So here was a man who could make mistakes, who could fumble, who could trip and make wrong choices, all those things. And I said, this is the vulnerability of a human being. It's something which, if I can get that correctly, then that will relate, because most of us are with some flaws, with some shortcomings. We are vulnerable. We try to hide it. But that vulnerability is something which related to people. I think I was probably the first hero which normally hero ke liye the women fall in love with the hero and the men fall in love with the heroine. But I think with me, even the men could fall in love with me because of this vulnerability. They could see, they could identify that, oh, ये तो मैं हूँ, मेरे साथ यही होता है और I don't know how to deal with it.
Right. But you were also quite, you could be quite mean and nasty as well, as we just said, in Bhumika and Khamosh. Khamosh, of course, if nobody's seen it, it's a spoiler alert, he's the killer. But how did you do that? Because it was at the height of your success. And I think everyone around you thought you were mad. Why did you take that call?
Very simple. I said it at that time also, and I will say it now. See, once I know that I can do something well, and what I have done, people like it, then I'm not interested in doing the same thing all over again. which is, uh, which is the minimum requirement for a stardom. You go on giving them the same package, again, what people love and what you do well. I was getting bored doing that when I saw a chance to do a character with gray shades or with villainish kind of totally black. I found it very fascinating and challenging. Can I do this as well as I have been doing this? And I wanted to try out. I didn't want to run away from that. So that was the reason why I opted to do Bhumika. And then later on,
actually, in the book also, you will see there are many examples that he shies away from doing the same thing and repeating the same things all over again. There was a Vallabhpur Ki Dantakatha was his first theatrical, debut as a director. People loved it and it was going on well. He felt bored. He said that now I know, I anticipate when people's reactions and all that. He went to Satyadev Dubey and he said, "Maza nahi aa raha hai, can we shut it?" And Dubey being Dubey, he said, "Okay." And they stopped the production.
Could we have the next slide quickly, please? Okay. Yeah, just to show you a quick example of how nasty he is. Bhumika. Go through some of these films. These are all written by Sandhya and directed by you. Specifically, I think when you look at Anahat and Thang, they're part of the, what I would call the female desire trilogy. Yeah, the trilogy. And the first one was Daira, which was a highly, highly awarded film and shot in Odisha. Talk to me a little about, since we are here, talk to me a little about Daira and shooting it here, your memories of it. And what an amazing film, the love affair of a man who dresses as a woman and a woman who dresses as a man.
Well, the most lovable thing about Daira was that it was shot entirely in Odisha. At different.
Odisha can clap for itself.
At different places, and it was capturing all the beauty of Odisha visually was itself a joy. And then another thing which I had introduced into the screenplay was, it talks about a transvestite. Even today, I think one would, the moment I say transvestite, matlab kya aisa hoga? Because we are still only used to either binaries. We call him a chakka or a hijada or something. Much beyond that is a man who likes to be a woman. Now, I chose therefore the Gotupua dance form, which comes from Odisha, that the men used to perform the female roles without any vulgarity, with such authenticity. I was fortunate enough to see Charan Mahapatra performing one of the most sexual and evocative scene as a man performing it without any external aids. So that was where I got that from this soil, and which was incorporated in the script. And at every possible level, it was sheer pleasure shooting here.
Right. And you still chose to go back to theatre then, after being a director for so many years. You went back to theatre. I think we have a visual later. And after what, 30 years, and you did a one-act play at 75 for 1.5 hours, virtually all by yourself, Kusur. I mean, why would you put yourself through that torture and not, make more movies or be an actor,
Actually,
on screen?
this I wrote when he completed 75 years of age. And people were like telling him, oh, we want to felicitate you, this, that, and the other, or we'll have a party. He's not into any of that. So I thought of a different idea that most people haven't seen his theatre work.
Yeah.
So we thought if he performs once again and across India, then people will know his, skills as a thespian. And that's the reason why I wrote Kusur. If you buy the book, in the book there is a QR code, 17, and you can actually see his performance. We have managed to, he didn't like the idea that a theatre is theatre, you should not shoot it. But at least for the people in the coming years, people can actually see his performance, and you can scan it and view it on the large screen.
So
I even at that time I said to Sandhya that probably this was the biggest revenge that she took on me and put me to such hard task. This performing Kusur, as you mentioned, for about 80 to 90 minutes on stage, and I am alone on stage, to do that used to be not only physically demanding, but emotionally draining.
Yeah.
And I was happy that she pushed me and made me do this.
We performed in Bhubaneswar also, actually.
Just as a last question, you reunited recently with Sharmila on Gul Mohar, although in a very different role. What about doing more movies and allowing us to see you on screen a lot more? Farzi, for instance, you were so wonderful. Why aren't you on screen a lot more?
Very simple answer. When something different is offered to me, then I say yes. Most of the times, nothing different is offered. What I have already done 15 times, if the same thing is offered, I'm not interested anymore.
Is there something that has come your way recently?
Yes. Couple of things are coming.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, so we're going to see you on screen?
Yes.
On OTT or?
Okay. OTT.
Wonderful. I think that's something to look forward to. Thank you so much for being here, for coming all the way. And maybe you should come back and do a sequel to Daira in this wonderful state again.
In fact, we do have a script which can be shot entirely in Odisha. So if
whoever is willing to fund it, please come and meet Mr. Palekar after the session.
Yes. It will be a pleasure to come and shoot here.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. Yes. Mr. Palekar's book, which I have read twice, and I can tell you it's the most marvelous account, and very frank for an actor. Usually he likes to, gloss over things. It's a very frank memoir. It's outside. Please do buy it and have it signed by Mr. Palekar. He'll be there, I think, to sign the book. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
what
you
a
both of
fantastic session, and what a beginning to our sessions today. I will now request the CEO, Ms. Lakshmi Menon, to please join us on stage and offer tokens of appreciation from the New Indian Express family to our esteemed speakers. A very engaging conversation to begin with, and we are just getting started. I'll request everyone to please keep mobile phones in silent mode. Thank you to Mr. Amol Palekar and Ms. Sandhya Gokhale. And thank you, Ms. Bamzai, for moderating the session as usual, the best way that you know, which is perfect. Thank you so much. We'll quickly move to our next session. Just a request to all our moderators, we are running a little behind schedule and we have a lot of sessions planned for the day, so we'll request everyone to please ensure you're sticking to the time schedule. Okay, moving on, our next session takes us into the world where crime meets creativity. Crime Friction, where darkness comes calling, and we will have with us on stage for this session writer Ms. K.R. Meera in conversation with Mr. Ravi Shankar, consulting editor, Sunday Standard. As we get the stage set for the session, let me take this opportunity to introduce them. We have Ms. K.R. Meera, leading Malayalam writer, journalist known for her bold, socially engaged narratives, began her career with Malayalam Manorama in 1993 before moving to fiction full-time, winner of the Kendra and Kerala Sahitya Academy Awards, the Vayalar Award, and the PUCL Human Rights Award. She has authored acclaimed novels, short stories, children books, and screenplays. Her landmark novel, Arachar, Hangwoman, was shortlisted for the DSE Prize and established her as a path-breaking literary voice. She has also contributed to the national award-winning Malayalam film Ore Kadal. And we, of course, have Mr. Ravi Shankar, veteran editor, author, media strategist, has held key editorial roles in India Today, including managing editor and editor-at-large, where he led major redesigns and helped shape its political and lifestyle coverage. Currently serves as the consulting editor at the Sunday Standard, where he pens the political column Provocator. He is also an acclaimed novelist with works such as The Tiger by the River, The Village of the Widows, The Book of Shiva, Killing Time in Delhi, and The Brahmin, some of which have actually been published across 18 languages. So, fantastic panel that we have here. A big round of applause as we welcome them on stage. And I let Mr. Ravi Shankar, who has also been an integral part of the Odisha Literary Festival since its inception, to take this session forward from here. Thank you.
Am I audible? Yes. Excellent. Meera and I have one thing in common. Both are Malayalis. I think it ends there because, in my opinion, she's a great writer. And greatness is something where, you know, you take something ordinary, something which is part of your life, your mind, your emotions, and you elevate it to an extent where it stays immortal. I always thought Jen was the greatest writer, but I think Meera comes pretty close, or maybe even better. So I'm going to start reading the first part of the book. Okay, the first part of the book is not the first sentences or in the first chapter. It goes like this. My search for the truth had started with a question. Have you ever faced an attempt on your life? I was someone who had indeed faced. That moment was indescribable, a moment of utmost liberation. Whether you believe it or not, if an experience does not send you on a quest, then it can never liberate your soul. So it's a very interesting insight from someone who's facing death. So why do you think someone who's about to be assassinated, by the way, the name of the book is Assassin, why do you think a person facing death finds it a liberation?
Is it working? The question is? That mic was echoing. So
I said that. I said that a person, see, I say here that if an experience, whether you believe it or not, if an experience does not send you on a quest, then it can never liberate your soul. So you're saying that, have you ever faced an attempt on your life? And indeed, you had. So you're kind of calling it a liberating experience. Why do you call it a liberating experience? I mean, I would call it a fearsome experience.
Why?
I would call it a fearsome experience.
You
Is it? Huh? Oh, certainly.
sorry.
No, I didn't ask you in Malayalam.
So you are asking me whether how it comes a liberated experience, no? Because when you die, you are supposed to be liberated from problems, all your bonds, all your emotions, everything, no? But this exactly is a very different point in life which this book is speaking about. A woman is facing her own assassin, and what will she do? She has been doing this all her life. All of the Indian women, they had been facing their assassins in some form all through their life. This is what my generation taught me, and how to deal with that point where an assassin is standing in front of you in the form of whoever it is.
Okay, someone facing an assassination or someone facing a threat to kill you would be afraid. They would be afraid.
Yeah,
No,
the
I would-
moment you are realizing that you are facing an assassin, your soul breaks off from your body, and that is what we are supposed to call liberation, no? That's what I meant.
Yeah, because the fear of death, overcoming it, liberating from it.
Yes, you are overcoming all kinds of fear at that moment. You are pretty sure that you don't have another way than to move out of whatever kind of physical self others are watching or observing.
You have a very strong female protagonist in two books. I mean, two major books. The Arachar, which means the.
I have.
No,
very
I'm sure you
strong-
have more. I'm talking about the well-known books I've heard about. One is Arachar, and one is this very, very, very strong women protagonist. Why did you choose that? Because, I mean, a woman as a detective in this particular, or an investigator in this particular book, am I right? It is usually not written about in India. I mean, a female investigator, an investigator usually associated with, somebody being macho.
Yeah, investigation is very special. This is a woman investigating her own an assassination attempt on her, which woman does not in India. And you are asking me why my books have strong female protagonists. Haven't you seen strong women in your life?
Sorry?
Haven't you seen strong women in your life?
Yeah, I have a lot of them.
You have seen all of them.
Huh?
All women are very strong.
Yeah, I know.
But
Most of them
unfortunately, in our books, in our films, you are not representing the strong women, but the weak and meek and fragile and vulnerable women, or the images of such women you want to see. By you, I mean the normal Indian man. So unless you start picturing or illustrating or representing the real women, I think there won't be a change in our society.
I will disagree with you a little bit. America has one of the most number of cases of domestic violence. And a lot of time, the women tend to go back to their husbands. I mean, do you have any idea why that is?
Yeah, I don't get your.
I said,
Actually, I don't get your voice, no?
Acha, it's too big. I mean, is this fine now? I said, in America has a large number of cases of domestic violence. And in many of these cases, the women go back to the husbands. And I have seen that happen in India too. So why is the strong women or the weak woman, I mean, you can call them either, going back to their abusive husbands?
Because they don't have any other place to go. They will be forced to go back to those who assaulted them a bit more stronger. You know, if she has, that's why I say always tell the younger generation that a woman should have a place of her own before she gets a husband, a place of her own to stay, to come back, to go away. But that culture, you speak a lot about protecting women, but to empower a woman, you should first give her a place of her own, a room of her own, an authority over her own.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting answer. Now, I want to kind of, see the independent sexuality of women, the decision to kind of, explore his sexuality and not merely something which you are afraid of or, afraid of expressing. Here it comes through in Sarvpriya's one situation where, oh, by the way, this situation is based in Bhubaneswar, where she meets, she goes to the a meeting of Ahmadiyya Muslims. And here is a question which of late has been a debate. So she meets a person and one person says, is it, are all Muslims Indian? So he says, not Muslims in India, but Muslims who are Indians. Now here, after this ideological, discussion, she meets Samir, who is a Muslim, and here she talks about the sexual encounter, which is his hand was smooth, cool and strong, like a python curled on a branch. I nicked it off the branch and wrapped it around my neck. It strangled me. The truth was that I too was a python. I too wrapped myself tightly around him, suffocated him. Hindu or Muslim, a python is a python. What happens when two pythons coil their bodies around each other fiercely? What can possibly happen? After a while, they will tire and they will slip of each other. So here you are exploring the freedom of sexuality, the freedom of a woman's choice. And the same woman is not typical of the Indian woman you're talking about. So why does she find a strong place in this?
This woman is a special woman. You already said that she's a strong woman. You already said that she has liberated, she has understood the meaning of liberation. And this is a woman who was born in our generation. Actually, this is one book which you all may think that it is a crime investigation book. It's like an autobiography of the author and other women who were born in my generation, born and brought up in Kerala, who received proper education, who had the what should I say, facility to explore for themselves. Who knew about love, the meaning of love. They had a very, very naive and innocent outlook of love in the beginning. Then they find out what love is, or what human relationships are, how a man-woman relationship will be or would be. So this is the woman of my generation. I just wanted to document the travel or journeys of women of my generation through the history of that period.
Okay, I don't watch Malayalam movies a lot, but some I do. So how are the women, are we talking about Kerala only, or are we talking about women in general?
Yeah. I started as a Malayali woman's sojourn, no?
So how are the women or the girls in Kerala different from women of your generation? Are they more independent? Are they more free? Are they more kind of decisive or relationship decisions open?
My generation, see, you cannot represent all the women of India or all the women of Kerala or all the women of any particular state with one metaphor or one story, no? Every woman, each and every woman has a different story of themselves. The thing is, there will be a common thread or common story for those who are born and brought up under the middle school. So those who are educated in the middle school of Indian society will have a common story.
So we are talking about a difference between a girl who grows up in a rural area and an urban area. Why is that? So why should a girl who because
I was born so.
Sorry?
Because I was born in the rural area, born and brought up by the middle class society. I know what is the philosophy of middle class is.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so we shall kind of let that pass. What is very interesting about this book is that the woman, her story, the people she meets, the situations she finds herself in, the relationships she has. I don't mean necessarily sexual. All that is knit by a narrative which starts with demonetization, or in that kind of I suppose it involves the financial independence of women, and ends in not ends leads to the excuse me leads to the death anniversary of Gandhi. I found this sentence very, very interesting. In truth, it's almost an economist, a socio-economist could have written that. In truth, human beings get exchanged exactly like currency notes, from the pockets of one government to those of other, from the purse of one relationship to that of another, from the locker of one ideology to another. Your head reels thinking about it. These are all worldly truths. Justice is everywhere, from toothbrushes to sanitary napkins. Everything is a symbol of something else. So when you look at this extremely poignant, like a commentary, how does it relate to the feminist narrative you're talking in terms of financial independence?
Yeah, the finance, I think the finance determines the politics, or the politics determines the finance, no? Fiscal policies, and a woman's life is determined by both these. The determinants of an Indian woman's life is essentially the political as well as the fiscal policies we go through.
Yes.
And the financial independence, no? Unless a single woman, why there are no many single women in the past? Because they never had enough money to remain single.
Yeah, that's a very...
It is applicable to a single man also, no?
Okay. No, that's an
Unless
interesting...
you have money, you can't remain single.
Oh, okay, I know. You mean
And
women...
for a woman, money is the best protective armor you can against the society.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I absolutely agree with you. You have very, very, I wouldn't call it clever, because it's not a clever book. It's a very...
Don't I look clever?
No, I said it's not a clever book. I mean, there are clever books, but it's not a clever book. But there are some images which transcends literal situations. See, for example, what I found fascinating is that Mahatma Gandhi's face, I wouldn't say transposed, maybe fades into, or maybe segues into Um, I mean, a bald head of Godse with Gandhi spectacles. So, in a way, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, you are identifying a similarity between the killer, the murderer, the assassin, and the victim. And the theme of your book is the assassin. How did that image, I mean, how did that concept reflect on this by tying into this book?
Yeah, we are seeing it around for, that is something very happening around us, no? We see the face of the assassin replacing the face of the assassinated. So what is new in that?
No, I mean, a question, another interesting question when I kind of, I mean, look through the book, was that the setting is not Kerala, which is a lot of, no, let me finish.
Yeah, it is, a part of it happens in Bhubaneswar as well.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. So the setting is not in Kerala. A lot of writers write about, not just Kerala, a lot of writers write about places they're familiar with. Where they grew up, where they, had relationships, boys, friends, etc., etc., etc. But you, I mean, your book is based in Bhubaneswar, it is based in various places. So I am reminded of the earlier book, Arachar, which means the hangman. So in which the whole base is Calcutta.
Yes.
Yeah. So why is it that you like to kind of, in both these books, you have kind of, based them in Calcutta?
See, Ravi Shankar, I'm a woman, I'm a writer, and it is like swimming in a sea with sharks and whales who are men who actually control the power. No, you have to, if you have to be successful or you have to be noticed, you will have to be different. You have to prove yourself that you are as good as a shark, any other male shark. I was trying to prove it.
That's another fearsome thing. So going back to Arachar again, I mean, this Chetna Malik, she becomes the hangman in the end. She inherits, or I mean, her father, Bhani Bhushan, he was against it, wants to shield her from the people.
No.
He wants to shield her from the maid until her brother gets chopped off. I mean, hands and feet gets chopped off. And again, here, the executioner, though there are no public executioners and there's no woman executioner, which is, I mean, I find that fascinating. But the woman comes into such a powerful position where she can actually kill a man, right? I mean, she can execute a man, who has done a crime, but she is the power in this whole situation. But the man she marries, he abuses her in private. He abuses her in private. So how do you, I mean, this whole difference between the powerful woman who actually has the power to end her life and who, has a husband who secretly abuses her because the father gives her to him. So is there a patriarchy involved? Is there a conflict of kind of, female power involved? And third, I think it is more than learning or being a shark that you have to kind of put this in other situations. But the first question is more relevant.
Are you asking me whether patriarchy is...
No, it's very simple. The patriarchy I'm talking...
Patriarchy in this country is kind of the training we all receive within our homes, no? We are actually trained in slavery within our households, okay? A male child is trained in the ways of toxicity inside the house. And the female child or a transgender child is trained to be apologetic all their life, inside the house. So everything starts within the home. And when you come out of the house and face the society, it is again you see different kinds of power equations to train you. You are being trained to be subservient, trained to be apologetic. You are trained to be a better slave, the best slave in the world, rather than trained being the happiest person. So, how to become a human being and how to train the power holding people better human beings is always a question.
Now, since you have, I have written crime novels, right? And some of them have been rather successful. One thing I found when I was writing a novel about crime was that it is an exploration of darkness. It's basically an exploration of darkness and how the most, to put it in a very, very, very banal way, how nicest of people have darkness within them. In both your books, in this and in that, in Arachar, how much are you? There is darkness. There is darkness in everyone. I mean, even in Amma, there is darkness.
All good stories are crime stories only.
No. I'm not talking about
Every book is a crime story, no? One crime against another is the topic of all novels, I think.
Perhaps because Dostoevsky, you can say, is a crime writer.
Is there one book? Please tell me one book where the theme is about something non-criminal or non-crime done against another person.
The Little Prince by Exupery. I mean, that's no
Little
crime.
Prince?
Yeah.
Even there, you know how to, yeah. Okay, that's the only book.
That's for another discussion. That's for another day.
All other books are.
No, I'm getting back to the thing. The darkness that calls every writer when he or she is exploring, let's say, crime. I mean, there are crimes of different kinds. I mean, there are crimes of murdering somebody's soul, or there are crimes of suppressing somebody's ambition. They're all crimes. They're all crimes. I mean, they have a kind of darkness within them. How did the darkness call to you? I mean, the process of it.
I don't know. I am just troubled by. I think I'm like a figure in darkness. Someone molded me in darkness, so that my mind always is very dark and violent and troublesome things. Maybe that made me a writer.
Mira, you're scaring me.
Yeah, I want to scare men. I'm very. I enjoy scaring. The thing is, unless you are upset with yourself and the life around you, the world around you, you cannot be a writer. That's what I want to tell you.
Well, that's a very grim perspective about the world. I mean,
and I'm worried about the kind of violence which is being escalated, the violence which we are trained with around the world, especially in our country, no? I am worried about it, of course.
I mean, no, it's not a personal opinion, but I think that there's darkness in everybody, and in yours it comes out stronger, perhaps. My last question would be, what is very important to every writer. I was just recently discussing with a very eminent history professor about research. Now, in one of the books I wrote, part of it was based in Berlin. So my agent went to the extent of hiring somebody based in the 1930s to find out whether one particular road was one way or not way in the 1930s. So that was the extent to which the research was done. So when you do research on other places, or you write about other places, how much of research actually goes into it?
That I cannot describe, in fact. That is done very subconsciously, in fact. So whenever I am in doubt, I will have to travel, I have to read, I have to find out how it is done, where it is done, everything. So research is, in fact, but compared to Arachar or The Hangman, this book, Assassin, was easier to write because this is mostly on my experience rather than, so I have seen most of it. I was just documenting what all was there. Of course, there was a part of research, but this research was easier and enjoyable, exciting. It was the story of myself. No, I was just finding out the map of my life.
A thing which is different. Sorry? Yeah, once again. You know, a thing which is different from Kerala or Tamil Nadu or Bengal is the serialization of the novel. So this book has a lot of characters. It's a lot of situations, very fast-paced. You know, it's got confrontation, it's got compromise, it's got heartbreak, it's got evil, it's got everything. So when you read this as one book, you know, you get kind of, you know, rethinking about or reimagine or reinterpreting something. So it's very different in a serial because you read something and then you kind of, you know, waiting for one more week for the book to come in. How did you find a difference in putting it together as a book, or did you find which one do you like? I mean, do you like the serial approach or do you like the full book approach?
Yeah, this is first serialized in Malayalam, and it's a different experience, no? You get readers' feedback every week on Wednesday or Tuesday. As soon as the weekly hits the bookstores, someone will call and said, this chapter is excellent, ma'am, thank you. And that gives me a kind of a kick. Okay, to read again the next chapter again and make final some last minute corrections before I send it to the press. And in the case of a book, there you have no choice in that. I like writing for serial. I think I like serializing the novels rather than bringing it out as the old book. And it is like, but of course I have edited it before it was brought out as a book. But the other thing helped me to write. There was always someone calling every week, every day, saying something about the last chapter, the next chapter. In the book, when you read the book, you read the book and certain chapters don't linger to your memory, but when you serialize it and when readers read it week after week, it is like...
yeah,
theirs,
I think
yeah.
it's a very different
I like
experience.
that.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, there are not many periodicals in English, like the Illustrated Weekly of India, kind of. You can't enjoy the joys of serialization, no?
So the last question.
Indian Express should think about that.
The last question before, no, I think I will, she's here to kind of, you know, tell me that, look, get off the stage. Do we have any questions from the audience?
I'm looking forward to interacting with the readers rather than with you, Ravi Shankar. Because you myself, yeah.
Yeah, readers are not interested.
They
Come
are
on,
not,
ask questions.
they are not interested in interacting with me, I'm sorry.
My apologies.
My dreams are very weird. I can't reveal them because you will be scared and you'll kick me out of all the literature festivals. I have very, very violent, weird dreams. Yeah. I'm not a very peaceful person at all. Everything affects me. I am sometimes at night when I sleep, I realize that things, very mundane things had affected me 10 times or 100 times more than I imagined or I understood.
Any questions? More questions?
That I don't know, but I snore well.
It's very disappointing. No, there she is. She's one question.
Thank you so much, Meera, for telling us about how you come to write your works. I found it very fascinating that you keep going back to patriarchy, to women's lives, and how that becomes the center of your narrative. But I think what also came through very interestingly is the way in which you situate it within a broader geopolitics. That was something that I wanted to hear a little more about. How do you, is it particular instances, incidents, or is there a larger politics that you wish to address when you frame your narratives?
That is my secret, no? How can I tell you? It is like writing the story and giving you away the secret which I have, secret treasure which I have hidden in the story. That's for every writer to find out, in fact. But the thing is, of course, geography and geopolitics is which governs our life every day, no?
It's a fantastic opportunity to interact with one of India's great writers and an opportunity to kind of, be here and talk to everybody. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this fantastic session. I'll request our CEO, Ms. Lakshmi Menon, to please join on stage and do the honors to felicitate our speaker. We would once again like to thank Meera ji for this very interesting session, and also Mr. Ravi Shankar for moderating it so well. Thank you so much to both of you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take a short break now. We are expecting to resume our sessions exactly at 2:30. So I'll expect everybody to be here by 2:25 p.m. It's just a short break that we are taking before we resume our sessions. And very interesting sessions lined up in the second half of the day, starting with Translating India, the Multicultural Country. We'll have Dr. Rakshanda Jalil, Ms. Mini Krishnan, and Ms. Libika Bhushan, who will be moderating the session. So we will request all of you to join us here by 2:30. A short break right now. Thank you so much.
मिस्टर गोयल, आज तो रिजल्ट का दिन है, तो कितना स्कोर किया आपकी क्लास ने?
0.
मेरा भी।
Yes. We'll just get the mics tested, but before that, let me take this opportunity to introduce our speaker for the session. We are very, very privileged to have with us Mr. Arun Myra, a distinguished management consultant, former member of India's Planning Commission. Before his government role, served as chairman of Boston Consulting Group India, veteran of the Tata Administrative Service, where he rose to become executive director on the Tata Motors board between 1981 and 1989. A thinker and writer, he has authored influential works such as Transforming System, Why the World Needs a New Ethical Toolkit, Transforming Capitalism, Improving the World for Everyone, and his latest, ladies and gentlemen, Reimagining India's Economy, which traces the nation's economic journey since 1947. In his books, he blends poetry, philosophy, and practical wisdom, offering insights not just for policymakers, but for everyone who dream of a fairer world. So let's welcome him on stage along with Ms. Lipika Bhushan, founder of Market My Book and the Indic Pen, two pioneering platforms shaping the future of India's publishing ecosystem. She's worked with over 1,800 authors in nearly every major Indian and international publisher, driving some of the country's most successful book campaigns. A passionate champion of Indic narratives, she combines industry expertise with a deep commitment to storytelling and authorship. So I let Ms. Bhushan take this session forward, but could you please check the mic so that before I leave you both, if this works fine and you can hear each other.
Hello, am I audible? Namaskar everyone, good afternoon. I know it's a session right after lunch, but I'm so glad that it's about something very topical, very political, and I'm sure it's going to keep you awake. It's an honor and privilege for me to be sharing this stage with someone who I've grown up reading and following his work. Any management student, if you ask them today, they would have read Mr. Arun Myra's books, his articles on economy, on policy, on social development. And I'm a little nervous. I was just telling sir right before that I'm a little nervous because he's an institution, and to share this stage with him is a huge honor, sir. We have picked up a very interesting topic today, and right in the morning when we were having breakfast, along with food, what was served was the tweets that were exchanged after Trump's tweet last night, after a tirade of tweets in the last few weeks where Trump has been not only attacking India through the tariffs, but also through several other things. He's been directly attacking India. And suddenly there's a turnaround, and there has been an exchange of tweets between PM Modi and Trump today morning. It's all over the news. So let me begin by that, because India, which is aiming to achieve this $5 trillion economy in 100 years since its independence in 2047. And it's working towards that, and there are lots of schemes and policies that are trying to be integrated into the society and being rolled out in order for us to see it achieve that. India, which is trying to achieve something like this, is suddenly finding itself in the geopolitical situation, in the geopolitical crossfire at the center of things. I would like to begin by asking you, how do you view this entire situation at the moment, where we have on one end America continuously increasing its pressure on India, And then suddenly you see the BRICS where, you see Russia, China, and India kind of, coming closer. And within this framework, how do you, one, see India fitting in? And how do you see it taking or continuing on the path of growth?
Thank you, Lipika. She said she was feeling intimidated to have a conversation with me because she says she has read some of my previous books, and this one too, I could see. I was feeling intimidated myself to have this conversation with her because she is a great inquirer. She knows how to engage people and get something out of them. That's what you are doing here, and you do that in your podcast in Dick Penn and otherwise. So I was feeling very intimidated, and I said, what is this person going to ask me about? And you did send hints, 6 hints. Yes. So I'm prepared. And you've taken it right on because you made it something very current, that here's India in this situation. It's caught between a rock and a hard place. We are caught in a global battle for hegemony between China and the United States. How did we come to this situation that we are not as strong as China is? After all, in the late 1980s, until the late 1980s, India's and China's economies were comparable. India's per capita incomes was slightly higher than China's. Economic sizes were comparable. At that time, until the late 1980s, India used to produce better machinery, better like commercial vehicles, trucks, capital goods than China. In fact, India would export, like my company Tata's, our trucks and buses to many countries around the world in competition with American and European and Japanese companies. That was then. Today is a situation this way, that when I joined the Planning Commission, and I'll come to that about what the Prime Minister asked me to consider, but while I was there, our Indian ambassador in China, this is in 2011 or 12, came and back to India for a visit and requested the Prime Minister for a special meeting of the National Security Advisory Council and asked me as a member of the Planning Commission to be specially present. And here's what the ambassador said. He started the meeting by saying to the chair of the meeting, I want everyone here to be aware that India has become a colony of China. Now you can imagine we here with China sitting right on our borders and having continuous skirmishes with them, being told by our ambassador that we become a colony of China. So the chairman of the meeting startled and said, what do you mean? He said, look at the trade pattern between India and China. India's two largest trading partners are China and the United States. China is a little larger. India is exporting very basic stuff, and India is importing all manufactured goods, including very high-tech goods. And of course, we import 3 times as much as we export. This, he says, is the relationship between a colony and its industrial master. How has this come to pass? So I go back to 1991, when India had to reform under pressure because we felt that our economy wasn't doing well enough, and it wasn't. But what ideas should we adopt? The IMF and the World Bank took over, that's Washington took over, and we adopted their views that you should not have an industrial policy, you should not build your own industries, you should have free imports, because with free imports, the citizens of this country will be able to buy the best cars, the best phones, the best clothes, made by people who know how to do it much better. They love those brands. don't deprive your citizens. So we opened the economy, and the citizens loved it. And here, when I joined the Planning Commission in 2009, the Prime Minister invited me, Dr. Manmohan Singh. Now, he's a great economist and a very compassionate person and a good listener. So he invited me out of the blue, and I said to him, sir, but I'm not an economist, which I am not, and I've never worked in the government. And that's supposed to be a qualification for doing the planning of a country. Either you got to be an economist or experience in government. I'm neither. He says, but that is why. We've got damn good economists in this country. They're called world class. We have many senior, seasoned people from government. But it's not working for the people of India. So I want someone who's not an economist, who's not experienced in government, to just think afresh. Why is this so? Why is this so? And his point was, he said, inclusion in the economy is not happening, incomes are not rising. We may use all government statistics to try and prove that the poverty level is lower than it was in 1991, but China's poverty level is, you can't compare. They don't seem to have any of the sort of poverty that we still see in large amounts in our country, as you pointed out. So there's something wrong with the economics, where we believe that first you must have growth. Grow your GDP into trillions, and then you'll have the resources to take care of everybody. So I commissioned a study with an international organization called the SEDA, the Sustainable Economic Development Assessment Framework. And what they do is they look at every country's performance on economy, of course. Every country reports its GDP growth, as well as on inclusion and employment, wages, inclusion and employment. And third is on the impact on the country's natural resources, its soil, water, rivers. And here's what we found. Though India's GDP was the fastest growing in the world, short of China's, then, India's growth was the least inclusive. We were creating the least number of jobs per unit of GDP growth compared to any country in the world. Now, with the country with the largest young population to be employed, this is not the pattern of growth that will sustain or be socially acceptable, as we are finding now. The second, they also pointed out that we were damaging our environment, that is our air, our rivers, our soil, our mountains, more per unit of GDP growth than all the countries around that they compared us with. So this pattern of growth is the question, not the size of the growth. So we keep pursuing 5 trillion, 10 trillion. Meanwhile, we are continuing to destroy our environment faster than others, and we are a very natural, environmentally scarce country because you've got a billion-plus population on a land area which is 1/3 of China's and much smaller than the United States or half of China's. We can't afford to be damaging our natural environment following their patterns of growth. And as I said, we've got the largest young population in the world which is hungry for work, hungry to earn with dignity, and then to be able to earn enough to spend all these goodies that this aspirational India idea is. Dil mange more. Abhi latest brand ye bhi chahiye. I want to import that. Don't, ban and stop. Let the American goods come, or European goods. Of course, now they're Chinese goods. And now we got the strategic problem that if we stop importing from China, then our industries are complaining कि हमारी industry चलेगी नहीं. All the parts, all the machines that our industry are using is from China. This is the US's problem. The US is realizing that China did not follow its advice in 1991 when the communism collapsed. China continued its own path of development, taking care of its people. And here is China now the threat to the United States. So here we are. We are caught between China and US having a fight, and hum beech mein phas gaye hain. Abhi, what should we do is, I guess, another question.
Yes, so, but before I jump onto that, sir, because there's a lot that you've given us to think on in your answer to the first question. And the most important being that China did something right, which has worked for them. And that one thing was not to follow the US advice on how to run their own economy. What is it that India, and why did this really happen? It's been like almost 15 years since you were in the Planning Commission, and I'm sure, given the kind of articles that you write, you're continuing to have keep a very close eye on what's happening in the country. And what is it that we are not doing right still? Maybe there were decades of different policies that may or may not have worked, but for the last 10 years, the kind of dream that we are being sold about Atmanirbhar Bharat, where we become indigenous, we produce our own stuff, the way Singapore and China is already practicing, having their own apps, having their own technology, having their own manufacturing in different products to fulfill the needs of their local people. What worked for China, and why is it not working for India, even though we are trying to now, I think, look at going the same way as China is?
I'm going to answer the question backwards.
Okay.
Why have we not adopted another way?
Yes. Yeah.
Why didn't we change what we are doing, though we are realizing that it's not working? And second is, what is that China has done? So the two things. Firstly, the last 4 or 5 years when our present government, and Mr. Modi is a very inclusive sort of person. He has public speeches, but I must say, they talk in the language of the people. That's why they do appeal. It's not economic jargon and stuff. And I'm sure that with their, ground organization with the RSS and BJP, is a very good one. They listen and they work with the people. So they do know what is happening on the ground. And here's a man who communicates in the language of the people. There's a connection there. A connection there. When he began to urge that we have to be Atmanirbhar, few years ago, our economists, within the BJP also, and the carry-on of the Congress economists, who are all the same, they're educated the same way, they have the same ideas, began to say, oh, we want to go back to the dark ages, as if before 1991, India was living in the dark ages. Okay? That's why I wrote in my book, I grew up in India and grew industries, worked learning hard how to build things in our country which we had never done before, and build them in situations where we didn't have the resources. We yet didn't have the skills. But karke dikhana tha, aur kiya. So it wasn't the dark ages. I felt very good about my country and about myself. And so when these economists blithely say to me when I joined the Planning Commission, you want to take India back to the dark ages by saying our present path to this great enlightenment is wrong, I said, no. You don't know how to do it. You haven't done any real stuff. You're all economists. So I say presently again, you have to start listening to the people and the people who actually build things and say, what can you achieve and what support do you need to achieve it? That's it. That should be. Don't listen to economists. Their models are wrong. And so our problem is, like I pointed out earlier, that we, unlike China, have been listening to the same economists and following their advice. China has not done that. So China started with listening always to its people because, believe, you have to accept this. It had a communist philosophy. It had a revolution where because of the anger of the people, they threw the other government out, the KMT and the others, and they got the communists. This government and those Communist Party of China is very aware that if the people become restive, there can be another revolution. You see, so they always are in connection and listening. So it is internally, within the Communist Party, write down a very democratic process, and they count on their people on the front lines who are actually with the people to tell them what is going on, and they may adjust their policies to suit what people need. We are doing it by statistics. Our economists are just counting people as numbers and then making कि poverty itni gir gayi वगैरह. There's no real voice, no real nothing being heard.
But are you suggesting that the communist way of functioning or working on the economy is the right way for us?
Pardon me?
Are you suggesting that the communist way of
Don't use
running
the
the
word. What is?
economy.
I was going to say socialist.
Yeah.
Get
Yeah.
it?
So the socialist way of running the economy, the way China does that work for
Every
India?
government, what is a government created for? A government is created for ensuring that the people are able to live with dignity.
Right.
Yeah? Our vision of Purna Swaraj, Gandhiji's vision of freedom, that is still the vision we have. We got our tryst with destiny in 1947 to what? We said some years in the future, we'll achieve this tryst with destiny where every Indian man or woman will be able to hold their heads high. They will have full freedom, which is not just political freedom, the right to vote their governments. They will also have social freedom, which is like the Dalits will feel with equal dignity they're able to live in this country and the tribals. That was the vision. And third, equal economic freedom, meaning I also have the possibilities of accessing an economic opportunity when the markets are opened up. And they will not be hogged by those who already have the resources to invest and grow their markets ever further. This was our vision. The third part, as you say, it's about a socialist idea of an economy, that people themselves with their own work, they create the economy. Yeah? It's not created as big factories by investments, which is in the communist model, which is why Gandhiji said, I don't like communism and I don't like capitalism. I mean, he maybe used the word socialism. We put it into our constitution, but he maybe did not. But that's the essence of socialism. Whereas he said communism is once again the state becomes the master. The people are working, and theoretically, the profits belong to them, but those profits get determined, I mean, the use of the profits by some people sitting in Moscow or in the national capital, and they decide like bureaucrats what is the best for the economy, which, by the way, was the same thing we were doing in the Planning Commission, right? So some people, they say this is the best way to use this, the produce of everybody's sweat for the sake of the growth of the country. So what happened in 1947-48 is that we made the first mistake. We gave up our own idea of Purna Swaraj, Gandhiji's idea, which included Swadeshi, and said the industrial model, Jawaharlal Nehru, and that is thereafter we kept saying, the West kept saying, you followed the Soviets. Actually, we were following the capitalist model. Either big moneyed people all own the enterprises or the state owns the enterprises. The workers are just sweating to earn something. They have no control over, A, what they do, they're told what to do. They have no control over, after the surplus is produced by them, what is being done with it. Whereas cooperative enterprises, like Gandhiji said, village enterprises, cooperative enterprises, women's enterprises, I mean, you are controlling the use of your own time, and whatever you produce because you've done it hard and well and efficiently, it is your wealth to invest again, either to improve your own incomes and your family situation or into the enterprise. The art of governing by the people is what we're missing. Democracy is said to be government of the people, for the people, and by the people. It's of the people when the people elect the government. It should be for the people, always. That's the purpose of having a government. The big industrialists and capitalists can look after themselves. They don't need a government. In fact, that is why in America, they got a big thing, just throw out the government. Have Elon Musk and Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, get rid of government and let the private sector, they'll create good lives for everybody. Well, they'll create good lives for themselves. So government also has to be for the people. That's socialism. But the genuine thing is the decision-making at local levels and in their enterprises must be by the people who are working and creating the wealth in their community or in their enterprise.
I'll come back to the question again, sir, and maybe rephrase it, that if you are talking about the government should be run by the people and it should be inclusive and a man, a woman, everybody should be contributing, not only contributing but benefiting out of whatever is being rolled out. In the current policies, which are, a lot of them are directed towards women, which are directed towards helping women contribute more to the economy. How do you view that, in terms of whether they are the right policies, so to say, to get more inclusive and get more women into the system, or do you view that there's still a gap there?
You know, you said women contributing to the economy. Deepika, our economists keep saying the problem with the Indian economy is there are not enough women in the workforce and therefore contributing to the economy.
Correct.
As if Indian women don't work. And I say, actually, Indian women, especially those who are not living in fancy houses and can afford this, out in the villages, out in our cities, they work much harder than men. They wake up before anyone in the family. They make sure everyone in the family is looked after. After they've gone, maybe if they're in a village, they'll go out and tend their cattle and cows or do some work on the fields and come back and make sure the children have food and make sure when the husband comes back saying, "Maine itna kaam kiya hai," that he eaten and he can go to sleep in time. Indian women work much longer hours than men. So if you're going to count the number of hours women give into an organized economic enterprise, a factory or an office, yes, you would like to put more women there to grow what? The economy. But what you're destroying is the quality of your society and the quality of your families. This is the problem of the West today. They are saying we need the women and everybody to grow the economy, but gosh, childcare has to be provided then. Children are getting, to drugs and depression, so we have to take care of that, for which, well, someone has to pay for all of that. Right. And if you expect that the family itself is going to pay also for the childcare, because the woman is at work, then she must earn enough to take care of the child. And the poor child is being looked after by someone who's not his mother or her mother. So this whole concept of a society vis-a-vis an economy, in the economy we use the model of efficiency, Adam Smith's factory. Everybody must do just that one task and do it very efficiently and for a certain number of hours all together so that the machine is very efficient. In a family, people do things for each other when it's required and when they have the ability. A family nurtures a society. It's the fundamental unit of a society. And in communities, families look after each other's families also. This is our village, as Gandhiji said. And this is the reality. And now I'm reading economists pointing out that the solution to this problem that I said is our pattern of growth in the whole world is destroying societies, is destroying the environment, is let's go back to local community solutions to these big global problems. Let the community live like a community. And within the community, the units are not individuals, but families as units. We've become too individualistic as a society. Everybody in the West, the liberals, say a woman or a man has a right to be whatever sex they want to be, right? My space, protect, don't interfere with it. But I share space, it's their space also. So unless we learn to live together as, let's call it community, family, and respect the social needs, our own society's needs, we can't be sustained. We'll just be angry like women fighting for women's rights. And women are having to work harder. They have to work harder in factories or in offices, learn to work like men. So they're tested. The reason we can't have a woman is she still hasn't, learned how to take tough decisions like a man. So we're converting our women into men, and now they fight in planes and shoot. Is that a good world? No. Let's go back to reimagine ourselves as human beings in which, naturally there are women, and naturally there are men, and naturally there are young people, and naturally people grow older. All these must live together, and the give and take amongst these should not be measured in money terms. How much a poor mother does for her child, how would you value that in money and say it is less or more than what a rich mother gives in terms of gifts to her child?
That's a very important point you make. In fact, it changes the way we view the entire thing that, you know, we are observing around us, as to making women part of it, but in the process also increasing the pressure for them to behave in a certain way, or, and it's affecting family system as a unit. I would request people at the back to be a little silent, because, you know, we are not being able to hear each other properly on stage because of some acoustic problem. Thank you. Sir, I would also like you to slightly detail in on the GDP part. I think as parameters, you know, whenever we talk about growth, the only thing that we view is the GDP rate, the growth rate, the gross domestic product rate. Is it the right way of assessing an economic growth? If not, then what other parameters should one look at while assessing economic growth?
You keep using the word economy, and I keep saying let's not separate the economy as the whole thing or make it any special thing. The economy exists within a society. The economy exists and arises from nature. So economists treat everything outside what they call the economic production unit as resources for that unit.
Right.
So if an economist is looking at a forest, he'll say, how many useful trees are there which are good quality timber? That is the worth of the forest. The value of the other bushes and the other trees and the birds buzzing around and all that, useless stuff. So when you want to plant a plantation, I mean, create a economically productive plantation, you clear it up and plant these straight trees in a row. And what have you done? You've destroyed the nature's ability to look after itself and the soil. That's what we're finding. Similarly, you say all these human beings are there, unproductive, क्या कर रहे हैं? एक दूसरे का ख्याल कर रहे हैं, growing their own crops and all in small things. Let's make them resources for the economy. So you pluck them out and you put them into the economy. The economy will grow. At the cost of what? Destroying the society and destroying nature. So please don't keep asking the question, what is good for the economy? I say, what is good for the system? And the system is composed definitely of society and nature. They are the fundamentals of it. A way of measuring what is going on in them is using money as a measure of the various transactions. And this is where the problem lies. Two problems. One of them is, how do I convert the value of a human being into money terms? That's how courts settle it. It's like in the US, if this person has died, the liability is that how much more would this person have earned the rest of their lives? I mean, that is what the family has been deprived of. That is what's paid. So a person of the same age, maybe same education, who dies in America would be given by the American court a much larger amount than if it was an Indian. And that's what happened after the Bhopal tragedy. I mean, so many people died in industrial accident. When the case was tried in the USA, the judge said, those Indians there, how much would they have earned in the rest of their lives? Yeah, we are poor people. And therefore, the compensation was fixed like this. In America, smaller accidents with far fewer people, the compensation, the liability of the companies is many times that large. So the valuing of human being in money terms, and I already pointed out, valuing nature's resources in money terms, because money is what the economy uses as its measure. All our business enterprises, how do you measure the performance of a business enterprise, you tell me? You said you read my books, right? Yeah. How much revenue they have and profit they make with a stock market price. All money, money, money.
But the human element is missing, the assessing.
How do you value it? Do you value it at all? You don't. That's why automation and all that, frankly, like Henry Ford said, for an efficient enterprise, he needs a pair of hands. But the pair of hands, he says, comes along with the whole human being. He said, why can't I have a pair of hands without a human being? But today we've got that. You can have automation, right? Robots. You just get the hands and you don't have this fussy human being with feelings and emotions and so on. And also now with artificial intelligence, you don't even need the human being's intelligence. You say the machine has the intelligence. But believe this is where capitalism is destroying the world, because who owns the robots? Who owns the artificial intelligence companies? Big, rich capitalists. So they are able to extract everything, and they make the profits. And so now you're worrying about what will human beings do in this world. I said, if you keep this philosophy that the economy must grow in money terms,
Whether
we
or
don't
not
need
you have
human beings,
people,
frankly,
yeah.
anymore. We can have machines.
True, true. Before, I've been sent a slip to close it, but before I do that, I would like to open it up for maybe just 2 questions from the audience. And then I'll probably ask you the last question before I let you go, sir. Any questions? Yes, please, can we have a mic there, please? At that end. A mic, please.
We take mine. Sir.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. It was absolutely wonderful to listen to you speak. Sir, my question is basically, women are labeled as homemakers because the capitalist deems their work as unproductive. Do you think this form of discrimination would have existed if the Gandhian philosophy existed in the system?
Exactly, exactly. There's a family form of enterprise. I'm using family form of enterprise, which is a cooperative enterprise in which every transaction doesn't have to be measured in terms, and nor is, if I do it now, then you must pay me back right now. You know, it's in the future, it's measured in different terms. That's a family form of enterprise. And you can have, and we do have, enterprises that produce garments and things, which organize themselves on the family form, the cooperative enterprises. And then you have the factory form enterprise, where, as I said, everything, the factory is a machine, and every part of it is a part of a machine. And as long as you have not been able to devise a machine to do that part of the machine, you'll have a human being in that part of the machine. So you've got factories with human beings and other machines around them. And so this joke of saying, we must learn to work with artificial intelligence and live with robots. Well, Charlie Chaplin made that beautiful movie, Modern Times, of how a human being is being driven by the machine and trying to catch up with it. I mean, we are going to be driven by machines. And who owns the machines? Not the worker. He gets no value out of his work. That goes into profit. The person increases capital further. I would just say one more thing. The financialization of economies, which has happened since 1991, around the world, it's nothing to do with only India. It is this freedom to move across borders. It's very easy for digital information to move across borders. It doesn't respect any borders. And then when finance also was digitized, finance moves around like that, you don't even know where it is. And human beings are being stopped crossing borders looking for, freedom and opportunity for themselves. The size of the financial sector within the sizes of economies has about, in terms of its size, has tripled in the United States and even in India. So the people who make money out of money, they are the wealthiest people. Honestly, people in venture capital, people in private equity, just see, they are the unicorns.
So
And
what
the
you're
rest of
saying
us-
is the gap is actually
Therefore,
increasing.
when I found management school people and my BCG people saying, financial industries are the most important for any country, but they provide the lubricants and so on. And they wanted to join, and they did. I said, but what real value are you creating? Have you learned, like I did, how to actually train myself and help others to learn how to pick up a spanner and to cut something and make something real, which I could sit on and drive and other people could drive? What is this money moving around? I mean, who's benefiting from it? And the money is not being reinvested in manufacturing or in agriculture, that's farms, but is being reinvested in other enterprises, derivatives. I don't know what are the names you have. You've done management. This is what has grown. The variety of ways in which people with money can invest and make more money has really grown. Crypto.
Correct. Yeah, you have another question. Please. We still don't have a mic.
I'm so sorry if I'm allowed to sit because I have a leg amputation. I'm a physically handicapped person.
No problem.
Here.
I can see you, yes, yes.
Yeah. India has the first Bombay Stock Exchange, and we have
So
completed
first?
BSc, Bombay
GST.
Stock Exchange, and we have almost completed 150 years of anniversary of BSc. I am Gautam Mohanty. I run the Management College Association here with the name of Business School Forum for the management colleges. My question is, today we look at the economic scenario as the struggle for the fourth largest economic country in the world, and the economic pictures are more transparent these days. क्या पहले लोगों के पास पैसा था या अब लोगों के पास पैसा है? Because having BSc before independence, so why, or अगर मैं कहूँ कि we are only following the footsteps.
Could you just ask the question again, because I think it's not very clear.
GST क्या कह रहे हैं? GST क्या नहीं?
BSc.
Bombay Stock Exchange I'm talking.
Bombay Stock Exchange, sorry.
तो आज के ज़माने में जो हम लोगों के पास की जो इकोनॉमिक की जो पिक्चर है, जो इमेजिनेशन है या फिर विजुअलाइजेशन है, यह सिर्फ एक फुटस्टेप्स को फॉलो करना होता है, और आज हम लोगों को सिर्फ पैसा दिख रहा है, पहला पैसा नहीं था. इंडिया के पास पहले पैसा था या फिर आज पैसा है? What is the change between?
He's saying, are we wealthier today or were we?
Gee, this is it's going to require a big answer. I'm going to give it very simply. जैसे आप पैसा 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 कह रहे हैं कि लोगों के हाथों में अभी पैसा आ गया है, कोई रियल वेल्थ आई है, किसी का प्रेम आया है, काफ़ी खाना आया है. That's inflation comes. पैसा तो आया है, but if I can afford less food and less care with the money that I have, is my life improved at all? So when we talk about, the worthiness of a person or the wealth that you have, if you're going to measure your wealth by how much money you have in the bank, you really are not. And honestly, that I'm not very happy though I've got more money in the bank. So for a country, when you also use the word fourth, I just get so amused that India is now fourth, maybe third. But I say keep comparing. Per capita, जो आप कह रहे हैं, even by money terms, forget the quality of the natural resources available to our people. Even in money terms, we are amongst the poorest countries in the world. So ये क्या मज़ा है to get fourth GDP? Look, a large body, a large human body is not necessarily a healthy body. On the contrary, they say, please manage the content of your body, your muscles and your blood flows and fitness inside the body. So measuring the health of a system by its size is conceptually a bad idea. If it's a system, it's a complicated system, you must look at the health of various things inside it, not the size of it. But who cares if you're the fourth or even the largest, provided the people inside the country are not benefiting. The United States is the largest economy of the world. But do you think the people in the United States are happy? Why is this revolution? Come back to the MAGA and Trump. There's a big division in the United States about whether the common people have benefited enough, or it's only the liberal elites and the wealthy investors who benefited more. Of course, the inequality has increased, and Trump has tapped into that. He may be himself a wealthy guy, and that's what he believes, but he's very smart. He knows this is the crowd that will vote for a government, and he's tapped into it. And our Democrats have lost it. They're supposed to represent the common and working people, but they've been swayed by the elite universities, whether it's Berkeley or so. You see, please notice the experts of the world, they've been telling the governments of the world how to run their things. The governments are not listening to their own people. So BSc, वगैरह, it's a money measurement system to invest your money. So to measure the progress of India by how much the stock price has grown, in the COVID time, it's not just India. Global stock markets boomed and people were dying.
True. So before I let you go, just one last bit. What I, and I'm sure many here are taking away from this session is that we are yet to view ourselves not from a Western lens, but the systems need to be viewed from our own Indian lens. There's a lot that needs to be fixed in the economy, the word that is part of the topic. But is there any hope, or are we moving towards a disaster?
There is hope, because I'm noticing under a crisis, as they say, a crisis only makes you change. This geopolitical crisis has woken us up to our internal crisis, which people like many others, myself included, have been pointing out, and Manmohan Singh made me think that the people of this country are not benefiting from the GDP growth. We've been saying so, but I said, get dismissed. Because the people who know real economics, you know, who are trained in those schools, they would say, what do I know? Yeah, I say, I'm listening to the people. They are not benefiting. No, I can tell you by the measurements we're doing very, 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 very well. So it was only when this geopolitical crisis came that now Mr. Modi is able to say confidently, you know, buying Swadeshi is being as patriotic as participating as a soldier in Operation Sindoor. Wow! That's Gandhiji's idea. Huh? Buy our own stuff. Don't be a slave to other people telling you that they know how to do it better. We have to learn how to do things that we haven't yet done. That's the process of development. We have to learn to do it ourselves, which is what China has done. The reason China has advanced so much more than us, they have concentrated on building their own capabilities. Development, progress is a process of learning, of nations learning to do what they could not do before, of enterprises in the nation learning to do what they could not do before, of human beings in the nation learning to do, acquiring skills that they never had before. This whole system learns together. So if we look at development, not through the statistics of different parts, but how well and fast are parts of the system learning and the whole system learning, this is where China's taken the heads off. And what the World Bank, I asked them, I said, please don't look at China and us through the economic lenses of the statistics and the economic policies. Look at how the systems of learning, policymakers learning, enterprises being given some protection, you might say, against, you know, much larger foreign competition. But if they didn't catch up, I mean, in 5 or 6 years, there was a market. Someone else would get the chance. So there is competition and market and the will to learn to be better than everybody else. And we can be.
We can be. Thank you so much, sir. It was an invigorating and insightful session. Thank you, everybody, for the patient learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Post-lunch session, but very engaging. May I request the editorial director of the New Indian Express, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, to please come on dais and do the honors to felicitate our speakers here. And we would first like to say we are sorry because we are requesting all the moderators of all our sessions to cut short their session by at least 10 minutes because we are running a little behind schedule, and that's why the apology first. But we will have to stick to the time schedule now to ensure that we are not ending up today's day at 9 p.m. What a fantastic session. Can we have a louder round of applause for Mr. Myra and Ms. Bhushan? Thank you so much for making it so engaging. So we'll quickly move to our next session, ladies and gentlemen, because this one promises myth, mystery, and a touch of magic. When Mr. Ashwin Sanghi takes the stage, history is just never history. It's an investigation, a thriller, and sometimes a hooranet. Let's welcome the author on stage with a round of applause for a conversation with Ms. Kaveri Bimzai on Myth and Mystery, Journeys into the Past. One of India's top-selling English fiction authors, often hailed as the Dan Brown of India. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. His Bharat series includes bestsellers like The Rosaline Chanakya's Chan, The Krishna Key, Keepers of the Kal Chakra, The Vault of Vishnu, The Magicians of Mazda, and The Ayodhya Alliance. He's also co-author to international bestsellers, Private India and Private Delhi with James Patterson. His crime series starring Kutta Kadam began with the national bestseller Razor Sharp. Beyond thrillers, mentors young authors and edits the popular 13-step series on themes like luck, wealth, and health. Recognized by the Forbes India in the celebrity
100 list and the New Indian Express Culture Power list. He has won many awards, including the Crossword Popular Choice Award. So I'll request Ms. Bimzai to take the session forward from here. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Ashwin. What is the Ayodhya Alliance? I spent the whole of yesterday, of course, reading it, and my head's still spinning. It takes us from the...
Spinning good, spinning bad.
Good spinning. It takes us from DRDO to the Iron Pillar, Qutub Minar. It takes us from CERN to New Age battle tanks to fight the Chinese. I mean, it spans the globe, it spans
But
history.
nowadays we are not fighting the Chinese.
We are best friends. And it occurred to me, are you advising the government or is the government advising you? There's also a character whose name rhymes with, I think, Ajit Doval, who also happens to be the NSA here.
You see, you can have Jai Shankar, you can have Doval, you can have Modi ji, but we do not know what is driving Mr. Trump. And as they say, fact is stranger than fiction. These times that we are living in, they are proof of that. But coming back to the Ayodhya Alliance, interestingly, for those of you who have been to the banks of the river Saryu, you can actually see a park which is known as the Ramkatha Park. And a couple of acres have actually been cordoned off in that park. And that is actually known to the locals as Korea Park. And there is a stone tablet there which references a lady by the name of Queen Hyo Wang Ok. And you can, during the year, about a couple of hundred Koreans visit this particular spot in order to pay respects to this queen, who is in fact this particular royal couple, Kim Suro and Queen Hyo Wang Ok. They are in some ways the ancestors for almost around a little less than half of the Korean population. And this particular queen was said to have come from a place called Ayutha. Now, whether that place Ayutha is Ayodhya, or whether it is Ayutha down south, which is Kanyakumari, or whether it is Ayutthaya, which is what we now know as Thailand and Suvarnabhumi, that is a mystery. And that is what I wanted to explore through the Ayodhya Alliance.
And it has its modern resonance in the new alliance between Aditya Pillai and Sumi Kim.
Yes. So the idea was that I just found it fascinating that at that time, I mean, this particular alliance is said to have happened sometime around 42 CE. So we are talking about 2,000 years ago. I just found it fascinating that this lady could have gone from India to Korea, at that time what was known as the Gaya Confederacy. And then I thought to myself, was it possible that this wasn't just a love story? Maybe there was something going on beyond that. And that is what then took me into the layer of exploration in terms of technology, particularly steel making. And honestly speaking, one of the great advantages of writing the books that I do is that I end up spending almost around 2 years immersed in that subject. And I end up finding out things which I didn't know before. And I found it so fascinating that the South, the Deccan, in fact, including where we are currently sitting, and in fact in places like, for example, Korkai, Muziris, Mysore, Salem, all of these places, there was so much of advanced steel making going on 2,000 years ago. In fact, more than 2,000 years ago. And what we now celebrate as the remarkable Damascus sword, which was said to be a sword that you could flick with your wrist and you could actually slice a feather in two in the air. That Damascus sword could not have emerged without a steel which was known as uku or utsa. And of course, the foreigners called it woods, but wood steel. So the thought I had was that maybe that was the backdrop under which this particular alliance took place. And then the idea that could there be a reverse alliance going on today? Could that technology hold the secret for Bharat's future? And that is the reason why you have those two modern day players in that story.
And yet the book is full of disclaimers that this is nothing to do with reality, that this is all fiction, and yet there are footnotes. So we're in a very interesting territory. You obviously don't want,
You know what I always love saying, Kavri, that at the end of the day, as a fiction writer, when I'm always asked by, the press and media and all, and they say, what is your skill here? I say, well, as fiction writers, we are bloody good liars. We know how to tell a lie with a straight face. But the point is that if you're going to tell a good lie, then tell the lie close to the truth. So that makes the lie that much more believable. And that's what I typically want to do with fiction, which is, in other words, spin a tale, spin a yarn, and I make no bones about the fact that this is a yarn, but it is based on a bedrock of research and truth. And over the last 18 years, honestly, I have also begun to wonder what is truth. I'm sorry, I'm going into a different level out here, but
which is actually the subject of our next conversation, which is what is
truth?
Reclaiming history.
And
I think Mahalakshmi and Chitra will have a lot to say about that.
So, I mean, for example, people call me a mythological writer or a historical fiction writer or a conspiracy fiction writer. But the point...
Conspiracy theorist.
Conspiracy theorist, God knows what. But, I think it was C.S. Lewis who said, that a myth is a lie that reveals a deeper truth. So maybe in some ways, mithya is actually more like satya. And maybe in some ways, after all, you have an event which happened in 1857, which is known as the Great Rebellion of 1857. That's the way we learnt about it in our textbooks. Or the first war of Indian independence. But if you go to the UK, you're probably not taught that at school level. And if you learn it at college level, you're probably taught that it was the Sepoy Mutiny of 1857. So now, which version of those events should I accept? So in that sense, again, history is always shaped by a narrative. A narrator is relevant and his bias is bound to come there. One of my favorite definitions of history is George Santayana, who said that history is a pack of lies about events that never happened, written by people who were never there. So which one do I believe? So in that sense, I think what I find really fascinating with my Bharat series is to be able to narrate to you a story. I make no bones about the fact that it's a story. Take it as fiction. But remember one thing, that all of our fiction comes from something that probably we've seen, something that we have done, something that we heard. We have 300 versions of a Ramayana. Would we have spent so many generations writing 300 versions of an epic if there wasn't someone great called Ram? That's the only question I ask myself.
You must be a nightmare for your editors. I mean, they must be having to cross-check each and every fact. And your lawyers.
So, I mean, just to give you an example, the Ayodhya Alliance, of course, one part of it is that the book gets written. After the book gets written, then there is typically at least 1 or 2 rewrites which happen from my end. Yeah. Then after that, it goes to...
what, usually self-motivated or?
Yeah, typically to figure out that what is not moving a story. Where is the story dragging? Because the only intention that I have as a storyteller is that, and this is what I even ask my editors, Kaveri, that ultimately, did you turn the page or did the page turn itself? I mean, so if you can get that right, then you've told a good story. So that's what I try and do during my rewrites. Then after that, the next step is that the book ends up with my own personal editor, not the publisher. So it will go through at least 1 or 2 rounds of editing with my editor. After that, it then gets passed on to another person who is simply my fact checker. His job is basically to tell me that I'm dumb. His job is to tell me
I hope he's paid well.
No, he's more than whether he's paid well or not, he is the biggest pain in the you-know-what. So in this universe, if there is someone who really makes my life miserable, it is him. That this does not add up, this is logically inconsistent, this time period is wrong, this particular location was known as this at that time. So that is his job. Then after that, it moves to the editor within the publishing house. And that probably, again, goes back and forth at least a couple of times. So this is a long process.
But I just want to take you back a bit to the Rosable line, which is where it all began. Tell people a little about that, and then that's really how you started on this mad journey of fact, fiction, and something in between.
So Rosabal was very interesting because I wasn't going there to write a story. I was in Kashmir. I was in Kashmir, probably this was around 2001, 2002, something like that. And I was in fact there specifically to attend the wedding of one of my father's family friend's daughters. So father couldn't make it. He said, you go and attend for a day. I went. Unfortunately, my return flight that day got cancelled. You know, we were at the peak of terrorist activity going on there. So everything was completely silent. What was then known as the Oberoi Palace, which is now, I think, the Lalit, that was totally boarded up. The main hotel was boarded up. Only the annex was operating with about 10 rooms. If I walked through the passage, I could hear my own footsteps. It was so dark and eerie. On the second day, when my flight got cancelled, I told the driver, I said, take me to some interesting places because I'm now getting completely suffocated being in the hotel. He said, Saab, if you like, we'll go to Hazrat Bal. I said, I've been there before. He said, if you like, मैं Shankaracharya le jata hu. I said, I've been there. Chashma Shahi, I've been there. So I said, I've been to most of the places because as a child, I've been coming here for the last 20 odd years. So there's nothing. He said, will you go to Rosabal? I said, what is that? And that's when he ended up taking me into a district which is known as Kanyar. And in Kanyar, there is this very simple looking structure. Apparently going back and referencing a Muslim Peer from the 13th, 14th century known as Nasiruddin. Now, the thing is that when you go and you look at the structure from inside, you can see the direction of the burial. It is along the Mecca axis with the head pointing towards Mecca. But you can also see that there is a burial underneath that top burial. So in other words, there's a second body. Technically speaking, the first body, because it's below. And that isn't along a Mecca axis, that is actually on an east-west axis. And the story is that the person lying buried there, the earlier burial is someone called Yuz Asaf, who came, and this structure was erected in his honor sometime around 112 CE, so around 2,000 years ago. And he came to Srinagar, to Kashmir, to preach love, peace, and what have you. And when he died, he was buried there. Outside his burial, you can see a carving which shows a pair of human feet. And on that pair of human feet, you can see the cross marks, which are indicative of the points at which Romans would normally embed the nails of a crucifixion. So the common folklore around that location is that the person buried there is none other than Isa Masih. And of course, I was not a writer. I hadn't been trained for writing. We are talking
You were
businessman, Banya.
Right.
My father is a Marwadi, my mother is a Banya. My father is from Jodhpur, my mother is from Kanpur. The only thing I was taught in life is that the two words important are debit and credit. So my total dictionary.
Like Mr. Myra said earlier.
So the total dictionary was debit and credit. Exactly. So I started looking at this story and I was fascinated.
But you do know that Kashmiris love stories.
Oh yeah, of course.
But only stories.
And when you try and research a story like this, oh my God, you know the number of cups of kawa you end up drinking because of the fact.
And you must have heard a different version of the same story from
Multiple
Exactly.
sources.
We love
Multiple
doing that.
sources, of course. So, but that then became an obsession for the next 2 years. And
Family thought this man has lost
yeah,
it.
well, I was working, but I was researching, and then eventually it was my wife who said that, listen, you seem to be almost, you could say, an expert on this particular obscure location, as it were. So why don't you write something? And that's when I started writing a book. At that time, I didn't know it was going to be a novel. I just wanted to connect the dots. That, you know, there was a Russian explorer called Nicholas Notovich who had come to India sometime around 1887, and he had had a fall from his horse. So he had landed up at the monastery in Ladakh, and out there the chief lama had shown him a scroll which showed that a young boy called Isa had come from Jerusalem in order to learn under the Buddhist masters. So I was wondering as to whether the lost years of Christ could be connected to the story of Rosabal. And that took me into a spin, and I wanted to connect all the dots. So I gave that 40-pager to my wife to read, and I said, tell me what you think. And she said, congratulations, you've discovered the cure for insomnia, because it's so boring. No one is going to read it.
I'm still wondering, how are you alive? How have you not offended somebody enough?
No, I think you need to offend everyone equally. That's what probably keeps you going.
You've offended every community, every faith, every sort of group of people.
I attempt, whenever I'm writing my stories, to approach the subject with a deep sense of respect. See, that will show through.
Yet make it playful enough.
Yes.
See, that's a very difficult thing to do.
One is you're not trying to say that this is real. One is you're saying this is fiction. Please read it as fiction. Number two, very important, is that you owe it to your reader that you invest the amount of hours that is needed in terms of getting your research right. Number three, don't consider your reader to be a fool. Consider the book to be a starting point on a journey. Probably give them enough material so that they can go back on that journey if the topic interests them. And if you can do all of that, then they would realize that you're not attempting to be sensational. You're not attempting to sell books. I think that's very important. It comes across very clearly when you're approaching the subject simply from the angle of telling a good story or just sensational.
So, debit, credit. Are you richer now than you would have been doing what your family was doing?
Kavri, you know it, that
authors normally don't make money.
As the old proverb goes, that writers write books faster than publishers write checks. So this is not an industry that you make money from. However, I was lucky because after the Rosabal line happened, the next book was Chanakya's Chant, which happened within 2 years.
Right.
And that really took off. And as a result of which, even the Rosabal line took off. And then after that, the royalty checks started pouring in. So as a result of which, I realized very sort of soon enough that, look, now I have reached a point where I can afford to give up on the rest of what I do and focus entirely on my stories.
So one of the most interesting thing, you talked about the inscription, the foot and the nails. You have this inscription of the fish, the two fish.
Yes.
And it comes up again and again in various forms. Talk a little about that. It's quite playful and interesting.
So it's interesting because if you go to Gyumgwan, which is what used to be the seat of the old Garak Confederacy, the Gaya Confederacy of Korea, the king that we refer to, Kim Suro, if you go to his tomb, you will find that at the entrance of the tomb, there are two fish that are shown at the entrance. So it's a twin fish symbol. Now, what I found very interesting was that if you look at around the time frame that this queen was said to have gone from Ayodhya to...
in almost like a Titanic kind of journey.
Exactly.
She gets lost, she's
Exactly.
washed away to Thailand.
So when she goes, if you look at the entire shipping routes, particularly of the Pandyans at that time, the Pandya era, you're looking at, again, their flag and the motif on their ship, and that is two fish, twin fish. So I'm wondering, well, was her tomb connected in some way to the Pandyans? And then, of course, after the Pandyans, you also have the Cholas, but the only difference is that the Cholas then add a tiger, their own tiger, to the twin fish, with the tiger very prominently looking at the fish that they have managed to conquer the Pandyas. You know, so you see that happening. But now what is really fascinating is that you see that same twin fish through multiple ages. You see it, for example, in the yin-yang. In the yin-yang symbol, actually, again, it's two clockwise fish. You see it even today, you see the yin-yang in the Korean flag. More importantly, you can see this particular twin fish even today if you go to Uttar Pradesh and meet one of the police constables, their badge, the UP state government emblem, contains the twin fish. And of course, the ruling dynasty, the Mishra dynasty of UP, also has adopted the twin fish as their symbol. So there are many, many connections through that symbol. So I wanted to explain the movement of that particular symbology through the ages, following us up right up to today. If you go into Ayodhya or any of these UP buildings, you'll still find that that motif is very prominently featured.
I wonder, when you're doing all this research, and there must be tons of research that you do you have like a whiteboard on which you have dots which you connect, or how do you do it?
So for me, everything is technology. So, I mean, I write on my phone, I write on my laptop, I have another iPad, I have another desktop computer in my study. So, and all of them are connected on the cloud. So when I make a change here, it updates somewhere else. More importantly, I have a very, very big research bank. So for example, one of the things which I find myself doing, which many people ask me that where do these ideas come from? All the time, whenever I'm having conversations, when I'm reading books, I'm watching a video, anything that strikes me as interesting, I will always reference it in my research bank. So there will be a link or there will be a photo.
Do you divide it into different things? Or?
So what I do is there is an email address, which is a Gmail ID. And that Gmail ID is not known to anyone except me because I'm the one who emails on
email
that.
yourself?
Yeah, I email myself.
Very interesting.
So, for example, let's say I'm having a conversation with you, you've brought up something interesting. I will email that today when I had this conversation, this was there. Or I came across an interesting YouTube video, then I'll send myself the link. I'm reading a book, I'll take a pic of a particular page and I'll send myself that link. And always when I'm sending it, I will send it with tags.
Right.
So that then I can go back 10 years later or 5 years later. I mean, that particular email ID has been active since 2005. So 20 odd years.
So when did this idea first come up, the Ayodhya Alliance? Because it seems very contemporary.
Yeah.
You even have Operation Sindoor.
Yeah, so Operation Sindoor only got
By
added.
the way, of course, in his book, China is the main enemy. As we know, things have changed somewhat in the last 2 weeks.
But yeah, Sindoor came up in the final edit. So I had already written the book, and then Sindoor happened. So I told my editor, I
Let's
said,
be
listen,
smart and add this."
yeah, let's add that reference there. But beyond that, most of the material emerged primarily as a result of that chance conversation regarding Ramkatha Park and Korea Park.
When you had gone to visit.
Exactly.
Okay. So with who? Yatindra Mishra or no? It was someone else.
Well, Yatindra is a dear friend, but this conversation did not happen actually with him. However, because of that particular conversation, I made it a point to go there.
Right.
So
you cannot go to Ayodhya without the
yeah.
Raja of Ayodhya taking you around.
So I made it a point to go there. But having said that, I think for me, it is always a spark, Kaveri. You know, it'll start with a story, and then after that, I will be like for example, let's say Chanakya chant. Okay, 2009, elections have happened. UPA 2 has come. I'm watching it on TV. And then, you know, I'm seeing that it's taking them weeks and weeks to form a government. I'm wondering, is always politics so messy? Then that leads me to the next question, that were olden times better when you had Rajas and they solved their political disputes on elephants? And then that takes me back to the Arthashastra and statecraft. So it's one part of a story which will lead to another. And that's partly the reason why most of my books are so complicated. So, I mean, the reason I love my readers is because they tolerate me. They really tolerate me, you know.
No, but I think you give them a lot of pleasure because there's so much to dive into. The last thing before we go, when you talk of Ram, you cannot but talk of Ravan. And I was very struck by this conversation that real, imagined, I don't know, between Ravan and Lakshman, who is the first Rakshak of the Dvaita Lingam. See, I've read your book so well. Tell me a little about Dvaita Lingam quickly, otherwise I will have Diksha escorting me off the stage.
No, we'll wrap it up quickly. The thought I had was that when we talk about most of our figures within the Purans, is it possible that when we were talking about these figures, we were actually trying to describe nature? So, for example, when we are talking of, let's say, the Big Bang happened 13.5 billion years ago, what in case at the time when the universe was expanding, we called that process of expansion Vishnu? What if eventually when the Big Bang will lead to a big crunch, when the universe will once again collapse into a single point of energy, how is it possible that that process could be Shiva? So we call it creation and destruction, but actually it is referring to an expansion and contraction of sorts. And what in case, what is created as a result of that, which is the universe, which in our texts is called Brahmand, Brahm Anda, the egg-shaped universe. What if that product is actually Brahma? The universe is Brahma. So in that sense, I wanted to describe that everything in the universe is actually in some ways a manifestation of duality of energy. So you have hot and cold, you have positive and negative, you have north and south, you have east and west, you have so many different dualities operating. And what in case ultimately they boil down to simply two energy forms? And what if you could actually combine those two energy forms, what would happen? That's the Ayodhya Alliance.
Wonderful. And Lakshman is the first Rakshak, appointed by no less than...
Because I mean, we know that in the Ramayana, Ram tells Lakshman that Ravan is dying, and please go and stand by him so that he can impart a few words of wisdom. And Lakshman is horrified. He says, from him? And Ram says, no, just because he has done bad things does not imply that there is any lack of knowledge on his part. There is wisdom to be gained, so please go and stand by him. And Lakshman goes there and stands there, and Ravan does not say anything. And then Ram has to tell Lakshman that you're standing near his head, stand near his feet. And that's the time when Ravan starts talking. And then, of course, this is where the book actually starts from, and it's where the book ends.
Wonderful. I could go on and talk to you for hours just on this book, and I know that there's a whole Bharat collection out there. But thank you so much, and you speak as well as you write. Most engaging, and also
but you
fun.
know, a lot. I've noticed that I have always a lot to say, but there are some people who are able to push my buttons and get me to talk the way you do, and you are a genius at that.
But thank you so much. But I really do urge you all to read this book. Even Mahalakshmi, who will have a bone to pick with you about fact and fiction, she's a stickler for that. But I think she'll enjoy it very much. It's great fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was indeed great fun. So can we have a huge round of applause? And I'll request our Group CEO, Ms. Lakshmi Menon, to please join on stage, do the honors and felicitate our Mr. Ashwin Sangvi as we get ready for our next session. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we'll quickly set our stage for the next session. And I'll keep repeating, we are running 1 hour behind schedule. So we'll request all moderators to please ensure that we are wrapping up sessions on time. All right, our next session is a bridge that actually allows India's many cultures to speak to each other, because this is a conversation on translation. Translating India, the multicultural country. We'll have with us for this session writer and translator Dr. Rakshanda Jalil, editor of literary translation Ms. Mini Krishnan, and moderator and consultant author Ms. Lipika Bhushan. So we'll welcome all of them with a big round of applause as I take this time to introduce them. Dr. Rakshanda is an award-winning translator, writer, literary historian whose prolific career includes nearly 50 books and more than 50 academic papers and essays. Her notable works include Liking Progress, Loving Change, a literary history of the progressive writers movement in Urdu, a biography, Dr. Rashid Jahan, a rebel and her cause, and acclaimed translations such as Intizar Hussein's The Sea Lies Ahead and Krishan Chandra's Gaddar, her essay collections, But You Don't Look Like a Muslim, Love in the Time of Hate, and the upcoming Whose Urdu Is It Anyway showcase her depth as both critic and cultural commentator. Ms. Mini Krishnan is a distinguished editor, translator with over 40 decades of experience in Indian publishing, has worked with Macmillan India, Oxford University Press, curating and editing 124 full-length literary translations that made Indian regional literature accessible to national and international audiences, currently serves as the managing editor of the Tamil Nadu Textbook and Educational Services Corporation, working with 20 English language publishers to make Tamil literature, to take Tamil literature to global leaders. So I would now request Ms. Bhushan, we have already been introduced to her, to take this session forward from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And it's such a delight to be sharing this stage with Rakshanda and with, Mini Ma'am, because Rakshanda, I think I've had the honor and pleasure of working with almost like a decade and a half ago. At HarperCollins.
How old is your baby?
I have now two. I've got two now. So they are now, one is 13, the other is 8. We go back a long way. And I'm quite, at least for this session, in comparison to the last one where I was dead nervous, I'm much more comfortable because this is, so to say, my domain. I've been working in publishing for the last 18, 19 odd years now and have been observing it as a marketer, as a person who has deep interest in statistics and numbers and sales figures. And therefore, I do know that while publishers have been publishing translations for a long, long time, it takes awards like the Man Booker Prize for the translations, the books, to sell huge numbers. Up until a certain year, say 2022, when it was the first year when Gitanjali Shri's book, Ret Samadhi, won the Man Booker Award, and now we have Bhanu Mushtaq's book, Heart Lamp, which won the award this year for translations. The numbers for Indian translations used to be quite okay, but not the kind of numbers that you expect such fabulous books to do. And the kind of genres that used to sell even till today are the translations that are from English to Indian languages, coming from probably Japanese literature, French, or even English literature, or maybe for that matter, Russian literature. When I was growing up, I recall that most of the storybooks today, even when I go and buy books for my children, are translations from world languages. There are very few good translations that are actually being promoted well in the Indian market from Indian languages. And for a nation as diverse as ours, which is so linguistically diverse, so culturally diverse, we are sitting in Odisha. There's such massive Odia literature, which I think the rest of India in itself has to experience and explore and discover. But it takes an international award really to actually bring translations and books, translated books, back into mainstream conversations, if I put it that way. And that's why my first question, Minnie, is to you. You have had a huge, phenomenal experience in this field of translating and editing, and these two books are the books that you've edited. And I wanted to understand that how you've closely seen how these two books have worked. The Heart Lamp and the... No, I'm saying that there are many books that you've edited, and these two books have just won these international awards. You've seen many, many books, translated and edited. How do you view these international awards really bringing about a difference in how we perceive translated books, translated works?
Thank you. First of all, the norms and rules for these two books, which are somehow held up as a great success of Indian huge effort and a huge achievement, the norms for these books being selected was set outside the country.
Correct.
They had to be published outside the country in the UK. Only then they became eligible. It doesn't mean that the huge numbers of books that Indian publishers, we're now talking only about English translations because that's our experience. It doesn't mean that those other books are not as good. Okay? There have been any number of very, very good translations.
Of course.
And by excellent translators, Indian translators, using very, very flexible language, which could not be considered because they were not published in the UK. There was this fixed rule. So what we should recognize or understand from this, once again, is that the globalization and the, what shall I say, commercialization of translation, that's what's working here. It's not the quality. I don't have anything against these. I'm not running down the translators.
What you're saying is commercialization is what is working.
Commercialization of translation as a product, that's fine. Let it be. Let everything sell. Let things sell. Let it cut a swathe. But I don't think you should distinguish between, just say that because of this we become famous. The market for translations of our literatures, and we're talking only about mainstream languages. We have so many languages which have never really That's the real achievement that lies ahead of us. I mean, I'm speaking here in Bhubaneswar, which is, Odisha, the home of Sarla Das, of, more recently Manoj Das, Gopinath Mohanty. We have a distinguished publisher and writer sitting here, Manu Das.
Manu Das.
So these are people who worked very hard.
True.
And they have been, at least for 4 decades, Indian editors, Indian publishers, Indian translators who've poured their lifeblood into very good books. They are being taught. They are the books that have changed the landscape. The small publishers who come up with the new writers, Indian academia. It was a very huge shift after Indian independence in the late 70s, 80s, when Indian academics started to realize the value of what had not been looked at because material was not available. So they made it available. That is the great achievement. These are just blips. And now, of course, there is a gold rush to be translated. And just one other point before, because they said there's not much time. What does concern me, the problem with these kind of prizes, 2 problems. One, the prizes are all for living writers. The older writers are being neglected.
Okay.
Okay, because publishers don't want to run translations of writers who are no longer with us because they are not eligible for these prizes. Okay?
Oh, so what you're saying is, in a way, it's actually worked.
There is the negative side. Everything has a
Negatively.
positive and negative.
Yeah.
The other more dangerous thing, more insidious thing is this. Indian writers, in order to be translated, are writing using the kind of language that's easy for people to translate. I have one example. I don't want to mention a name, but there's a famous Kannada Dalit writer who wrote wonderful stories and terrific 2-part autobiography. His stories were being translated by a famous translator, a well-known translator. And she was struggling, it's the southern Karnataka dialect, it's the Dalit dialect. And after she finished those stories, she asked him, any more stories? Because these are just 8 or 9. And he said, yes, I'll send you a few more. And she told me these were so easy to translate. So I felt a real chill because it meant that he had already translated himself into a more translatable Kannada. So these 2 dangers are sweeping in the wake of these huge, attractive prizes and so on. These are all just passing phenomena. The real achievement would be for us if we can build a huge band of translators, because we are wonderfully bilingual. We shouldn't lose our languages. English is getting smarter. So I think that would be one of the great challenges. And I'd like to also say that Rakshi and I worked together 20 years ago on a website which the British Council set up, the South Asia Women Writers website. And that was a wonderful experience. So that's it for now.
Rakshita, Mini made a very important point about the quality of translation. You've had a huge experience of close to 3 decades now of translating, and you've translated some of the most towering writers. And very recently, you've had a book out, Basti and Darbar, where again, I think there are over 30 legendary writers that you've translated. If we start talking about the quality, the first thing that comes to my mind is the craft in itself. How does the writing of these writers, while you're translating, it shapes your own writing?
Thank you. My first book was published in '92. It was a translation of Prem Chand at a time when HarperCollins had just opened shop. So there was a dearth of books. And in these 30-odd years, 32 years, 33 years actually, I have had a ringside view of book publishing also. I mean, people like Mini have been in publishing for far longer. But I would say that I've seen the world change in terms of what gets published and so on. In the context of the previous session, Mr. Ashwin Sanghi made a very interesting comment that with his second book, he was able to give up his day job or business or whatever he was doing till that point, and he could just devote himself from writing, and the checks started coming in. Now, I wish I could say that for translators. You know, in these 30 odd years, I've published over 50 books. They are translations, they're edited anthologies, they're all kinds. My own writing, critical writing, this, that, what have you. I too have given up a day job, but I cannot say that I've ever received a check, a royalty check for translations or the kind of books I write, which anywhere approximates a monthly salary check that I would have got in whatever job I'd stuck to. You know, so this business of while the world has changed, while there is space in many ways, Litfests have been calling us translators for sessions for a fairly long time. Bookstores have been giving us designated spaces on their shelves. Book review editors have been very generous. They've been giving us space unsolicited without us having to try very hard. You know, so all of this is very positive. I see that as a good change. But there is still a long way to go. And maybe the bar is very high because we are a country that's still buying books, unlike many other countries. Even standalone bookshops, forget Amazon and other things, even standalone bookshops. I come from Delhi and I know Fakir Chand and Bari Sons, which are family-owned bookstores, are still doing the same fairly well. So in a country which has a book buying, book reading culture, our bar is high, you know. So we would expect that much more. I would have been happier if somehow we had done more translations from each other's languages without using English as a via media. We've been doing a lot of that. And the quality mini that you're referring to, that is a casualty. You know, awards have a good and bad side to it. But now, after this lady who got the Booker recently, I shall not take names, but some very big names in the world of literature called me with a fair amount of pique. See, ऐसा क्या है उनकी किताब में? You know? And there is a certain eyeing the Western gallery. And in some ways, we've come full circle. The early generation of translators, the ones before me, my generation, these people were also eyeing the West. They were saying clarified butter for ghee. They were saying stringed cot or something like that for, or unleavened flat bread for roti. And then my generation started saying ghee and roti, and we figured, we expected people to understand. So it's sad that in a different way, but the circle has come full circle. Once again, we are eyeing the West. We ought not to be doing that. I think we ought to be that much more confident of ourselves. You know, what you alluded to, a kind of a self-translation, or already a bhasha writer is saying how well this book will read in translation. And I stand a very good chance of getting an award. I think somewhere we are taking away from the business of writing. That's not what writers write for. Of course. You know? So I see that as problematic. But I'm hopeful that it's a phase, and this whole craze for awards and this and that will pass and things will settle down. But what I would want to see is more translations directly. You know, it'd be that much nicer if, let's say, somebody knows Urdu and also knows Marathi and translates directly from Marathi into Urdu, let's say, or from Tamil into Bangla, you know? Instead of using English as a link language, and this was the mandate when the state-level Sahitya Academies were set up 75 years ago. The mandate was that, listen, not just encourage bhashas, but encourage translation between the bhashas. Somehow we were not mindful of that, I think.
But that again brings me to the question of the craft, that when you're talking about the fact that, you know, we should encourage bhasha translations from one Indian language to another directly instead of making English as the medium for it. Coming back to the question, you know, what kind of pressure as a translator, is there a pressure in the first place to actually live up to the expectations of the kind of people that you're translating, also to the expectations of the people who read you or follow you? What is there in the craft that actually one needs to be careful about?
I can only speak for myself. I've never done Farmaishi program, which means I've never done something that has been commissioned or where the author says, listen, do this. I usually have picked up texts that speak to me in some way or the other. I've also abandoned a text that I midway realized that I detest, that I realized that I don't like this person's politics. I don't like where he's coming from. I abandoned that translation midway. So that also happens. And I think literary translators are a species that is distinct from a commercial translator, right? There are translators and there are translators, and there's AI translations also, right? Now, literary translators, I think by and large, pick up a text that in some way or the other speaks to them or is in consonance with their larger worldview, or, you know, somewhere there is some commonality. We are not commercial translators. We are not in the business of translating a washing machine instructions or how to put bleaching powder, because you don't need a context for those commercial translations. For literary translations, you need to be mindful of a context. You need to have, of course, there's the craft that you're talking about that can come to you with patience and with practice. But if you are blind to a context, or if you think my job is just to transfer from one word account to another vocabulary account, that's not what translations are about. And again, to dip into my own journey as a translator, in '92 when I published Prem Chand Mini, I wrote a very modest 2-page translator's note, because I thought my job is not to bring myself in this book, you know. So that was a very modest 2-page translator's note. And in these 30 years, I've come a long way where I still don't insert myself in the text, but I do feel that my job is to push the envelope a little more. And I've now begun writing these long introductory essays, because in my own discovery, in my own journey, I think the text, of course, has primacy, of course is important, but the context is equally important. And I think where I cannot insert the context in the text, I've occasionally used footnotes, and some book reviewers have picked on that and said, where is the place of footnotes? This is not a literary history. This is a flat-out work of fiction. Why is she using footnotes? But I, regardless, continue to use footnotes. But again, what I cannot accommodate in a footnote or in a glossary, I like to write long introduction where I can put a bunch of stuff. You're getting your slips.
I'll come back to you on, you know, the influences and your life experiences actually influencing the translations when you talk about the text and the context. But before that, Mini, I would like you to comment on the fact about English as the medium of translation. You translate from several languages.
Actually, I don't translate, I edit.
Yeah,
I work
edit
with
translations from several languages.
From 14, 15 languages. But
So-
now of late, just 4 or 5, and more recently...
She's edited me. You've
you
edited me, yeah, and a fine job you did that.
Yeah. But you do have an opinion on the third language, and English being the
Yes, I do have an opinion.
soul of...
No, the thing is, I've watched the way translators have changed.
Hmm.
They were cautious, very, very sort of prosy, what I would call Babu English. You know, those are the kind of people who were picked up earlier, or who volunteer to translate. And not every translator rushes with a script to a publisher. Many of them are very shy, they're very insecure. They have to be sought out. Oh, I don't know if I can do it. But many of them are very, very talented. Encouraged to work with the authors. If the author's alive, that's great. If they come from a similar background, I think Meera's had that experience. The shift in translators, Indian translators, moving Indian texts from their languages into a learned language, not the mother tongue, a learned language. The sort of very official, correct English, which they picked up from after the British left, because they were the first translators. That moved. There was quite a swift movement away from that in the mid-90s to early 20th century, 21st century, when translators became much more confident, bolder, something to do with the rise of Dalit writing, subaltern writing. Women writers use a certain kind of language, so that had to be, and women translators, that's one of the very important points here. Women translators became very, very confident, important, and they formed a big population, I'd say, of those who were translating. They made a very big difference because many of the teachers of English literature, culture studies are also women. So there's this hidden force. And they started using, really taking big risks with language, I'd say. Diaglossia, bringing in the regional language, the language from mixing it very well. And you simply had to do that with dialects, with Adivasi language. And there are great failures as well, but never mind, we're getting there, we're getting there. I think Leonardo da Vinci said, if I can't reach the fountain, at least give me a jug of water. So it translates a bit like that. There has been a very big shift. The other thing is people also work together. That's worked very well. Are we running out of time?
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
Please,
okay.
complete.
So,
yeah. We have a couple of minutes.
I think what we can do in such a huge country with our resources is to teach translation. Our universities are doing next to nothing with that. So the whole plan of the NEP with the importance of the mother tongue and profiling multilingual India is a very good idea. But some good, proper processes have to be put in place. And it doesn't have to be only academics. It can be translators, publishers, writers. And imagine bringing writer and translator into a classroom, how exciting it would be. If Meera were to go into a classroom and talk about her book and her translators spread out and students, that kind of exchange, that's where learning happens.
True.
Thank you.
Rakshanda, I'll come back to you and we'll probably close with this because you have just a book out called Basti and Darbar. And here again, I would like to bring in the aspect of text and context and your personal experiences influencing any text while translating, especially because in this case, you are translating not just the writers who've written about the city, but the city itself that you've lived in. It's your lived experience that you're in a way.
Yeah. You know, if there are any budding translators here in this hall, I would like to say that there are multiple things you can do with your interest or your skill in translation. Of course, there's a flat-out translation of a text. It could be a short story, a novel, a play, a piece of poetry, what have you. Or you could do what I've been doing over the past many decades, which is, I think I've made a career out of editing anthologies, which means I have an idea. I have an idea that I want to explore. It could be coming from my own work. I was trained as a literary historian, and late in my life I did a PhD in literary history. So it could be something that has come from that, or it could be anything that catches your fancy. Let me give you examples. The Jallianwala Bagh, a historical event that happened. Now, what is the translated work on it? How does a real historical event find reflection in prose and poetry? You could do the languages you know, or you could do work alongside other translators. So that's what I've been doing. Anything and everything that catches my fancy, and fortunately I've been able to find a spectrum of publishers willing to do it. So let's say Jallianwala Bagh, let's say the Great Bengal Famine, the creation of Bangladesh, partition, of course, we all know a whole lot of translation has happened. The First World War, 1,70,000 Indians participated, 74,000 Indians died, 1914 to 1918. Now, surely something this big must have found reflection in the literature of that time. So you go looking for it. You look for it in the languages you know, in my case, Urdu and Hindi, to some extent Punjabi, because I live in Delhi. And then I take the help of others. So there are ways and means in which you can use translations. By all means, stick to regular texts and do that. Or else bring your own politics and bring your own interests. It could be in history, it could be in economics, it could be in world affairs, it could be in whatever you choose, you see. In my case, I've chosen to look at that intersection of literature and history. And it's that area that I keep trying to tease out, but I do that through translations, right? So my newest book is on Gandhi's first call to civil disobedience. And I'm looking at the period of 1920 to 22. And I'm looking at how did a Premchand respond to this call of Swaraj. I'm looking at Upendranath Ash. I'm looking at Urdu writers. I'm looking at any other writers where somebody is able to give me translations in those languages. But there is a peg. So the idea of having a peg, which could be a theme, and an idea that you want to explore through translations, it could be a historical event, it could be any number of things, you know. In one instance, I think that book is available outside, The Male Gaze. We have always used it in cinema. How do men look at women? But I was very curious, how does the male Urdu writer look at women? We all know how the male Urdu poet has looked at women. But I was curious, how does it differ in prose? So I went looking for a cross-section of stories, short stories, novels, extracts, but prose. And how has the male gaze moved from cinema to the written word? And what is it that men want when they see women, you know? And you'll be surprised at the amount, the embarrassment of riches I had to choose from.
I think we've run out of time, and I'm I'll request if anyone has questions, please take them after the session because we've run out of time. While I started my conversation with these two wonderful people, you know, on the commercial aspect of translations, let me also tell them that the fact that we continue to publish and continue to be in publishing is purely for the love of it. Whether or not we sell enough copies is very secondary. Of course, it's a business-related discussion, but I see the world of translations thriving. We are at a point where, you know, there is a lot more being translated, and I do hope that every corner of India tells its stories in the language they want to, and we read and understand it in the language that we want to. Yes?
One last point. I really want to thank the Indian Express because they, the edition we get in South India, has every Sunday a very large section devoted to writers and to reviewers. And I notice a very fair distribution of their reviews to different publishers. They also have little nuggets which help readers. And quite a lot of it covers translation, for which I'm extremely grateful. So thanks to, you know,
Thank
media.
you, Mimi.
Thanks to the media.
Thank you, Rakshanda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies, for that wonderful interaction on translation. I'll request Ms. Lakshmi Menon to please join on stage and do the honors to felicitate our speakers. Can we have a larger round of applause for all of them? We are sorry we are not able to take questions because of the paucity of time from the audience, but of course, you can take them off the dais. And we continue to apologize for all this delay, but we need to now stick to the time schedule since we are running really behind schedule. Of course, just to let you know, we are ending day one with a session revisiting Kishore Kumar. So I'm hoping all of you would stay back for that session, which is going to be ending on a musical note. Thank you so much to our entire panel. Of course, I'll request Ms. Bhushan to stay back for our next session. So she's going to moderate the one on reclaiming history and evolving study. And as we just set the stage, let me take this opportunity to invite our panelists. Ms. Bhushan is already here with us to moderate the session. Let's welcome historians Dr. Mahalakshmi Ramakrishnan and Dr. Chitra Madhavan with a round of applause. Dr. Chitra Madhavan, historian specializing in temple architecture, iconography, epigraphy, author of 7 acclaimed books, including History and Culture of Tamil Nadu, as gleaned from the Sanskrit inscriptions, Vishnu temples of South India, and Sanskrit education and literature in ancient and medieval Tamil Nadu. She has also authored the text for Snapshots of a Bygone Era, A Century of Images, co-edited South India Heritage and Introduction featuring 500 essays on cultural heritage, also a sought-after guest lecturer, regularly speaks at institutions such as Kalakshetra Foundation and Asian College of Journalism. We have Dr. Mahalakshmi Ramakrishnan, a faculty member at the Center for Historical Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University since 1999, specializes in religious institution practices and beliefs in India, drawing on historical sources in Sanskrit, Pali, Prakrit, Tamil, Telugu, Hindi and English. Her teaching spans Indian and world history with an emphasis on gender, culture and social hierarchies. Her acclaimed book, The Making of the Goddess Avi Durga in the Tamil Tradition, received the Indian History Congress Award for Best Book by a Woman Historian. And her upcoming co-edited volume on South Asian goddesses is set for release in 2025. So I'll request Ms. Bhushan to take this session forward from here. Thank you so much.
I've been tested on all genres, I think, so far. And the toughest is the one which I grew up hating. बहुत पॉपुलर कहावत है कि हिस्ट्री और जोग्राफी बड़ी बेवफा, रात को पढ़ो और सुबह को सफ़ा. But it's been the last few years I've kind of rekindled my interest and love for history, especially when my children now they are in school and they are reading and studying and growing up, and I sit down to teach them, and that is when I realize that the way we teach history even today is not the way that I understood history well, and neither would I want my children to actually take a grudge, carry a grudge against, because it's taught in such a boring way where you have to, it's rote learning, you have to memorize dates, you have to memorize places, cities, and still, you know, the storytelling from the part of history is somewhere missing. I have two absolutely wonderful, phenomenal people with me on stage today. Their body of work speaks for them, and you know, the kind of work that they've done in their respective fields is makes it all the more appropriate for me to maybe start this conversation with a very political question. And that is that we are these days seeing this resurgence or this great interest in reclaiming history. How do you view it? Probably I should start with you, Chitra, first, and then maybe I'll move to Mahalakshmi. As to how do you view this entire situation where we are trying to aggressively reclaim our history and tell it the Indian way, the Indic way, and not from a Western lens?
So this reclaiming history has become a very common thing. Everybody talks about it today. Some know what it is. Most people don't even know what it is, but everybody is talking about it. So basically, many of our history books, textbooks, were written when the British were in India. Yeah. And like the speakers before us were saying, certain jargon, a certain mindset was there while writing those books. And we have continued to toe that line, despite the fact that I think now we know better with many more discoveries, many more pieces of literary evidence coming up, inscriptions, archaeological excavations and all of that. And I think now historians are far more confident of themselves than ever before. And therefore, with the help of all the sources that have come to light over the last, say, 50 years, 70 years, 100 years, and with the writing skills having improved, and with the number of discoveries that have happened, we need to reclaim. In the sense, we need to put it in proper perspective. Okay. Needs to be done in a very objective manner.
Mahalakshmi, I know you have slightly very political views on this, and I would love to hear you out on this.
Yeah.
Especially because we have a very clear demarcation of the left wing of history and the right wing of history. So how do you view this?
Yeah, I think actually this is a very, very important issue for all of us as professional historians. And as Professor Madhavan has just said, the important thing is that the historian has to come in, has to weigh in on history. I think let there be claims, let, the creative writers, I'm very happy Mr. Sanghi and others talk about history, keep going back to history, but ultimately it is the historian who generates the historical narrative. So first, it should be the historian who is talking about what is the narrative and how to build that narrative, because there's a methodology, there's a craft of history writing which we need to follow. Now, in one sense, I agree with what has been said by Chitra just now about how we need to think very carefully about the terminology, the jargon that we use and so on. This is a problem that, that has two dimensions to it. One is, of course, because we are now very aware that what we read as historical sources themselves have to be seen in a nuanced way. So when we are looking at a text, whether it is a Veda, whether it is a Manava Dharma Shastra or any other Dharma Shastra, whether it is a Baudhayan Shulva Sutra, whether it is a Purana, whether Markandeya, this, that and the other, whatever be the source we are taking up, whether I am taking a Tamil text of the 12th century like Kalingathaparani, we have to look at the context in which it was written. And that is what we should be working towards, rather than pull something out of context from there and present it as our history versus their history and so on. So a good professional historian does not buy this. I think it's largely a hype that's been created of a left versus right historian. All of us who are good historians know who we are. We all know that we respect the work that has been done. When I, for instance, teach something on early Buddhism, I will start with Professor G.C. Pandey's work on the origins of Buddhism. But Professor G.C. Pandey's politics was quite different from that of many of my teachers or even myself. That doesn't come in the way of respecting the scholarship. Similarly, that of Tarachand, the great historian, who wrote 5 volumes on the history of the freedom movement, but his original work, research work, was on the influence of Islam on Indian civilization. And, you have to appreciate a person writing in the 1920s and 30s when there is so much of a colonial understanding of history, where we have already set in colonial historiography a Hindu history, a Muslim history, and a British history. So in a way, actually, those who are claiming to reclaim history, unfortunately, fall into that colonial trap because they go with this kind of a demarcation. For historians who look at history, we look at the broad periods. Are there any significant shifts? So between, say, let's talk about the medieval, because the medieval is where a lot of this claiming, reclaiming is being talked about. If we are talking about the medieval periods, are we seeing, even in North India, any significant shift in terms of social structures? When does that, or socio-economic structures, in terms of administration, how does that happen? How does it get manifested? And so on. So these become the questions that we are looking at, and not who is the ruler, how many temples or other institutions did somebody destroy. These are questions that have been dealt with by other scholars. But I think that we also need to see how are we going to talk about the people. Mr. Myra said very importantly that let's talk about people. The same goes for history. How are we going to talk about the people if we are only going to be talking about the kings and the sultans and so on? There's something more. There's, in fact, a lot more to history than what they were doing. And I think, these then become the important talking points for historians, that when we say claims and reclaims, are we really talking about this from a historical perspective? Or are we bringing an ideological color to this discussion?
But that's what probably my next question stems from. When we are in a situation of literally weaponizing history in the current times, you as historians, how do you set aside your observations and not be influenced with what's happening around? I would like you to, Chitra, talk about it.
It's a very simple answer. Objectivity. You are reading something, you're a trained historian, you've been trained in methodology, you've been trained, like she very rightly said, to read books, profound books that have been written by historians in the past, but not to be swayed by their ideology. You know where to stop, you know how to sift the truth. You know how to take it. That's what training is all about. We are trained historians, professional historians. So we know instinctively and through training how exactly we should take the subject and not where the slant happens. And
you also made a very interesting observation, Chitra, in your last comment that, historians today are a lot more confident because there have been a lot more advancements in the way we have been discovering and rediscovering our own, our own monuments and our temples and, how we are studying them. Has there been any recent, and probably you can quote from your own personal example of where we were being, there was an official narrative which has been challenged by what you discovered in any of the temples? I mean, especially because you study the temples in the south, and there's a lot more conversation happening around the southern India.
Nothing controversial, really.
No, I'm not looking for controversies, but still, anything that helps us
has been
understand.
challenged, you're saying. Not particularly, not in my subject, because I deal in safe zones like architecture, sculpture, and inscriptions. But what I have come to know in my research, and this is already well known, but I am getting into the nitty-gritties of it, is that today we talk about Tamil Nadu's history or Odisha's history, Bengal history. You see, it all really came together. We know that kings had multiple consorts. So Rajaraja Chola is known to have 13 queens. And one of those queens was a Lata lady from Lata Desha, which is Gujarat. And we also understand that in Tamil Nadu, we have quite a few Uriya inscriptions. They've been written there on the walls of temples. There's one temple near Pondicherry. There's a place called Munnur near Pondicherry where there are 2 temples with inscriptions of rulers from Orissa. How did that happen? Because they had come all the way. The Gajapati kings had come to today's Tamil Nadu. You can't define borders like that in the ancient times. They had come here, they had conquered, they had come up to Kanchipuram, and all these inscriptions were of gifts, donations to those temples. We also understand that the Konark temple is one of the most beautiful temples designed like a chariot. And a very famous historian called C. Shivaramurthy has this to say. He says that a princess of the Chola country was married to a king of the Ganga dynasty of Odisha, of Kalinga. And with her came from the Chola country to this part of the world the tradition of making a temple like a chariot. Those temples in Tamil Nadu, the mantapas have been made like chariots. They're very beautiful. That tradition came here, and the most beautiful temple ever created like a chariot is in Orissa. So this is how ideas went back and forth and back and forth. Nobody can claim that idea as theirs. It was all over India and completely intertwined.
But coming to the challenging of the popular beliefs and understanding, we are in the city which is known as the Kalinga of Ashok. And a very popular and a very recent change that even the NCERT books have made is that, this aspect of Ashoka, after reaching Kalinga and seeing the massacre, he had a change of heart and he became a Buddhist. Whereas it was challenged and said that, it happened much before he actually waged war here. There are certain such nuances that are coming into forefront and are being included in history textbooks. Mahalakshmi, how do you view this aspect of, trying to change history right from the point where children were being taught something from a colonial lens, yes, but the changes that are incorporated today, are you comfortable with those, or do you see, it not really doing justice to how we should be incorporating those changes in the way we teach history?
Right. I hope you'll ask me about recent shifts in history later, because I do want to come in on that. But before that, what is the problem with the way in which history textbooks are being created today? The NCERT textbooks is one case study. However, I must say, Tamil Nadu did an extensive textbook revision maybe about 5 years ago. I'm not very sure whether it was 5 or 6 years ago. And I've seen those textbooks. This is the State Education Board. Let's also not forget that in India, majority of the children study in the state education system, under the State Education Board. But nevertheless, it's important to look at what the NCERT is doing. Now, in keeping with the NEP, what has happened is that it is under the rubric of social sciences that history has been tucked in. Two things here again. One is that I went through the list of names of those who are part of this textbook making process. I could not see one historian whose works have been published in journals or who is out there and has engaged with other historians. That's the first thing. The second thing is the history that is there is so shoddy. There's nothing else that one can say about it. For instance, class 6 textbooks. There is this thing on, there's just one chapter which is okay, which is on the Harappan civilization. And I think because the one person who is a trained, qualified and well-known archaeologist, Dr. Selva Kumar, is part of that board. Possibly, this is the reason. But at any rate, what you have is a chapter on culture and civilization in which, it's talking about the great Indian civilization and its culture and so on. When you look at that chapter, it's as if culture ends with ancient India. Okay? There's suddenly this kind of, running through in a few sentences of what else is there. But culture or civilization is like a river. It flows. It carries with it so much. So there is, for instance, just a simple thing where they have flagged the way in which the idea of India comes through. I think it's a very important issue to raise. And we have been discussing and debating this in public forums also. The idea of India, that is Bharat. And it's true, Bharatavarsha is one of the names by which initially a small part of North India was denoted. How do we know this? Because the first inscription comes from Kalinga. It comes from very close to us, from the Udaygiri caves. The Hathi Gumfa inscription, Kharavels, that's where we have the first, it's a Prakrit inscription. First reference to Bharatavarsha. But where is Bharatavarsha for Kharavel? It is between Magad and Mathura. That is the extent of it. So, only gradually the idea of a Bharatavarsha, which is larger, which may encompass a broad area. So, Jambudvipe, Bharatavarshe, this is how in the Puranas and in other texts you have the references. That idea of Bharatavarsha itself is evolving. One. And it is evolving primarily because of the religious and ritual and other kinds of knowledge keepers like the Brahmins, the Brahmanas, and others as well, who are moving into different parts of the Indian subcontinent. They are carrying this idea of a Bharatavarsha which is unified, but it's not. They are also aware of it, right? But they begin to use that terminology. But at the same time, that Brahminical treatise, even if it is being composed in South India, is talking about this. The South Indian inscription, whether it is of the Chalukyas of Badami, whether it is of the Cholas of a later point of time, whether it is in texts that are there, that are being written in Tamil or Kannada or in other places, their understanding of what their identity is, their region. So, we have to understand that in history you cannot impose an identity you want today on the past. That identity itself is something that evolves. And that's why we need to bring nuance into the way in which we study concepts. What Chitra said, that the term and the concept and the way in which these ideas develop, they're not static. So this is something, even something like what we see as holding Indian society together. Again, this is a colonial Dane, It's a colonial legacy to see caste as the one thing that defines India. And look at all of us, we sometimes so uncritically accept it, whether it is to agree or disagree. How we, accept that caste is something, some people say it's very good, it was only professions. NCERT textbooks are now telling us that caste was there, it's only professions. Okay, and we shouldn't use the term caste, we should use Varna and Jati. I agree, actually, because these are separate concepts, but they do come together. Varna is there in the Purusha Sukta, verse 12. Yeah? Brahmana Mukhamasi. From the face, Brahmana is coming. From the Bahu, you have the Kshatriya coming. From the Uru, you have the Vaishya coming. From the Pada, you have the Shudra coming. It's there in Purusha Suktam, which is in the 10th mandala of the Rig Veda. But the way in which this Varna, so this is a hymn in praise of the cosmic Purusha. We should also put that in context. However, even when we put it in context, it's just a ritual idea, a ritualistic way of understanding and imagining and offering worship. Even then, we could think, why is the Brahmana not the Pada? Why is the Shudra not from the Mukham? So there is some ordering, over there. So this is something that is commonsensical also, but it's more than commonsensical. It is rooted in a social hierarchy that is developing. But that development then gets, accentuated through a different kind of identity formation that we see in the later Vedas. And that is the idea of Jati. And Jati is where clan identities, tribal identities, professional identities are becoming consolidated as they come within the newly evolving state and society, which is part of the Vedic knowledge culture as it is expanding. So this is why, as historians then, I would like that we talk about this. Caste in South India, yes, we have it. But we don't have it the way in which in Tamil Nadu, as ma'am will be able to tell us, even more clearly, we do not have it the way you have it in North India. In Tamil Nadu, we have what is called, we have the Brahmana and we have the non-Brahmana. And in the non-Brahmana, you have the ruling caste and you have those who are right at the bottom. But you have a vertical separation or division which is called Valangai and Idangai. The right and the left hand caste. So in different parts of this country, Varna and Jati take on a different form. And that's why the historian has to bring that nuance, has to bring that difference in, because it is contextual. How that development takes place is extremely important for us to note, And there is no doubt that there are some general ways in which those who are seen as belonging to the lower caste, so especially the Shudras and those who are born of what are called the Pratiloma unions, Pratiloma marriages, going against the grain. Matlab they say ek to ki Varna mein, within the Varna categorization, you should marry broadly within your Varna. But actually what happens is you are marrying broadly within Jadi. Yeah? You are marrying broadly within the Jati. But nevertheless, what Manu is telling us is that you marry broadly within that. But a Brahmin is allowed to marry a Kshatriya woman, a Brahmin man, a Kshatriya woman, a Vaishya woman, and a Shudra woman. A Kshatriya likewise is able to marry the other two. It's not accepted, it is not seen favorably, but it is possible. These are called Anuloma. Pratiloma is where now a Shudra man is marrying a Brahmin woman, which is seen as an absolute no-no by Manu. But Manu is saying there are children born of these. Iska matlab kya? What does it mean? It means that these are things that are happening in society. So on the one hand, we can say that, Manu is terrible and he has these prescriptions and so on. But Manu himself is aware that in society there are things that are happening which he has no control over. There are so many different kinds of mixings that are happening, and so that is where the historian comes in.
Chitra, if you were to include something from in the textbooks, school textbooks today, what do you see missing when it comes to your specific area of expertise of reading instructions? Because I feel this is an area in which children need to be trained right from a very early age in order for them to develop that understanding, nuanced understanding of things. What would you like to be included?
A very strong dose of cultural history is what is needed in our history textbooks. Political history, yes, to set the background, you have to understand the dynasties, the dates and all that. Economic and cultural, social history also. For example, you have to tell a child what kind of trade went on. Take the Cholas, for example, how they traded with Southeast Asia, how they traded with China. All these countries were extremely important to them. To Sri Lanka, with so many countries, much earlier than that we had trade with Rome, etc. What is it that they gave us? What is exactly it is that we gave them? Why were we so important to them? Why were they so important to us? Where did they come all the way? These are things that will make children sit up and think. And in every state in India, in every city, town and village, you have cultural artifacts. You have something or the other. There is no dearth of that in a country like India. I'm wondering how on earth for so many decades we have managed to make history such a boring subject when all around us there is so much to appreciate and to, take in. This is what we should be doing. This cannot happen. These textbooks need to be completely rewritten, cultural history. Take a child out to, how much you have in Odisha, how much we have all over India, and Tamil Nadu, etc., etc. Take them to the site and explain. The child will never, ever hate this subject again. Never, ever.
And before I let you go, I would like to now come back to that question to you, Mahalakshmi, because I know you're very excited about the question in itself, and you did your own bit of research and you want to share, and I would like you to share. What is it that, we have these digital mapping, there are better dating methods happening. How has the new technology changed the way we are viewing history?
Right. Actually, there is so much that is exciting, and technologies are one part of it. But even traditional archaeology is giving us just so much to think about, so much in terms of re-evaluating how historical processes developed. The first example of that is what is the excavations in Tamil Nadu, which are the Kiradi excavations. And this is along the Vaigai river, and at least 100 sites have been identified, but only one has been excavated in such a detailed manner. And what have we found in this excavation? We have found a very flourishing urban site It has large and small bricks, meaning that you are putting in effort into creating a settlement that is a stable settlement. We find all kinds of material objects made of gold even. Gold beads have been found, ivory has been found, dice made of ivory have been found here. You have a lot of terracotta objects, but also iron objects that have been found, which is of a scale that is quite remarkable. And what has happened is, because of the dating methods that we have, we have been able to ascertain that the lowest level, cultural level, that we have been able to excavate, possibly, until I read the report, I don't want to say it definitively. As you all know, there is a controversy over the report, but we do know because some parts of these have been published. So on the basis of that, what I can say is that definitely it goes back at least 2 centuries before what we thought was the dawn of an urban civilization in the south. So it's amazing what this is doing. What is also happening with it is, we have always thought that writing, the script, the lipi that we have of Brahmi, it comes to the south because of Ashoka. Now, with the new dating that has been found, this dating actually for quite a few years, discussion has happened on this. These samples of the pottery with some paddy husk or something else, it is the organic material that can be dated. They've been sent to the best labs across the world. Beta Analytics is this lab in Miami, Florida. They have given us a definite dating. Other places have also given us within India this dating. It is definitely pre-Ashokan. It's going back before the time of Ashoka. What does it mean then? What does it mean? What kind of historical narrative can we create now when we are actually seeing a flourishing urban civilization that may be coeval with the civilization that has developed in North India at around the same time, between the 6th and the 4th centuries BC. At the same time you have in South India, but before they had evidence of script, they must have had writing. There was a lot of trade and exchanges and so on taking place. But in terms of evidence for it, that Brahmi script, which we see as so important, the earliest we find is from Tamil Nadu. It's amazing. I'm not being chauvinistic when I say that this is amazing. It just means that for all of us who have always said that Sangam literature, which is talking about this flourishing urban civilization, but the archaeology is not matching with it, that means these poets were just imagining things. It didn't really exist. But now we are being proven wrong. We are finding the evidence for it. So that's what is remarkable. The second most important thing is about technology. And here, again, it's from Tamil Nadu. But that's because a lot of time and money has been put into it. But in sites like Shivagalai, Kodumanal, and Adichanallur, in all of these sites, they have found iron smelting furnaces. Now, iron can be made through different processes, but the smelting furnaces, and that too of the type you find here, is of a high order. It means you have to have a controlling of the fire. It means that you have to ensure that there is enough oxygenation at the right point of time when the metal is melting. So that is what we have evidence of. And do you know that the earliest evidence that we have is going to the early 4th millennium, late 3rd millennium BC. That is 3200 BC to 2800 BC are the broad calibrated dates we are getting. This is the earliest in the world. Actually, before this, we only had around the same time, maybe late 3rd millennium, from Egypt. The other thing related to this, so once you get this, then you have other processes, manufacturing of steel. I think Ashwin Sanghi mentioned steel. Steel, our first find is of the mid-2nd millennium BC, 1500 BC. These are the dates we are getting for it. Again, the first time in the world. you know, the first evidence in the world, I mean, that we have of this. Who knows, there'll be excavation somewhere else in another part of the world and we'll find something earlier over there. But it's still an exciting thing to see this kind of development. So history is something where where our knowledge expands or it changes as we find new sources of this kind. And I think that is what is so exciting about the times we live in, that we have such fascinating discussions and discoveries. There's a newspaper article I saw that the Halley's Comet, Halley itself discovered this only in the 18th century, but we use the term Halley's Comet because he talks of this comet. Every 72 to 81 years, there is this comet that goes through the, whatever you call it. Huh? It is visible to the naked eye. So you don't even need instrumentation, but it's visible to the naked eye. And there is an inscription from Sri Sailam dated to 28th June 1546, which is almost exactly at the time of this Halley's Comet, which is talking of it as Dhumaketu.
Yeah.
You know, so again, very important and interesting to know that there is a knowledge, there is a recognition of these kinds of phenomena and so on.
These are very exciting times, and I think we could have gone on with this discussion, but I have to bring it to a close. I think it's also, while we are talking about history on political platforms, we should also need to continue to re-evaluate it with every generation and with every advancement that we see. Thank you so much, both of you, for your time today, and it's been very insightful. And thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful session where history literally came alive. I'll request the editorial director of the New Indian Express, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, to join on stage and do the honors to felicitate our eminent historians on stage. We'll ensure we are passing it on to the tables where you can have your dry fruits as well. The perfect capture. Thank you so much. We'll quickly move to our next session, ladies and gentlemen. As we get the stage ready, let me inform you what we have ahead. We now turn to voices that have long shaped and enriched our Odia literature, the voices of women writers of Odisha. We have with us Mr. Shrindra Singh, Ms. Suchita Mishra, poet Dr. Hiranmay Mishra, and moderator writer Dr. Subhashri Lenka. We'll give them a big round of applause as they join us on dais for a session on Contours of Change, the women of Odia literature. As I take this opportunity to also introduce them, Mr. Shrindra Singh is a celebrated poet, fiction writer from Odisha with 11 short story collections, 3 poetry anthologies. A celebrated collection, Sari, explores the many dimensions of womanhood through the metaphor of the sari. She's also a noted translator, having rendered the works of Bhalchandra Nemade, Namita Gokhale, and Jayanta Mahapatra into Odia. Known for her lyrical simplicity, psychological depth, and social realism, she continues to enrich contemporary Odia literature. We have Dr. Hiranmay Mishra, a leading figure in Odia literature for over 3 decades, has authored 10 short story collection, 3 novels, poetry collection, essay collection, and a travelogue. Recently, she translated the autobiography of Odissi dancer Ileana Sitaristi. She is also a respected scholar holding a PhD in gender studies from the University of York and currently serves as associate professor and director of the Women's Study Center at UN Autonomous College, Cuttack. Ms. Sucheta Mishra is a renowned Odia poet and author with 7 poetry collection, 2 novels, and a short story collection to her name. Her collection, Ajanma, won the Odisha Sahitya Academy Award in 2013. Her works, translated into Hindi, Bengali, Assamese, and Gujarati, have been published in leading outlets including The Telegraph and Indian Literature. She has also represented Odisha at the All India Poets Meet and at Bharat Bhavan, Bhopal. Dr. Subhashri Lenka, who is going to moderate the session, is a poet, activist, and state coordinator of Sambad Sahitya Ghara, widely published and honored. She's also authored collections such as Asa O Akasare Aji Jonha Nahi and The Enchanted Stream. She's also deeply engaged in philanthropy and social causes, including work with the Juvenile Justice Board, and embodies the spirit of literature as both expression and action. ମୁଁ वर्तमान डॉक्टर लिंका को अनुरोध करी यही आलोचना टी आगे को बढ़ेवा पे जोरदार करताली हो जाओ आमर सबू पैनलिस्ट को पाई द वुमेन ऑफ ओडिया लिटरेचर. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन,
समस्त को नमस्कार, धन्यवाद दीक्षा. इंडियन एक्सप्रेस तरफ आयोजित आजिकार साहित्य सभार एटी बोधे प्रथम ओडिया संपान एवं यही संपान रे मो सहित अछंती ओडिया भाषा रे लेखुथिबा सारा ओडिशा रे बेस परिचित मुह माने अछंती सुचेता मिश्र, हिरणमयी मिश्र आउ चिरश्री इंद्र सिंह. बंधुगण, जितेबेले लेखिका मानक कथा आसे एवं एमिति गोटे संपान रे आमे एकाठी हेउ सेतेबेले आमे मने पको पछ दिन को आमे मने पको आमर ओडिया भाषा साहित्यर इतिहास को मने पको जो माने मूल दुआ थापी थिले से दिन जो माने ओडिया भाषा रे किछि लेखि थिले ता गद्य रे हेउ बा पद्य रे हेउ से माननको मने पकेइला बेले मो प्रथमे मने पकेइबी माधवी दासी को तांको कविता, मने पकेइबी रेवा राय को तांकर सन्यासी तांकर संपादना जेतेबेले रेवती लेखा होउथिला जेतेबेले फकीर मोहन को आमे मने पकाउछु सेतेबेले रेवा राय को कथा भूली जिबा आम पक्षरे उचित हबनी. समयर स्रोत गड़ी चली स्वाधीनता पूर्वरु 2025 मसीहा पर्यंत विभिन्न लेखिका विभिन्न समय खंडरे आसीचंती ओडिया साहित्य को गप, कविता, नाटक, उपन्यास, रम्य रचना, भ्रमण कहानी प्रतिटी क्षेत्र में सेमानंकर पदपात स्वतंत्र एवं सेमानंकर गोटे गोटे व्याप्ति अच्छी, सेमानंकर गोटे गोटे स्वतंत्र परिचय अच्छी, सेमानंकर लिखन शैली, सेमानंकर भाषा, सेमानंकर वर्णना एवं सेमानंकर स्वकीय शैली जोटाକୁ ନେଇ ଆମେ ଚିହ୍ନୁ. बसंत कुमारी कौन लिखिथिले, आज हिरणमयी कौन लिखुचंती, कुंतला कुमारींकर भाषा कौन थिला, से समयर समाज व्यवस्था केमिति थिला, चिरश्री इंद्र सिंह आज समाज को केमिति देखुचंती, ब्रह्मोत्री देवी केमिति लेखुथिले, तांकर रचना रे केते विभू प्रेम थिला, केते आध्यात्मिकता थिला, सुचेता मिश्रता को कौ स्तर को आज नेइचंती. एमिति अनेक गुड़िए दिग अच्छी, अनेक गुड़िए स्तर अच्छी, अनेक ओडिया लेखिका आम सहित थिले अछंती और रहिबे मध्य तांको लेखनी माध्यम रे. तेबे आज जो माने अछंती तांकोठु आमे जानिबा सेमानक लेखा विषय रे, सेमानक जीवन विषय रे, आम ओडिशा को, आम भाषा को, आम साहित्य को से माने केते भल पाइचंती, केते भल भाबरे बुझिचंती एवं आपण मानक सामना रे सेमानकर उत्तर गुड़िक कौन हबो. मो पाखरे बसिचंती सुचेता अपा. सुचेता अपांको मो पचारिबी ब्रह्मोत्री महांती जेतेबेले कविता लिखिले से तांको पढ़ी थिबे, कारण से मध्य पुरीर सेतेबेलर तांको कवितारे समाज व्यवस्था केमिति थिला, ब्रह्मोत्रींकर चिंता और चेतना केमिति थिला एवं सुचेता जेतेबेले कविता लिखिले सेई धारा को केते आग को नेले बा तांको लेखारे केमिति विविधता आसिला. सुचेता मिश्र.
समस्त को प्रणाम. एठी उपस्थित समस्त भितर थिबा कवि को प्रणाम. समयर स्वल्पता दृष्टि आमे टिके शीघ्र जीवा. तेबे कविता गोटे धारा, से गोटे प्रवाह. आमर प्रथम नारी कवि आमे जहाँ को कहू माधवी देवी, से तो जगन्नाथ प्रेम सेतले पुरुषोत्तम देवंकर समयरू से लेखा आरंभ करथिले. सेतबेले जो कवितार धारा थिला एवं से माने समस्ते नारी कवि प्राय तांकर कवितारे थिला गोटे विभू प्रेम, गोटे समर्पण भाव एवं ता परवर्ती भाव में जो मैंने लिखिले सारला देवी हूँ बा अन्नपूर्णा देवी हूँ बा अपर्णा देवी हूँ रेवा जो मैंने भी कविता भी किसी गल्प कविता लिखिले समस्त भितर से ही जिनस थिला. गोटे समय रे आमे कहलु जो दुई जन कवि को नारी कवि को मु बेसी भाव में प्रभावित से दुई जन हेले कवि विद्युत प्रभा देवी एवं कुंतला कुमारी सावत. अच्छा, विद्युत प्रभा कवि को देवी को आमे प्रथम फेमिनिस्ट पोएट बा वामवादी कवि बोली कहीं कहीं कहती. एइथिपाई कहती जे तांकर कवितारे जो साहसिकता से देखैथिले सेही समय रे आमको बुझिबाक पड़िबो जे से को समय କେଉଁ ସମୟ ଭିତରେ ଲେଖୁଥିଲେ ଏବଂ ମାତ୍ର ନବମ ଶ୍ରେଣୀ ପାଠ ପଢ଼ିଥିଲେ, ସେଇଟା ସବୁଠୁ ବଡ଼ କଥା। କିନ୍ତୁ ତାଙ୍କର ବାପା ଥିଲେ ଜଣେ କବି ନନ୍ଦକିଶୋର ବଳ ଏବଂ ତାଙ୍କର ଗୋଟେ କାବ୍ୟିକ ପରିବେଶ ପରିବାର ଥିବ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ, ଆଉ ସେଥିରେ ସେ ପ୍ରଭାବିତ ହୋଇଥିବେ। ତାଙ୍କ କବିତାରେ ଯେଉଁ ପ୍ରଥମ ସ୍ଫୁଲିଙ୍ଗଟି ଦେଖାଯାଇଥିଲା, ଯଦିଓ ସେ ବହୁତ ରୋମାଣ୍ଟିକ୍ କବିତା ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି, ବହୁତ ଦେଶାତ୍ମକ ବୋଧ କବିତା ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି, ଜୀବନକୁ ନେଇ କବିତା ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି, କିନ୍ତୁ ସେଇ କବିତା ଭିତରେ ସେ ବି ତାଙ୍କର ସ୍ୱର ଯେଉଁଟା ବହୁତ ପ୍ରଖର ଭାବରେ ଦେଖାଯାଏ, ଶୁଣିବାକୁ ମିଳେ। ମାନେ ଗୋଟେ ପୁରୁଷକୁ କହିପାରିବାର ଯେଉଁ ସ୍ୱର ଯେ ମୁଁ ଯଦି ଶ୍ମଶାନ ମାଟି ହେବି ତମେ କ'ଣ ସେଠି ନିଜକୁ ଆଶ୍ରା ଦେବ, ମୁଁ ଯଦି ଉଷା ହେବି ତମେ କ'ଣ ଶୁକ୍ରତାରା ହେଇ ସେଠି ମୋ ଦୁକୁଳେ ଆଶ୍ରୟ ନେବ, ଏଭଳି ଯେଉଁ ଶବ୍ଦ ଧାଡ଼ି ଗୁଡ଼ିକ ତାଙ୍କ କବିତାରେ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ମିଳେ। ସେଥିପାଇଁ ହୁଏତ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଫେମିନିଷ୍ଟ କବି ବୋଲି କୁହାଯାଏ। କିନ୍ତୁ ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ସମୟରେ କୁନ୍ତଳା କୁମାରୀ ସାବତ ବି ବହୁତ କବିତା ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ମୁଁ ତାଙ୍କର ଯେତେବେଳେ ଗ୍ରନ୍ଥବଳୀ ଖୋଜେ, ଯଦିଓ ସେ ବହୁତ ଉପନ୍ୟାସ ଭଲ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ତାଙ୍କର କାଳୀବୋହୂ କଥା ତ ଏମାନେ କହିବେ, ମାନେ ମୁଁ ନିଜେ ପଢ଼ିଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ କାଳୀବୋହୂ ଉପନ୍ୟାସରେ ସେ ତାଙ୍କର ବୋଧେ ଫେମିନିଷ୍ଟ ଭଏସ୍ଟା ଏତେ ପ୍ରଖର, ଯେଉଁଠି ପ୍ରଥମ ଥର ପାଇଁ ସେ କହିଲେ ଯେ ଗୋଟେ ସ୍ତ୍ରୀ ଲୋକ କେମିତି ସଂଘର୍ଷ କରିବ, କେମିତି 7 ବର୍ଷରେ ବାହା ହୋଇଥିବା ଝିଅଟି ବିଧବା ହୋଇଯାଉଛି 10 ବର୍ଷରେ ଏବଂ ତାପରେ ସେ କେମିତି ସହୁଛି ନିର୍ଯାତନା, କେମିତି ଆତ୍ମୀୟମାନଙ୍କ ଦ୍ୱାରା ନିଜର ଶରୀରକୁ ବଞ୍ଚେଇବା, ନିଜ ପରିଚୟକୁ ବଞ୍ଚେଇବା, କେମିତି ସେ ସବୁ ଜିନିଷ ସେ ଉପନ୍ୟାସରେ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି। ସେ ବିଷୟରେ ଗାଳ୍ପିକା ମାନେ କହିବେ, କିନ୍ତୁ କବିତାରେ ବି ସେ କହିଛନ୍ତି। କବିତାରେ ଗୋଟେ ଜାଗାରେ ସେ କହିଛନ୍ତି, ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଆଶ୍ଚର୍ଯ୍ୟ ଲାଗିବ, କୁନ୍ତଳା କୁମାରୀ ଦେବୀ ମୋତେ ଜଣେ କହିଲେ ଆଜ୍ଞା ସେ ଖ୍ରୀଷ୍ଟିଆନ ଥିଲେ ସେଥିପାଇଁ କହିଲେ। ମୁଁ କହିଲି ନୁହଁ, ଖ୍ରୀଷ୍ଟିଆନ ଜନ୍ମ ହୋଇଥିଲେ ସେ ପରିବାରରେ, ପରେ ସେ ବ୍ରାହ୍ମଣ ସମାଜକୁ ଯାଇଥିଲେ, ବ୍ରାହ୍ମଣଙ୍କୁ ବିବାହ କରିଥିଲେ, ହିନ୍ଦୁକୁ ଆପଣେଇଥିଲେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ସେ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି ଯେ ରାମାୟଣ ପଣା ଏ ଦୁନିଆ ପାନ କରିବ, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ସୀତାଙ୍କୁ ଯିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିଲା ବନବାସ। ବିଧବା ହବ ଗୋଟେ କ୍ରୌଞ୍ଚି, ଆପଣ ଜାଣିଥିବେ ସେଇଠୁ ପ୍ରଥମ ଆମର ଲେଖା ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଲା। ବାଲ୍ମୀକି ଲେଖିଲେ ଯେ ସରାଘାତରେ ଗୋଟେ ଯେତେବେଳେ କ୍ରୌଞ୍ଚଟି ମରିଯାଇଛି ଏବଂ କ୍ରୌଞ୍ଚିଟି ଫିମେଲ୍ ଏଠି ଯଦି କାନ୍ଦୁଛି, ସେ କାନ୍ଦରୁ ସେ ତାଙ୍କର ରାମାୟଣ ଲେଖା ଆରମ୍ଭ କଲେ। ଏବଂ ସେଠି ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଧାଡ଼ି ବି ସେ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି ସାହସିକତାର ସହିତ, ଜଣେ ରତ୍ନାକର ବାଲ୍ମୀକି ହବ, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ସୀତାଙ୍କୁ ଅଗ୍ନି ପରୀକ୍ଷା ଦେବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ ଏବଂ ସୀତା ବନବାସ ଯିବେ। ମୋତେ ଆଶ୍ଚର୍ଯ୍ୟ କରିଦେଲା ଯେ ସେଇ ମୁହୂର୍ତ୍ତରେ ସେଇ ସମୟରେ ଯିଏ ଲେଖିପାରୁଥିଲେ ସେଇଭଳି। ଏବଂ ତାପରେ ମୁଁ ପଳେଇ ଆସିବି ବ୍ରହ୍ମତ୍ରୀଙ୍କ ପାଖକୁ। ବ୍ରହ୍ମତ୍ରୀ ମହାନ୍ତି ପୁରୀର ଲୋକ। ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ପୁରୀକୁ ଆସିଲି ଏବଂ ବ୍ରହ୍ମତ୍ରୀ ମହାନ୍ତିଙ୍କ ସହିତ ଦେଖା ହେଲା, କଥା ହେଲି, ସେତେବେଳକୁ ସିଏ ବିଭୁ ପ୍ରେମ ଏବଂ ବିଭୁ କବିତା ଧାରାକୁ ପଳେଇ ଆସିଥିଲେ। କିନ୍ତୁ ତାଙ୍କର 1981 ମସିହାରେ ପ୍ରକାଶିତ ଦୃଷ୍ଟି ଆଉ ଦ୍ୟୁତି, ଏବେ ବି ମୁଁ କହିବି ଆପଣ ସେ ବହି ଖୋଜିକିରି ପଢ଼ିବେ, ସେଇଥିରେ ସମସ୍ତ କବିତା ଗୁଡ଼ିକ ତୁଳନୀୟ, କମଳା ଦାସଙ୍କ କବିତା ସହିତ ତୁଳନୀୟ। ମୋତେ ଆଶ୍ଚର୍ଯ୍ୟ ଲାଗିଲା ଯେ ସେ ମାନେ କବି ଜଣେ କେମିତି ବଦଳିଗଲେ। ସେ କବିତାରେ ସେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି, ଭୟାନକ ଭୁଲ କରି ତମେ ଫେରି ଗଭୀର ରାତ୍ରିରେ ମୋତେ କହୁଛ ଯେ ମନ୍ଦିରରେ ମୁଁ ରାମାୟଣ ପାଠ ଶୁଣୁଥିଲି। ଏଇ ଜିନିଷ କହିବାର ସାହସିକତା ଯେଉଁ ନାରୀ କବିଙ୍କର ଥିଲା ସେଇ ସମୟରେ, ସେ ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ କାହିଁ ବଦଳିଲେ ସେ ତ ଅଲଗା କଥା, କିନ୍ତୁ ସେଇଭଳି ବହୁତ କଥା ସେ କବିତାରେ ସେ କହିଛନ୍ତି। ଏମିତି ବି କହିଛନ୍ତି, ଗୋଟେ ଆଶ୍ଚର୍ଯ୍ୟ ଇଚ୍ଛା ବୋଲି ତାଙ୍କର ଗୋଟେ କବିତା ଅଛି, ଆପଣ କେବେ ପଢ଼ିବେ ବି। ସେ କବିତାରେ ସେ କହିଛନ୍ତି ଗୋଟେ ନାରୀର ଇଚ୍ଛା କେମିତି ହେଇପାରେ, ମାନେ ଧାରାବାହିକ ସେଇ ଗତାନୁଗତିକ ପ୍ରେମ ମୋତେ ବିରକ୍ତି ଦେଲାଣି। ମାନେ ତାଙ୍କ କବିତାର ଜିଷ୍ଟରେ ଏଇଟା ଅଛି, ମୋର ଥରେ ଥରେ ଇଚ୍ଛା ହୁଏ ତମେ ମୋତେ କନ୍ଦୁକ ସମ ଫିଙ୍ଗତ ଏବଂ ଖସି ପଡ଼ିଲା ବେଳକୁ ମୋତେ ଜଡ଼େଇ ଧରନ୍ତ ବୁକୁରେ। ଏତେ କଥା କହିବାର କୌଣସି ଭାଷାର କବି କହିନାହାନ୍ତି। ମୋତେ ଆଶ୍ଚର୍ଯ୍ୟଚକିତ କରିଥିଲା। ମୁଁ ଦୌଡ଼ି ଯାଇଥିଲି ତାଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖିବା ପାଇଁ ଯେ ଯେଉଁ କବି ଏମିତି କହୁଥିଲେ ତାଙ୍କର ଧାରା ବଦଳିଲା କାହିଁକି। ବଦଳିଲା ଏଇଥିପାଇଁ ସେ ବିଭୁ ପ୍ରେମକୁ ଆସିଗଲେ ଏବଂ ସେଇ କଥା ବି କୁନ୍ତଳା କୁମାରୀଙ୍କର ବି ହେଇଥିଲା। କିନ୍ତୁ ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ କାଳରେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କବିତାର ଧାରାରେ ଆମେ ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ନାରୀଟିଏ ତାର ନିଜର ଦୃଷ୍ଟିରେ ନିଜକୁ ସବୁକିଛି ଦେଖିବାକୁ ଚାହିଁଲା, ସେତେବେଳେ ସିଏ ତା କଥା କହିବାକୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଲା। ବହୁତ ଦିନ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଛାୟା କବିତା ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି, ମୁଁ ତାକୁ ଛାୟା କବିତା କହିବି, ଯଦିଓ ସେମାନେ ବହୁତ ମୋର ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ମୋର ସମକାଳୀନ କିଛି କବି ବି ଲେଖୁଛନ୍ତି। କିନ୍ତୁ ଗୋଟେ ନାରୀଟିଏ ପୁରୁଷ ଠାରୁ ଅଲଗା କି? किछि दृष्टि रे अलगा नुहे जदि मु स्वाधीनतार कथा कहबी जदि मु शोषणर कथा कहबी मु जदि भोक शोष जंत्रणा कथा कहबी ताले से पुरुष और नारी सब समान किंतु जेतेबेले गोटे नारीटे कहबो जे गोटे नारी रे गोटे झीटे धर्षण हेबा परे तार शारीरिक मानसिक अवस्था कौन गोटे पुरुष कहि परिबो कि प्रथम ऋतुमती हेबा ठारू विधवा हेबा पर्यंत बाहागर परे घर छाड़ी आसीबा पर्यंत धर्षणर शिकार होतुवा पर्यंत छाड़पत्र पाइथिबा नारीटीए बा गोटे नारीटीए परिवार पोषुथुबो टाउन बस रे झुलिके आसुथुबो धक्का खाउथुबो बहुत किछि अनुभव अछि आज्ञा जो गुड़िक पुरुष मु भाबुचे कहि परिबोनी अंतर भीतर को जाई कहि परिबोनी जड़े नारी ही कहब वर्तमान परिस्थिति रे मु बहुत खुशी जे मोर समसामयिक नारी कवि माने एवं जो माने भी लेखुचंती से धारा को आसिले निजर अस्मिता कथा कहले निजको निज दृष्टि रे जहाँ देखुचंती ता अनुभव करचंती कहबाकू आरंभ कले ए कथाटू आगे नबा मु बेसी समय नहीं जाउचे
धन्यवाद सुचेता आपा मु वर्तमान हिरणमयी मिश्र को कथा को आग को नेबा को अनुरोध करी जो कथाटी सुचेता मिश्र कहले जे नारी मानक अस्मिता कथा एबे नारी माने कहउचंती नारीर अंतर्मन को देखुचंती किंतु मु भाबे जेतेबेले लेखा कथा आसे जेतेबेले साहित्य कथा आसे जेतेबेले लेखकर कथा आसे सेतेबेले नारी पुरुषर विभाजक रेखा गोटे काहेकि रहिबो एई विभाजिका रेखाटा रहिबा जरूरी कि एवं एइटा रहिबा द्वारा नारी आ पुरुष भितरे लेखा लेखिरे तांकर मानसिकता रे समाज को देखिबा पई तांकर दृष्टिभंगी रे किछि पार्थक्य आसे कि जदि आसे सेइटा कोन जदि न आसे आपण निजको जणे नारी भावरे केमिति करी वर्णना करिवे दर्शक मानक
Thank you, Subhasri. Thank you, Indian Express, for including this only session in Odia literature. समस्त को नमस्कार जोटी छाड़ी सुचेता आपा मुझे कहबी जे से जो छायावादी कविता कथा कहते गोटे समय थिला जेतेबेले नारी माने बहुत भल भल सृष्टि करुथिले किंतु से माने विभू प्रेमर कथा कहते जहाँ प्रकृत में प्रेम कविता थिला ही किंतु ता ईश्वर प्रति बोली कहते जमती निर्मला देवी कथा कहले आज चंद्र चकोर राति है अंतरे आस साथी है स्वर्णापदीप मंदाली कुंद कुसुम हृदय रे ढाली आज स्निग्ध विभरे माती है आज चंद्र चकोर राति है थरे अंतरे आस साथी है यहाँ पूरा पूरी भाव गोटे प्रेम कविता आपण मैंने जो मैंने आज पाठक पढ़ से प्रेम कविता बोली ही भाव किंतु से जे स्वर्णाभदीप मंदिरे जाली कुसुम गुंथी चिमाली ये समर्पण भाव कथा से कहते ये छायावादी कविता बा छायावादी कवि बोली से कहला जे सेमाने से कथाटा को जहाँ आज आम कहीपे आम पाखे जहाँ कहबार स्वच्छंद भाव में कहबार परिप्रकाश कर जो परिवेश अच्छी ता सेमानंक पाखरे नथिला सेटा सेमाने जे भाभी नथिबे सेमती कथा नुहे जो मैंने स्वाधीनता पूर्ववर्ती समय कवि बा लेखक बा लेखिका जी आरंभ करिथिबे तांकर से साहित्यर यात्रा सेतेबेले सेमाने जहाँ भी लेखिथिबे जेमती आमे सुनिचे जे कविता लेखिले नारी माने को निंदित होबाको पड़ुथिला महिला माने को घरे असुविधा सम्मुखीन होबाको पड़ुथिला जोथिपई आमे बारंबार विद्युत प्रभाकर से कविता पाखु फेरे जे नारी सहज नारी जीवनटा रड़निया तही साहित्य नारी जीवनटा रड़निया गृह जंजाल किरासिनी कविता लेखिले शुणे गाड़ी न लेखिले हुए खिनिबिनी এই जो चारि धाड़ीर कथा जे नारी जीवनटा हूँ रड़निया से यहाँ हूँ गोटे किरासिनी भाया गृह जंजाल तो ये जो समय थिला जेतेबेले ग्रहण करा जाउ नथिला नारी मानकर खोला खोली भाव में निजर कथा कहवाई अभिव्यक्ति करने बा निजर स्वाधीन भाव में निजर मत व्यक्त करने सामाजिक व्यवस्था अनुसार साहित्य सेमती हो जाउथिला सेमानंक पाखरे असुविधा थिला जे सेमाने हुए तो बहुत कष्ट पाठ पढ़ुतिले एवं पब्लिक लाइफ जोटा आमे कहूचे से मोबिलिटी तांकर नथिला साधारण भाव में चलप्रचल कर स्वच्छंद समस्त को देखिबार से जो सबू मनीष मानक देखिबार चिन्हबार समाज विभिन्न स्तर मनीष मान सहित मिसबार से सब स्वच्छंदता तांक पाखरे नथिला सेमानंक भितरे असुमारी सृजन शक्ति थिला ता आमको मानिबाकू पड़िबो सेमाने सेही भितरे थाई भी सेमाने लेखिचंती अंतपुर रे थाई भी सेमाने बाहर स्वाधीनतार स्वप्न देखिचंती उड़ीबार स्वप्न देखिचंती एवं लेखिचंती बोली आज आमे साहस करूचु लेखिबा पई साहित्य सब बेले गड़ी आसी सेमती समय सहित एवं जो शुभश्री जो प्रश्न पचारे एबे सेही प्रश्न को ही मु आसुची जे जने स्त्री लोकर जीवन सुचेता भी कहते जे जीवन जो विविध अनुभव थाए ता हुए तो स्त्री लोक जने भल भाव लेखिपार पुरुष ठारू बोली आमे जुक्ति करें आम कहीपे किंतु मु भावे जे आजिर समय जितेबाला आम पाखे जो मैंने सब लेखा लेखि करुँच जो मैंने ओडिया साहित्य अच्छा जो मान पाखे शिक्षा अच्छी बाहर को जीवार सुविधा अच्छी एवं विभिन्न प्रकार अनुभव को निज भितर साउंटार किसी सीमाबद्धता नहीं से माने सब से हुए तो आज जीवन जीवन पुरुषर जीवन आ नारीर जीवन जो लिंग भेद पुरुषर लेखा और नारीर लेखा अनेक आज एमती लेखुंट लेखा आपन जदि तांको ना लुचई देबे ताले एटा जने पुरुष लिखिछन्ती बा नारी लिखिछन्ती आपन जानि परिबेनी अनेक गप देखिबे एबे चिरश्रींकर निकटरे गप बाहरी थिला कथारे जो थरे कि से जने पुरुष हे कहउचन्ती जने स्त्री लोकर कथा कहउचन्ती शेष पर्यंत आपन जिबे से जने पुरुष ही व्याख्या करूची जने स्त्री लोकर कैंसर हेछि तो ब्रेस्ट कैंसर हेछि से कथा से वर्णना करूचन्ती तेनु नारीर दृष्टि रे पुरुष आ नारी से हुए तो उभयंकर कष्ट देखिपारे जेहेतु से माँ से मत लगे जे आम समस्त कथा जापर देखिपा गोटे पुरुषर दृष्टि भी केबे केबे आम भितर आसे जहाँ हुए तो असुविधा होता पारे पुरुष लेखक मानू जहाँ हुए तो ये हुए तो लिंग भेदर कथा कहु आउ गोटे फरक अच्छी आम जो लेखु आमको समाज गोटे शालीनतार सीमाबद्धता शिखे दे था आमको देखे दे था शब्द को नहीं कौन कौन शब्द व्यवहार करूँ आम हूँ तो आम अनुभव को निश्चित भाव में व्यक्त करूँ किंतु शब्द को नहीं आम केते दूर जापरू तार गोटे सीमारेखा अच्छी प्राय सबू स्त्री लोक मान लेखार किंतु पुरुष लोक मैंने से सीमाबद्धता आदौ अनुभव करते जेहेतु व्यक्तिगत जीवन में से सीमाबद्धता न थाए से साधारण भाव में पब को गला बेले साधारण भाव में बाहर थिला बेले साधारण भाव में सांग मान सहित जो भाषा कथबार्ता होती हुए तो स्त्री लोक मैंने ताठू टिके भिन्न भाषा कथबार्ता होती एवं जेहेतु ये जो फरक रही से गोटे नारीर जन लेखिकार लेखा आ पुरुषर लेखा भितर गोटे फरक आसीपे केबे किंतु आजिर स्त्री लोक आजिर नारी जे लेखालेखी अच्छा जो मैंने यथेष्ट स्वाधीनता पाई जो मान पाखरे एमती बेसी किसी कटकना नहीं बेसी किसी आकट करने बेसी किसी ना जो मैंने डरू ना बोली कहबी से मैंने निजक बेस सहज भाव में सावलील भाव में प्रकाश करने गले बर्तमान जो एवं जो स्वाधीनता परवर्ती जमी आम यशोधरा मिश्र गपर देखा जमी सरोजिनी साहू गपर देखा से स्त्री लोकर जीवन को छाड़ी पुरुष लोकर जीवन भी अनेक कथा से कथार व्यक्त कर मत लगे जे ओडिशार लेखिका मानकर अनेक गप एमती अच्छी जो थी आदौ आपन जानीपारे नहीं जदि सतरे आप ना मुझे कथा कहूली जे यहाँ पुरुषर लेखा कि स्त्रीर लेखा साहित्य निरपेक्ष हवा जरूरी किंतु लेखा जिते मुझे लेखुची कह जाए ना काया प्रवेश करा जाए करती बोली जमी चरित्र भितर काया प्रवेश करी जने मंच उपर अभिनय करे बा सिनेमा रे अभिनय करे सेमती लेखकर भी गोटे काया प्रवेश भूमिका आसे जहाँ ना जने महिला लेखुले भी जने लेखिका लेखुले भी जिते से लेखक जो पुरुषर चरित्र लेखे से काया प्रवेश करने को पड़े एवं जने पुरुष लेखुले भी मु भावे से केबे केबे महिला को ता पाखरे ता चारिपटे चारिपटे देखुवा स्त्री लोक मान आखि आगे रखी लेखे मोटामोटी जने लेखक है स्रष्टा से महिला हो बा पुरुष हो। धन्यवाद
बहुत धन्यवाद। तेबे आमे स्वाधीनता पूर्ववर्ती और स्वाधीनता परवर्ती लेखिका मानक कथा हेउथिले एइथिरु मु खियो बाहर करी चिरश्री इंद्र सिंह को पचारिबा पई चाहिबी से जड़े सुख्यात गाल्पिका तांकर कविता अच्छी उपन्यास मध्य अच्छी आउ तीन जण अतिथि 60 दशक गोटे लैंडमार्क गोटे विभाजनकारी रेखा आधुनिक महिला मानकर सेटा गोटे प्रथम पहाच बोली विविध क्षेत्रु आमे गणी था 60 दशक जन्म होता महिला माने आधुनिकतार स्पर्श पाई तांको लेखालेखी रे केते स्वाधीनतार सहित से कथा गुड़ा को व्यक्त करिसेंती। चिरश्रींकर सर्फिंग परी गप अच्छी शाढ़ी परी पारंपरिक चिंताधारा को नहीं कविता अच्छी से उभय गप कवितार सिद्धहस्त एणु 60 दशकर नारी मानसिकता को नहीं आजिर नारी को से कोठी थोइबे।
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद शुभश्री तमें आम 3 जन को गोटे भूमि उपर ठिया कर देछ 60 दशकर भूमि 60 दशक बा ठीक पूर्ववर्ती परवर्ती जो लेखक लेखिका माने रहिले सेमानक जीवनर सुजोग बा दुर्जोग बा विडंबना बा विभव आमे ताको जेमिति कहू आमे पुराना दुनियाटा को देखीचु एवं आमे देखीचु 2000 बा 1900 आमर परवर्ती समयटा को जोठी सारा पृथ्वी रे हठात बहुत प्रकार परिवर्तन है, चिंता जगतर परिवर्तन है, आइडियोलोजी परिवर्तन है, गवर्नमेंट चेंज है, नुआ नुआ देश गठन है एवं भारतर ओडिशार सामाजिक जीवन रे तार को जो प्रभाव पड़ला, जो त्रुटि विच्युति आसला आमर जीवन रे, नारी को देखिबा, पुरुष को देखिबा, एमती कि तृतीय लिंगी मानक भी देखिबा, से मानक विषय चिंता करिबा, आमर भावभूमि हठात बहुत बड़ विस्तरी गला। ता पूर्वर आमे जहाँ देखुलु से भावर ओजनटा अधिका थिला, किंतु तापरे जो सब आसला से विचार प्रवेश घटिला। भारतवर्षर विभिन्न प्रांतर जो माने लिखिले, एमितिक ओडिशा रे भी लिखिले, सेमानंक लेखारे से जो विभिन्न प्रकार विचार, चिंता, आवेग, कम्प्लेक्सिटी, जटिलता से सबूर झलक आमे देखु। धरंतु आमर सुचिता मिश्र जमती कहले जे बा हिरणमयी मिश्र कहले जे लेखारे सेतेबेले विभु प्रेम नाम रे बहु जिनस उत्सर्गीकृत करी नारी ता पछरे निजको लुचेई रखुतिला। आमे जानू जो किंबदंती मान गढ़ा जाइछि, जेमती आपण मानकर आमर राजार मानकु नेकी गढ़ा जाइछि, देवता मानकु नेकी गढ़ा जाइछि, व्यवसाय वाणिज्य को नेकी गढ़ा जाइछि, किंतु नारी माने जो किंबदंती तैयारी करिथिबे से समय रे जहा जणा पड़े जे सेथिरे नारीर दुख अच्छी अधिका, तार हाहाकार अच्छी, तार कारुण्य अच्छी, समाज को तार बाहुना गीत अच्छी। से समयटा को आमे बहुत पछरे छाड़ी आसलुनी। रोजगार क्षमता आसीबा सहित, नारी बाहर को आसीबा सहित एवं पूरा विश्वर प्रेक्षापटरे राजनैतिक, सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक जो परिवर्तन सब घटी तार प्रभाव रे आमर लेखा अधिक शाणित होईची, अधिका दीप्तिमान होईची, अधिका गभीर होईची एवं अधिका प्रकार ताकु विभिन्नता मिली। से आज जो पिला माने लिखुछंती, जो भाषा भी से माने लिखंतु, इंग्राजी रे लिखंतु, हिंदी रे लिखंतु, जो भाषा रे से माने लिखंतु, से माने सेथिपई अधिका स्पष्ट, से माने सेथिपई कोनोसी आढुआळ खोजंती नाही। 60 दशक रे आमे जो माने थिलु, आमे हमर जेजमा मानकु देखिथिलु जो माने पूरा पुराना समयटा को रिप्रेजेंट करुथिले, किंतु एबे आमे हमर झियो मानकु देखुचु जो माने जेकोनोसी यूरोपियन बा अमेरिकन मॉडल सहित समान, सेमानक चिंताधारा, सेमानकर बेश पोशाक, सेमानकर चालीचलणी, सेमानकर बंचिबार शैली सेटा पूरा पूरी बदली जाइछि। तेणु आमको मध्य आम लेखा सहित बदलिबाकू होउछि। जो ओडिसा को आमे देखिथिलु, जो ग्रामांचल शब्द एबे तो टिपिकल ओडिया शब्द बेले बेले व्यवहार करिया को डर भी माडुछि जे जदि व्यवहार करू आकु बुझिबो किए, एमितिरे भी ओडिया पढ़िबा कमी गलानी। तेणु आमे टिपिकल ओडिया ना रे जहाँ सब खोजिक लेखिबू ताकू साधारण बुझिबार बाहर को पळेबो। तेणु आज लेखार चैलेंज अलगा, आज लेखार विषय वस्तु अलगा, आज लेखार दाबी अलगा। सेथिपई मु कहिबी जे 60 दशक ठारू गोटे मोड़ परिवर्तन, गोटे दिग परिवर्तन आम आखिरे पड़िछि। जमती गोटे समय मो निज कथा जदि कहे, गोटे समय मु जो कविता लिखुली से भी सेमिति पुराणा धास, पुराणा चिंता थिला निश्चय, किंतु मुझे शाढ़ी लिखिली सेतेबेले मु देखिली धीरे धीरे गोटे लंबा प्रोसेस रे शाढ़ी कविता सब लिखला बेलू मु देखिली ता भितर केते केते परिवर्तन मु निजे जानी पारिली। जे प्रथम जो 2008 मसीहा बेले जहाँ लिखुली 2020-22 रे पहुँचला बेलू मु नारी को अलग भाव में देखा आरंभ कली। तो प्रथमे जो प्रेमिकार शाढ़ी मु आरंभ करी जे एमती सुंदर दिसे बा मार शाढ़ी एमती दिसे, मु गणधर्षितार शाढ़ीर कथा भी कहली, किन्नर शाढ़ीर कथा भी कहली, सेमाने शाढ़ी पिंचंदी सेमानको केमिति लागुछि। मु गोटे युद्ध आक्रांत भूमि उपरे जो नारी ठिया है तार शाढ़ीर कथा कहवा आरंभ कले। तो से मु कहूँ जे आमे वर्तमान ओडिया जो मैंने लिखुंट ओडिया अस्मितार हुरी पड़ी, किंतु प्रकृत में ओडिया पढ़ा कमी जाऊँगी। एटा दुखर सहित आमको स्वीकार करने को पड़ो जे आमर ओडिया लेखा केते परिवर्तित होउची, कोठी पहुँचलानी, नुआ चैलेंज को केमिति भाव में तार समाधान करुच्ची, केमिति भाव में से निजको सेटा रिप्रेजेंट करुच्ची, ताकू पढ़ा प्रकृत बर्तमान पाठंकर अभाव। ये जो पिला माने बसचंदी से माने केते ओडिया साहित्य विषय रे तांकर धारणा अछि, केते पढ़िचंदी, केते जानिचंदी मु जाने नाही। सेटा गोटे ए समय चैलेंज से माने सेटा को पढ़ंतु, बुझंतु। आमे निश्चय आशा करिवु आमर पिला माने आमर साहित्य रे
नारींकर हो बा पुरुषंकर हो बा आउ जहार भी हो, कारण समाज को मनीष व्यवस्था को आम केवल आ नारी पुरुष सीमाबद्ध कर रखिनु। मनीषर ओरिएंटेशन तार सेक्सुअल ओरिएंटेशन हो बा अन्य कौन प्रकार ओरिएंटेशन हो से हिसाब से मनीष बहुधा विभक्त। तेणु से बहुधा विभक्त मनीषर जो वैचित्र्यमय अनुभूति ताकू ओडिया लेखक लेखिका माने किभଳି भाव में रिप्रेजेंट करूचंती सेटा जानिबा सेटा बुझिबा बहुत जरूरी। मु निवेदन करी आमर पिला मानकु जे से माने निश्चय पढ़ंतु, ट्रांसलेशन निश्चय अधिका हो। मो साड़ी कवितारू टिके शुणेबा पई चाहिबे निश्चय, जेहेतु मोर गोटे छोट कवितारू टिके मन अच्छी। खंडे साड़ी पाई केते कथा, खंडे साड़ी पाई केते कथा, खंडे साड़ी पाई केते संतर्पण रे सजड़ा हुए पसापाली, खंडे साड़ी पाई केते आकुति रे उजुड़ी जाए बिलुआ खाईर नई बाली। जोठी लोभ जोठी भय, जोठी युद्ध जोठी क्षय, जोठी तंत्र जोठी तरबारी, जोठी दंगा जोठी दरबारी, सबुठी तमे देखि पारिबो टुकुरा टुकुरा चिरा साड़ी।
बहुत धन्यवाद।
भारी आश्चर्य लगे भाविले, भारी आश्चर्य लगे भाविले जे जो मनीष गछरु तोलिला तुला, तुलारू भिणिला सूता, सूतारे माखिला रंग, रंगरे देखिला स्वप्न और स्वप्न रे निर्माण कला सभ्यता। से पुरुष केमिति तैयारी करी पारे साड़ी विरुद्ध रे एते सबु कारुकार्यमय सठता।
बहुत धन्यवाद चिरश्री।
भूल कहली कहूच ना, भूल कहली कहूच ना, भल हेबो मु बरम भूल ही जाए, भल हेबो मु बरम भूल ही जाए। किछि मनीष कोलाहल करी लागी छंती जदि लागी थांतु साड़ी पछरे केउठी केही प्रेमिक जणे तुलारू सूता भिणी चाली थाउ, भिणी चाली थाउ, भिणी चाली थाउ तमाम राति तुम मापर। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सुचेता आपा। साड़ी गोटे पारंपरिक परिधान। आपण साड़ी कवितार कथा मने पकईचंती। परंपरा मु आसबि आधुनिकता पाखको। आजिर आधुनिक झील माने आधुनिक लेखिका माने मुक्त भाव में चिंता कले से चेतना रे जहाँ आसूची से माने जहाँ देखुंट जो जीवन को भोगुंट से माने कर्मक्षेत्र रे जहाँ सामना करुंट विविध विषय तांको लेखा भीतर को आसूची। तेबे लेखिबा आउ स्वाधीनता स्वेच्छाचारितार भितर जो झीन परदाटी अच्छी सेटा बेले बेले अंतर्हित हो जाउची। एई स्वाधीनता आउ स्वेच्छाचारिता को आमे कौन आधुनिकतार ना दे ताको कानी ढांकी रखिबा साड़ी रे ना, जोठी स्वेच्छाचारिता आसूची, जोठी केवल कथाटीए कहिबा पाई अनेक गुड़िए शब्द थिले मध्य बाछि बाछि लेखिका माने अनेक गुड़िए शब्द व्यवहार करुचंती। याकु नै केते स्वच्छंद सुचेता मिश्र तांको कवितारे तांको कथारे तांकर भावना ए विषय कौन रहिबो बोल्डनेस बा मुक्त चिंतन आजिकार लेखिका मानकर गप कवितारे केमिति भाव से देखती।
हाँ शुभश्री गोटे भल प्रश्न पचार। वर्तमान नारी बा वर्तमान कलम धरी जो एठी यंग जेनेरेशन अच्छी मु प्रकृत में भल पाए और सम्मान भी दिए। बहुत माने शक्तिशाली कविता भी लेखा जाउची। जदि आपण मैंने वर्तमान लेखुवा ओडिया नारी मानकर कविता वर्तमान पीढ़ी आपण पढ़ुवे आप गोटे कथा लक्ष्य करेंगे जे से माने गोटे कथा कहया चाहूँगी सेटा प्रथम कथाटी मु पॉइंट वाइज कहीदेवी अल्परे सारी। प्रथम कथाटी से कहवा चाहूँगी जे आमको पुराण पत्थर प्रतिमा एथुर मुक्त कर। आमे देवी नहूँ आमर पूजा दरकार नहीं, आमे मनीष आमको मनीष बोली कह। सेटा हूँ प्रथम कवितारे जोटा मु देखिया पाऊँ। यही धाराटी बहुत आगु आरंभ हो जाइथिला एवं यही धाराटी वर्तमान आहुरी प्रखर होउची। यह एक स्वागत योग्य कथा। द्वितीय कथा होची नारी वर्तमान कहूची जे मोर गोटे परिचय अच्छी, मु प्रथमे गोटे व्यक्तित्व, मु प्रथमे मनीष तापरे नारी। जेते उच्च को जाऊ थाउ जेते प्रतिष्ठित व्यक्तित्वटी हेउ मध्य नारी छिड़ा हेले जे पुरुष सामना रे जे तार देहटा ता आग को आसे एटा आपण अस्वीकार करि परिबे नाही। सेइटा को भांगिबा को चाहूची वर्तमान नारी। वर्तमान कवितारे नारी कहूची जे मु सब किछि ओल्हेबी मोर अलंकार काढ़ी देला परे मो अलंकार माने आश्चर्य ही मते देखुचंती जे बिना अलंकार रे मु मु मोर नारी भाव में मुझे एते सुंदर दिशी पारे बर्तमान अलंकार माने भावुचंदी आभूषण माने भावुचंदी जे सेई जो जिनस मु घोड़े रही काढ़ी देवाक चाहूँगी अर्थात मु व्यक्तित्व नहीं बंचवा चाहूँगी मु जानी मोर अजन्मा कवितार मु धाड़िए कही दिने दिने मोर इच्छा हुए तुमको होटेल ले खुई सारी बिल पेमेंट करती मु पैसा दियंती मु दिने दिने मोर इच्छा हुए मु छिड़ा हुंती तुम छाई व्यतीत जगार तो यही स्वरटी आहुरी प्रखर ये केते दूर प्रखर होती ना नारी एते दूर जमते रैडिकल फेमिनिस्ट माने कहूथिले जे संतान धारण भी गोटे पराधीनता नारी पाई से माने कहूथिले हुए तो आम सोसाइटी रे सेटा आसीनी बाहाई सारला परे माने झीटी पुओ जन्म करदेले तार टिके भाव आउरी बढ़ी जाए सेमती आमर हेइनी किंतु किंतु गोटे समय रे नारी विभिन्न निर्यातना सही सही निर्यातना देखी देखी एवं समाज रे जो अघटन सब घटुची सहिबा परे से नारी हुए तो कही पारे कौन कहबो से कही पारे जे मु दिने मोर सुहासिनी संपर्कित किसी बहुत कविता थिला सेठी सुहासिनी दिने कहबो जे मु तम देहर निया को मो गर्भरे धरिबा को सुहासिनी दिने अस्वीकार करिवो ए अस्वीकार करिवार जो क्षोभटी ता भितरे अछि एवं यही क्षोभ बारंबार प्रकाशित होउछि किंतु मते शुभश्री जो कथाटी पचारिले जे अनेक समय आमे विभिन्न शब्द व्यवहार करूचे विभिन्न भाव में नारी तार क्षोभ प्रकाश रागिकी पार्टी करवा एवं कविता लिखा दुईटी अलग कथा क्षोभ तो अच्छी विद्रोह अच्छी दुख अच्छी किए जलीगला किए पोड़ीगला छोट झीटे धर्षण होउछि आपण मान भीतर भी आसुथबो से कष्ट से क्षोभ जेतेबेले नारीटीए झीटीए मु जेहेतु बहुत छोट झील शिक्षकता करे पिलांक सहित अच्छी वर्तमान जेनेरेशन आपण झील मानक पचारतु से माने गोटे कथा कहिबे कौन कहिबे मु कैरियर करने को चाहे विवाह मोर द्वितीय ऑप्शन मु चाहिए बाहाई पारे मु चाहिए छुआ जन्म करें यही सोसाइटी यही समय को आमे पहुँची गले तेणु आम लेखारे भी से आसो निहाती भाव में आसो कहीं आसला कारण से झीटी ता माँ को देखिला ता आई ता जेजेमा को देखिला तांकर त्याग देखिला एवं त्यागर फलाफल जे किछि नाही बोली से बुझीगला एवं समाज रे प्रतिदिन घटुवा अघटन को से जेतेबेले देखिबो ता भीतर से क्षोभटे आसीबो छोट झीटी जिते पेपर खोलिकी देखिबो जे आज ये झीटी पोड़ीगला काली ताकू धर्षण कराला आज से मरीगला से झीटी सांगे सांगे कहबो जे बापा मोर बाहाबार नहीं मते कैरियर करिवार अछि मोर निजरे छेड़ा आबार अछि जो झीटी देखिला जे मोर 4टा डिग्री अच्छी मु कहीं गोटे डिग्री करथिबा लोक को बाहाबी तेणु यही जो समाजर वर्तमान भयंकर गोटे परिवर्तन दे आमे जाऊचे ताहा भी आम लेखारे प्रकाशित होउची एठी केवल गोटे कथा मु कहबाकू चाहूँगी जे कविता होउची एक उच्चांग कला पोएट्री इज ए आर्ट आपण केबे भी अस्वीकार करें हाँ आपणकर जदि बहुत क्षोभ अच्छी आपण प्रबंधटीए लिखिपारती गल्परे भी चलिबो उपन्यास भी आप वर्णना करें किंतु बहुत बहुत जो क्रीम जो कहती अनुभव उपरे जो बसी स्वरटी सेटा हूँ कविता तेणु कविताटा बहुत उच्चांग कला ताकू आपण स्टेटमेंट करें स्टेटमेंट अर्थ तथ्य भित्तिक मु पेपर रू पढ़ी आज एमती धर्षण हो जाए काली एमती मरी जाए काली से हो जाए मुझे दिन सकाळू ताकू लिखिदेकि गोटे लंबा बागरे एवं ताकू छापीदेवी एवं से मु केते शब्द व्यवहार करी यथा जरायु यथा स्तन चुंबन छाती एगुड़ाक व्यवहार आगुर करू नथिले नारी कवि माने किंतु एबे करि पारुचंती करिबारे असुविधा नहीं किंतु एई शब्द माने एते प्रखर एते शक्तिशाली ताकू जदि आपण ठीक भाव में थोई न पारिले आपणकर सबुजाक कारुकार्य भांगी वर्तमान मु जो कथाटी समसामयिक लेखारे देखा पाऊँची नारी कवि मानकर से माने साहसिकतार सहित यहाँ व्यवहार करुँच शब्द सबू व्यवहार करा जाई पारिबो किंतु ताकू नहीं आनी थोई पारले हैला किंतु ताकू मध्य अलग भाव में कह जाई पारिबो अलग भाव में कह जाई पारिबो कारण गोटे नांदनिक स्वर अच्छी कवितार कवितार गोटे कारुकार्य अच्छी कवितार मंदिरटी भांगी जीव जदि आमे सीधा सीधा कथा कहबा आम क्षोभटा को मुझे सीधा सीधा कहबी ताहा एक तथ्य हम ता कविता हेब नहीं तेणु शुभश्री जो कथा भाभी मत पचारि मुझे भावुँ से कहीपारि जे से कथाटी हूँ जे कविता लेखा जाऊ कविता लिखा आज्ञा एबे बहुत कष्ट हो गलानी केमिति आ गोटे पॉइंट कहबी कहीं ना आमर सोशल मीडिया आउ किछि बाकी रखिनी आपण देखिले यूट्यूब रे कहा घरे झगड़ा है सी आसी कहला किए डिवोर्स दब सी आसी कहला बेडरूम रे कौन है सी भी आसी कही दौरान आपण भावतु मुझे कविताटे लिखी नारी विषय के दुख विषय मु केमिति लिखी कारण से ही घसरा शब्द से ही अनुभव से ही प्रतीक से ही बिंब सबकि से ही पुराणा ताकू मते अलग भागरे प्रकाश करने को पड़ो तेणु बर्तमान यहाँ हूँ सबुठ बड़ चैलेंज मोर यंग जनरेशन जे जो कथा कुहा सरी जहाँ घटुची जहाँ अन्याय बा जहाँ अन्याय ये नारी प्रबल स्वाधीनता पाई किंतु मु गोटे कथा कहबी बर्तमान कैंडल दीपटे आज्ञा निया लगी आगुरी नारी घरे थिला शोषित होउतला कि शोषण होउतला से अलग कथा बर्तमान से कर्मक्षेत्र को बाहर समाज को सामना करुच्ची तेणु तार दीपटू से शोषण शिकार होउची आज्ञा गोटे कैंडल दीपटे निया लगी तो यही परिस्थिति रे बहुत चैलेंजिंग गोटे नारी कवि कलम धरिबा लेखिका भी गोटे कलम धरिबा एवं ताकू शालीनतार सहित तीक्ष्ण भाव में जमीती आत्मा को आपण पंजरा हाड़े जाकि बाजिब मत सेमिति भाव में कहवाक पड़ो से ही पुराणा कथा को से ही घसरा कथा को से ही नीतिदिन घटुवा कथा को मत से कहवाक पड़ो से मु भावुँ आज मत लिखा मो बहुत बड़ चैलेंज जहाँ मोर नारी कवि मोर पूर्वसूरी लिखि आसी समय जोटा कष्ट थिला आज भी मो सेटा कष्ट कहीं मुझे अलग भाग कहबी धन्यवाद
धन्यवाद सुचेता एबे आधुनिक नारीर कथा कहले हिरण भाई मिश्र को मु पचारिबा को चाहिबी जे आमर समयर स्वल्पता मोहम्मतीर दी पटरे निया लगिबा एटा जहाँ को सब संयोगित करुच्ची एमिति गोटे समय आम रहीचु फेसबुक रो कथा सोशल मीडिया कथा कह जाइए समस्ते संक्षिप्त कहते सब जिनस समस्त सामने घटुची परदा बा आढ़ुआल ये शब्द गुड़ाक लुचि जाइए एठी मो मन को आउ गोटे प्रश्न आसूची आमे जेतेबेले सबु कथा अति संक्षिप्त रे सारीदेवा को चाहूँ से आम लेखिका माने आ उपन्यास लिखा बेसी आग्रही होना आपण 3टा उपन्यास लिखिंट सामान्य असामान्य मेघ पक्षीर गीत एमती उपन्यास सब लिखिंट आपण उपन्यास लिखिला बेले अनेक समय देइथिबे अनेक श्रम देइथिबे आज झील मैंने लेखिका मैंने उपन्यास लिखा कहीं विमुख होती तार कारण कौन सोशल मीडिया हो पारे बा तार कारण कौन आपणकर कार्य व्यस्तता हो पारे बा तार कारण अन्य किछि हो पारे
मु जो उपन्यास सब लिखी प्रकृत में उपन्यासिका बहुत छोट साइज मु भी लंबा उपन्यास जमती आम ओडिया साहित्यर उपन्यास बोली कहले आम जहाँ को मन पकू से भली उपन्यास मु भी लिखिपानी किंतु जहाँ जोठू सुचेता आपा छाड़े मुझे कहबी जे आज लिखापी बहुत प्रकार आह्वान एवं लिखापी बहुत कथा अच्छी जो पूर्व प्रश्न पचारि बोल्डनेस कथा उपन्यास रे से बोल्डनेस बहुत सुंदर भाव में हुए तो देखा जाई पारे जेते बळे पृथ्वीर एबे भी पृथ्वी गोटे अंश रे युद्ध चली जेते बळे आज भी आम समाज रे ऑनर किलिंग अच्छी जेते बळे आम समाज रे आज भी विभिन्न प्रकार सेक्सुअल ओरिएंटेशन लोक मानकर संग्राम चली एका भलिया अधिकार पाई आज भी राजरास्ता रे गे पैरेड हुए एबे भी ओरिएंटेशन पाई नहीं कि किछि लोक आज भी डिस्क्रिमिनेटेड होती बा मार्जिनालाइज्ड होती सेतेबेले मु भावेना जे देह को नहीं आउ अधिका बोल्ड हबार आमर आवश्यकता अच्छी बोल्ड हाँपाई अच्छी तो व्यवस्था विरुद्ध भी लिखा जाई पारिबो एवं से व्यवस्था विरुद्ध विभिन्न प्रकार जो सामाजिक व्यवस्था आउ देशर व्यवस्था यह सब विरुद्ध स्वर उठाइवाई हेले उपन्यास गोटे प्रकृष्ट स्थान से एबे किछि झी लिखुचंती स्वागतिका स्वाई बहुत भल उपन्यास लिखुचंती लोपामुद्रा लिखु नाहांती एमती नहीं मोटामोटी भाव में साहित्य उपन्यास लिखार संख्या टी कमी आसी तार गोटे बहुत बड़ कारण है जहाँ चिरश्री कहते आम सामने जो यंग जेनेरेशन बसचंती तारुण्यर थिबा पिला माने सेमानंक पाखरे जीवन विभिन्न प्रकार आह्वान आनी दौची सेमानंक जीवन विविधता आमर तारुण्य जहाँ थिला आह्वान ताठू बहुत अलगा सेमानंक आज आउ साहित्यटा गोटे समय माने आमे जेतेबेले आम पाखरे एते प्रकार विविध प्रकार जमती आम पाखे मोबाइल नथिला आम पाखरे टीवी नथिला आमे जिते तारुण्य थिलु आमे रागिले भी उपन्यास पढ़ुतलु बा गप पढ़ुतलु भल मन खुशी थिले भी उपन्यास पढ़ुतलु पाठ बहिरु टिके मन को एड़े देवा पई हेले आम पाखरे केवल मात्र साहित्य थिले एकमात्र विकल्प आजिर पिलामानक पाखरे एते विकल्प थिला बेले से माने फेसबुक रु 6 धाड़िया कविता काई न पढ़िबे 7 धाड़िया गप काई न पढ़िबे उपन्यास पढ़िबा को कहा पाखरे समय अछि सेति पई होय त मु भाबुची जे उपन्यास लेखुथिबा मनुष्य मानकर बा उपन्यास को लेखिबा पई जो अनुभव रो विस्तृति दरकार तार अभाव न थाई पारे किंतु लेखिबा पई जो समय दरकार एवं पढ़िबा पई आमे जतबेले गोटे कथा लेखु आमे सब बेले तो निज पई लेखु ना एमती पूरा पूरी भाबे केही कहि परिबो नै छाती रे हाथ देई लेखक जे मु लेखिची मो पई केवल मो पाखे मो लेखा रहइबो सेमती नुए आमे पाठक मानक कथा भी भाबु आज के पाठक अछि जे कि माटी मटाळ भली उपन्यास को पढ़ी परिबो बा वार एंड पीस भली उपन्यास को पढ़ी परिबो आमे जहा सब स्कूल ले पढ़ी दउथलु सेति पई सबुर एबे गोटे छोट छोट कंडेंस्ड वॉल्यूम मु देखुची बाजार रे मिलुची तेनु उपन्यास लेखिबा अपेक्षा जेहेतु पढ़िबा लोकंक संख्या धीरे धीरे कमी जाउची सेति पई मु भाबुची ओडिया साहित्य नुए सब साहित्य रे साधारण भाव में उपन्यास लेखिबाटा कमी आसलानी एबे जो बानू मुस्ताक पाइले बुकर अवार्ड गपर संकलन बहुत दिन पर जमती कि आमे एते फेमस राइटर अरुंधति राय केते कम उपन्यास तांकर आसुची एवं कम आसुची बोली से एते विस्तृत तांको कैनवास बोली आमे ताको एते आग्रहर सहित अपेक्षा करूचे उपन्यास सब बेले कम लेखा जाउथिला एबे आहुरी ओडिया साहित्य रे उपन्यास संख्या कमी आसी कहीं ना आज जो माने हमर प्रकृति रे आम आखि आगे टार्गेट रीडर बा टार्गेट ऑडियंस कहीं नांती सेमती जो माने कि उपन्यास टे पढ़िबा पई बुझिबा पई एते समय देबे एवं बा उपन्यास कहीं लेखा होउनी ए प्रश्न भी धीरे धीरे कमी आछी सेति पई उपन्यास लेखिबा पई किंतु आज बहुत कथा अछि नाही एमती नाही एवं जो बोल्डनेस रो कथा कहै जे उपन्यास ता बेसी भाबे देखा जाय परिबो।
धन्यवाद हिरणमय अपा अति संक्षिप्त रे मु चिरश्री अपा को कहबी आमे उपन्यास कथा आलोचना कलु उपन्यास लेखिबा कमी जाइछि किंतु मु जहा देखे नारी लेखिका मानकर गप कविता उपन्यास इत्यादि अच्छी किंतु भ्रमण वृत्तांत व्यंग साहित्य नाटक यही धरणर रचना गुड़िक अति कम अच्छी ए विषय रे आपण जड़े अध्यापिका जड़े बहुप्रसू लेखिका आपणकर मतामत कौन रहिबो संक्षिप्त रे?
यहाँ ठीक कथा जे भेराइटीज कम तथापि एबे एबे सुप्रिया कर गोटे हैदराबाद रे रहंती सुप्रिया कर एबे से गोटे बही लिखिछंती जो से कलेक्ट करिछंती किछि किछि आत्मजीवनी ओडिशार जो महिला माने आत्मजीवनी लिखिछंती ताको किछि किछि एकाठी करिकरी से गोटे बही करछंती हठात मो नाटा मने पके पारुनी किंतु सेतरे सीता देवी खाड़ांगा ठू धरिकरी आरंभ करिकि नीलकंठ दास झील जो आमर रमा देवी हाँ संघमित्रा मिश्र मैडम तो एमानकर जो आत्मजीवनी अच्छी तार किसी सिलेक्टेड पोर्सन एकाठी करी गोटे चमत्कार बही करिछंती निजे ताको से पब्लिश करिछंती संघमित्रा मैडम गुड़े नाटक लिखिछंती ता पूर्व मोर जा मन पड़ुछि सुधांशुबाला पंडा रेडियो पई किछि नाटक लिखिथिले नुआ पीढ़ी नर्मदा साहू बोधे किछि नाटक लिखिछंती निवेदिता तो ये जो भ्रमण कहानी हिरणमयी लिखिछंती केते दूरे मोर प्रिय देश जेतेबेले से लंडन रे रहुथिले ताकू नेक लिखिछंती सुस्मिता बागची लिखिथिले सेतेबेले मो झरकारु पृथ्वी एबे नंदिता महांती लिखुचंती फेसबुक रे तांकर अमेरिका अनुभूति को नेकी तो अच्छी एमती नुह जे एब्सेंट अच्छी किंतु कमुची कमिबार कारण होची से जो कार्यक्षेत्र आमर जो फिजिकल मूवमेंट जति दरकार सेटा वर्तमान समय रे भी आम मानकर कम अच्छी निश्चय कम अच्छी एथरे किछि दिरुक्ति नहीं एवं जो महिला माने बहुत बेसी बुली पारुचंती देखि पारुचंती से माने लेखारे निश्चय से ये लिखुचे आमर सुजाता महापात्र ना सी प्राय जंगल पहाड़ अंचल बुलुचंती से जगार कलेक्शन करिकरी किछि किछि जिनस लिखुचंती लेखिबा अच्छी किंतु जो आर्थिक स्वाधीनता थिले जेतिकी आर्थिक सामर्थ्यटा थिले अधिका जने बुली पारिबो बा चारि दौड़ी कटा घर ये से नहीं असुविधा हेले भी ट्रेन रे चढ़ी चलीगल ये गोटे गोटे ट्रक रे ओली चलीगल कोठी गोटे राति कटेदेल से जोटा नेले भ्रमण कहानी हो बा आत्मजीवन जो अंश अन्य मान आसंती से पाखु देखा ये सब जिनस कमी जाउची।
बहुत धन्यवाद बहुत धन्यवाद चिरश्री अपा आमर समय धीरे धीरे सरी आसिलाणी ओडिया भाषा साहित्यर आकाश रे लेखिका माने इंद्रधनु परी छाई रही से सात रंगरे समस्त को सम्मोहित करी रखिचंती एवं सेमानंक रंगर झलक आपण माने देखुथिबे मध्य साहित्य आकाश रे आम मानकर समय आज हुए तो एतिकी थिला पुणी थरे आउ कोनोसी संपान रे आउ कोनोसी ओकेजन रे पुणी थरे देखा हेबा एई कथा एइठी सरुनी कथा केबे सरे नाही भाषा केबे मरे नाही ए आयोजन एमती हेउथाउ समस्त को पुणी थरे धन्यवाद।
खूब प्रभावशाली आलोचनाटी रही आमर राज्यर गौरव गर्व आमर सब महिला लेखिका को गोटे जोरदार करताली हो जाऊ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मे आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस लक्ष्मी मेनन टू प्लीज जॉइन ऑन स्टेज and do the honors and felicitate our wonderful women writers from our state. Ladies and gentlemen, just to inform, we still have some very, very interesting sessions lined up. I know we are running 1 hour behind schedule, but we'll request everyone to please stay put with us because we are ending it on a very high note, on a musical note, revisiting Kishore Kumar. So I'm expecting all of you to be with us as we conclude day 1 of OLF 2025. Thank you to also all our photographers who have been clicking the right captures, the right pictures for all our panelists. We are quickly setting the stage for our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, from pen to performance, our next guest has lived many lives in one, a singer, actor and storyteller. Yes, I'm talking about Hamare Pradhan ji, Mr. Raghubir Yadav, who will get into a conversation with Ms. Kaveri Bamzai. So the session is singer, actor, storyteller, one life, many texts. And the selfies have started already. So जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं हमारे प्रधान जी का मंच पे. One of India's most versatile performers. Journey began with the Parsi Theatre Company between 1967 and 1973, where he performed in over 70 plays and 2,500 shows, traveling across India in caravans and makeshift theatres. His film debut in Masih Sahib earned him the Silver Peacock Best Actor Award at IFI 1987, and making him the only Indian actor to do so. His career spans over 45 films, ladies and gentlemen, including Salam Bombay, Rudali, Lagan, Meenakshi, and Panchayat, for which he won the Filmfare Award for Best Supporting Actor. 8 of his films have been nominated for the Academy Awards. On television, remembered for Mungeri Lal ke Haseen Sapne and Chacha Chaudhary, and most recently in acclaimed web series like Panchayat and the Railwaymen. An accomplished singer and composer. It will be an honor to now welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause for all of you for a conversation with Ms. Bamzai. So we'll invite both of them on stage. Happy to host him at Odisha Literary Festival 2025. So, please. हाँ जी, कावेरी जी को भी. So, पंचायत किसने किसने देखा है? पहले हाथ उठाएं. देखिए सर. आपके कितने फैन फॉलोइंग है? प्रधान जी के लिए फिर से तालियां होनी चाहिए. ठोको ताली. I'll request
Yes, so I'll let Kaveri ji to take this session forward now.
Thank you, everyone. Very patient. Raghubir ji, thank you so much for coming. तो कहाँ से शुरू करें? NSD से कि जब आप घर से भाग के निकले थे और फिर चलते 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 आप NSD पहुँच गए?
कहीं से भी शुरू कर दीजिए। क्या है कि शुरू कर दीजिए, ख़त्म होने वाला नहीं है। क्योंकि ज़िंदगी जो शुरू होती है तो फिर ख़त्म नहीं होती।
जी।
और क्या है कि जब आप सीखना शुरू करते हैं ज़िंदगी में, तो फिर ज़िंदगी बड़ी छोटी भी लगने लग जाती है।
जी।
तो इत्तेफाकन मेरा घर से जाना और सीखने की शुरुआत हो गई। और मैं थिएटर लफ्ज़ मैंने पहली दफ़ा सुना, और थिएटर एक ऐसा लफ्ज़ है, एक ऐसी विधा है कि जहाँ सब कुछ सीखना बड़ा लाजमी है।
बिल्कुल।
अगर आपको सब कुछ सीखना है तो थिएटर ज्वाइन कर लीजिए। ज़िंदगी का एक सलीका, जीने का सलीका, तरीका, और ऐसा क्या नहीं है जो थिएटर में आपको नहीं करना आना चाहिए। तो बस मुझे रास्ता मिल गया, और ऐसा है कि वो बस रास्ता ही मैं देखते चला जा रहा हूँ, और मुझे इधर उधर कुछ नज़र नहीं आता। बस ऐसा लगता है कि बस सीखते चलूँ और सीखते चलूँ।
बिल्कुल।
जी।
और जब आप जबलपुर से निकले, 15 साल के थे
जी,
फिर ललितपुर पहुंचे, वहाँ
जी हाँ।
थिएटर किया।
आपको इतना सारा कुछ कैसे
हाँ,
मालूम?
क्योंकि मैंने थोड़ा अध्ययन किया है।
हाय एक्चुअली मैंने अध्ययन नहीं किया है। मैं तो अध्ययन की वजह से ही घर से छोड़ के निकला था, क्योंकि मैंने 11वीं में जब वहाँ क्या है उस ज़माने में 50s के आसपास साइंस दिलवा दी कि नौकरी अच्छी लग जाएगी। तो जब मुझे साइंस दिलवाई गई तो बस वो कि नौकरी के चक्कर में वो ज़बरदस्ती रट्टा मार के मैं 11वीं तक पहुंच गया। उन दिनों हायर सेकेंडरी 11वीं हुआ करती थी। तो वहाँ तक पहुंच गया। उसके बाद कब तक चलता रहेगा, और 11वीं में मुझे मालूम हो गया कि मैं फेल होने वाला हूँ, और फेल होने की शर्मिंदगी से मैंने घर छोड़ दिया। और देखिए क्या होता है कि हम कहते हैं ना कि जो भी होता अच्छे के लिए होता है।
बिल्कुल।
अगर आप ये तय कर लें कि जो भी है अच्छे के लिए है, तो देखिए वो घर से निकलना मेरे लिए बहुत अच्छा हो गया, और मेरा फेल होना भी बड़ा अच्छा हो गया। इसलिए हमेशा मैं चाहता हूँ कि सबको एक बार फेल तो होना ही चाहिए। जब तक आप फेल नहीं होंगे तो पास भी नहीं हो सकते। तो फेल, जिंदगी में फेल होना बड़ा जरूरी है।
कहते हैं कि जो आप फेलियर से सीखते हैं वो आप सक्सेस से नहीं सीखते।
कहाँ से सीखेंगे? सक्सेस तो ऐसा लगता है कि हमें सब कुछ आ गया।
बिल्कुल।
और फेल होने में जो मजा है वो सक्सेस में मजा नहीं है। मैं सच कह रहा हूँ, सच कह रहा हूँ।
और दूसरी चीज है कि आप गाते वो कहते हैं ना, गाता रहे मेरा दिल। आप गाते चले गए।
एक तो मैं जब मतलब मैं रहा हूँ कोई 2.5-3 साल का की उम्र रही होगी मेरी, उस वक्त स्वर मेरे कानों में पड़ गए। अब वो बता देता हूँ कैसे स्वर मेरे कानों में पड़े। जो कि अब 2.5-3 साल का था मैं, तो एक पापड़ बेचने वाला मेरे घर से निकलता था, और घर मेरा ये जबलपुर का हूँ मैं, बिल्कुल देहाती। बैलगाड़ी मैंने चलाई है, भैंस चराया करता था, और पढ़ना लिखना तो बस ऐसे ही था। नाना जी ने मेरे स्कूल बनवा दिया था, क्योंकि मेरे मामा जी के नाम पे वो स्कूल है, मेरे नाना जी ने बनवाया, तो बस वहीं मेरी पढ़ाई हुई है। और वहीं से जो कुछ सीखा मैंने 11वीं तक, तो वही था। तो एक पापड़ बेचने वाला निकलता था, तो वहाँ से वो सिर्फ एक घर के लिए पापड़ बेचता था। वहाँ से उसके स्वर मेरे कानों में पड़े। वो क्या करता था कि मूंग का पापड़ लो, उड़द का पापड़ लो, मूंग का पापड़ लो, मूंग का पापड़ लो, अरे मूंग का पापड़ लो, उड़द का पापड़ लो। बड़े दूर से चिल्लाता था, भैया थोड़ा शांति से। मूंग का पापड़ लो, उड़द का पापड़ लो। फिर हम बुलाते थे ए पापड़ वाले, तो आता था। अब आके उसके पापड़ दो बोलते थे तो वो देता रहता था पापड़ ऐसे। मूंग का पापड़ लो, उड़द का पापड़ लो, मूंग का पापड़ लो, उड़द का पापड़ लो। भैया आप ही पापड़ बेच लो, फिर मैं क्या करूँगा। तो देखो आपने भुला दिया मुझे, मैं क्या कहने वाला था, वही खोल दीजिए नीचे। तो बस क्या था कि वो पापड़ बेच के चला जाता, उसके बाद दिन भर मैं घर में पापड़ बेचता रहता था। और बस वो पापड़ बेचते 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 मुझे सुर की जो तमीज़ है वो आई, और वहाँ से मेरे कानों में स्वर पड़े। उसके बाद वो ज़माना कुछ ऐसा था कि भिखारी जो थे, भिक्षुक जो हुआ करते, वो भी गा के, कुछ सब्जी बेचने वाले वो भी गा के सब्जी, हाँ सब्जी और चूरन बेचने वाले,
कबड्डी वाले,
कबड्डी
सब चले गए, सब चले गए।
और इतना सुरीला माहौल। और ये क्या था कि पहले वो ये सिंथेटिक म्यूजिक नहीं था
जी, और कोई मुरली बजाता था,
कोई कुछ उस तरह का था। और अगर मेला देखने जा रहे तो वहाँ बैलगाड़ी पे गाते हुए निकल जाते थे। तो ये सब होता रहता था। तो एक सूरदास जी थे, वो उस वक्त रसखान का एक भजन गाते हुए निकलते थे, वो सुना दूं?
हाँ हाँ।
आजू गई होती भो रही हो, रस खान रही कभी नंद के वो नहीं, बाको जियो जुग लाख करो रही, जसमती को सुख जात कहो नहीं, तेली लगाई लगाई के अंजन भोए बनाए डिठो नहीं, डारी हमेल निहारती आनन भारती जो चुचकारती छो नहीं, धूर भरे अति शोभित श्यामजू तैसी बनी सिर सुंदर चोटी, खेलती खाते फिर अंगना पग पैजनिया कट पीरी कछोटी, व छवि को रस खान विलोकत भारत काम कला निधि कोटि, काग के भाग बड़े सजनी हरि हाथ से ले गयो माखन रोटी, हरि हाथ से ले गयो माखन रोटी।
ये कौन सी भाषा है? बुंदेलखंडी?
नहीं, अवधी जी जी।
तो आप कहते थे कि आपको रट्टा लगाना नहीं आता था। ये तो मतलब गाना आ जाता था मगर
रट्टा लगाना नहीं आता था।
और दूसरी बात जो आप कह रहे थे, थिएटर में सब कुछ करना पड़ता है, सेट बनाना पड़ता है, कॉस्ट्यूम्स आनी चाहिए, झाड़ू भी लगाना पड़ता है।
झाड़ू में सबसे ज्यादा मजा झाड़ू लगाने में। क्या है, झाड़ू हम बाहर की सफाई, अंदर की भी सफाई हो जाती है झाड़ू लगा के।
बिल्कुल। एनएसटी के बारे में बताइए थोड़ा, क्योंकि जब आप गए थे तब आई थिंक इब्राहिम अलकाजी थे, तो उनके साथ उनके अंडर पढ़ना मतलब वो इट्स लाइक ग्रेट अकम्प्लिशमेंट ना।
जी। क्या था कि हम 24 घंटे में 22 घंटे उन्होंने हमें काम करना सिखाया
जी, कि
आपको मतलब जिंदगी में सोना ही नहीं है। और हुआ ऐसे कि एक तो मुझे उन्होंने क्या कर दिया, स्टेज क्राफ्ट, मुझसे पूछा कि आप क्या स्पेशलाइजेशन किसमें करना चाहते हो? मैंने कहा मुझे सब कुछ सीखना है। तो उन्होंने मुझे स्टेज क्राफ्ट दे दिया।
उसमें होता है सब कुछ
आपको कारपेंटरी और ये, और उसका आज मुझे फायदा हो रहा है कि कॉस्ट्यूम डिजाइनिंग, मेकअप, कारपेंटरी, सीनिक डिजाइनिंग और पता नहीं क्या क्या सब कुछ। स्पेस, हाँ, कि स्पेस को आप कैसे इस्तेमाल करना है, कॉस्ट्यूम कलर्स कैसे इस्तेमाल करना, वो सारी चीज़ें वहाँ। और एक्टिंग तो मैं कर ही रहा था, गाना,
झाड़ू लगाना
सबसे झाड़ू लगाना
कोविड में बहुत काम आया होगा।
अजी बिल्कुल। घर में मैंने कोविड में तो पूरे 2.5 साल तक झाड़ू ही लगाया। वो तो आदत थी तो और मज़ा आ गया, क्योंकि बहुत दिनों से नहीं लगाया था। कोविड आया तो मैंने झाड़ू लगाया, फिर जो किताबें रखी हुई थी उन पर धूल, तो वो झाड़ी जी, तो वो झाड़ने का काम मिल गया मुझे।
जब आप झाड़ू लगा रहे थे तब भी कोई गाना आता था?
मैं हमेशा गाते ही रहता था। गा के क्या होता था कि म्यूजिक से वक्त का अंदाजा नहीं लगता, और सबसे बढ़िया जगह है मेरी किचन।
अच्छा।
हाँ, जब वो कोई मुझे रोल मिलता है या कुछ मिलता है तो सीधा किचन में चला जाता हूँ खाना बनाने के लिए। वहाँ कोई छेड़ने नहीं आता।
क्या बनाते हैं?
कुछ भी जो हाँ, करेले आपको पसंद हो तो
करेला बड़ा अच्छा लगता है। तो करेला बनाते समय आप क्या गाते हैं?
हमका जोगनिया बना गए अपन जोगी हो गया। इसको खोल दीजिए, आप हारमोनी पे गा देता हूँ।
आई थिंक हम ऐसे ही गा देते हैं,
हाँ, वो अभी खुलेगा नहीं,
ये ऐसे ही रहने दीजिए।
तो बस इस तरह जो भी, कहीं कोई गजल, कहीं पारसी थिएटर का कुछ गाना, कुछ वो सब, ये जो दिन में आता है। एरी सखी मुरे पिया घर आए, भाग जगे इस आंगन के, अपने पिया के मैं बली बली जाऊं, भाग जगे इस बिरहन के, एरी सखी मोर पिया घर आए। पिया गए परदेस आए न 12 मास, अब ठाट पुराने हो गई और तड़कन लागे बांस। जिस सावन में पिया घर नहीं, आग लगे उस सावन को, एरी सखी मोर पिया घर आए।
क्या बात है। थोड़ा हाँ, तो एक्टिंग और म्यूजिक मतलब दोनों साथ साथ ही चलते हैं, बगैर
म्यूजिक के मैं एक्टिंग कर ही नहीं सकता।
हाँ,
और
तो
एक्टिंग के बगैर
बिल्कुल।
म्यूजिक नहीं कर सकता।
बट जो पहली फिल्म थी आपकी 1986 में मैसी साहब
जी,
और मतलब बहुत ही वो इंटेंस फिल्म थी, और आपकी को स्टार थी अरुंधति रॉय।
हाँ,
अमेजिंग।
जी जी
हाँ?
जी जी।
और उनके हस्बैंड तब पार्टनर डायरेक्ट कर रहे थे प्रदीप किशन
जी जी।
और बैरी जॉन, वो भी थिएटर के इतने
जी,
बड़े
बिल्कुल,
दिग्गज
हाँ,
आदमी। तो मतलब वो एटमॉस्फेयर कैसा था आपकी फिल्म? एंड इट डिड वेरी वेल ना, वेनिस गए आप, उसमें
जी,
आपको नेशनल
इंटरनेशनल जी।
मैसी साहब के बारे में बताइए, क्योंकि वो आपने एनएसटी की रेपर्टरी के बाद काफी समय आपने रेपर्टरी क्यों छोड़ा?
क्योंकि 10 साल तक मैं रेपर्टरी में था।
पूरे देश में आपने ट्रैवल किया होगा?
हाँ जी, पूरे सब जगह जाके शोज़ किए और वो किए। 10 साल मैं रेपर्टरी में था, 3 साल मतलब 13 साल तक मैं
एनएसडी के साथ।
जी हाँ, जुड़ा रहा मैं।
जी।
और दूसरी बात कि मुझे याद है कि अलकाजी साहब मैं जो उन्होंने सिखाया है वो तो एक बार दफ़ा क्या हुआ था कि 3 साल मैंने कभी कोई छुट्टी नहीं ली।
हाँ, वो बड़ा मज़ेदार किस्सा है, वो बताइए। हाँ,
तो कभी छुट्टी नहीं ली और मैं हमेशा ही चला जाता था, सिर्फ एक दिन, और वो कभी भी क्लास लेते। एक दिन दिवाली का दिन था, मैं कुछ दूसरे कामों में उलझा हुआ, तो उस दिन उन्होंने क्लास
कहा दूसरा काम था, आप कपड़े धो रहे थे।
हाँ, कपड़े धो रहा था। अब तो मैं गया नहीं उनके क्लास में, तो उन्होंने बुला लिया 15 मिनट में, क्या आइए। तो मैं पहुंचा वहाँ, तो कहने लगे क्या कर रहे थे। तो हमारी वो बचपन की आदत होती ना कि स्कूल अगर नहीं गए तो दूसरे दिन मास्टर ने पूछा क्यों नहीं, तो क्या तबीयत खराब, बीमार थे तभी। तो मैंने वही कह दिया क्योंकि वो बचपन की आदत थी, कह दिया तबीयत खराब है। तो कहने लगे अभी ये तो मेरे सामने आके मरिए आप।
इतने वो स्ट्रिक्ट थे
जी। उस दिन मैंने तय कर लिया कि वाकई काम करते ही मरना है, अभी तो बिल्कुल बीमार होना नहीं है।
बिल्कुल।
और वाकई बीमार ही नहीं पड़ा मैं उसके बाद, कब बीमार हुआ कब ठीक हो गया कुछ, लेकिन काम मुझसे नहीं छूटता। सुबह अभी भी सुबह 4-5 बजे उठने की आदत है, उठ जाता हूँ। कहीं कुछ, एक तो उन्होंने कारपेंटरी, तो कहीं मैं बांसुरी बनाता रहता हूँ, बजाता रहता हूँ, ये सब कुछ इंस्ट्रूमेंट है मेरे। तो उन्हीं में बस जी, पार्टियों वार्टियों में नहीं जाता मैं, बस घर में मेरी पार्टी होती रहती, मेरे इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, ये सारी उन चीज़ों के साथ में।
तो फिर जब आप एनएसटी के रेपर्टरी के बाद सीधा आपने मैसी साहब करी, वो एक्सपीरियंस कैसा था?
एक तो फिल्म मेरे लिए पहली थी जी, और एक्चुअली उसके डायलॉग भी मैंने ही लिखे थे। तो प्रदीप से करीब हम 3.5 महीने तक हम लोगों का साथ रहा। हम लोग को 2-2 बजे, क्योंकि पहले रेपर्टरी आता था, अब शाम को 6-7 बजे रेपर्टरी ख़त्म होती थी। उसके बाद फिर मैं प्रदीप के यहाँ जाता था, प्रदीप कृष्ण के साथ बैठ के वो डायलॉग्स और ये, तब मुझे फिल्म की एक्टिंग के बारे में पता लगा कि आप थिएटर में थोड़ा बहुत झूठ बोल सकते हैं, लेकिन कैमरे के सामने झूठ नहीं बोल सकते।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
तो जी हाँ, क्योंकि वो लेंस बिल्कुल आपकी बिल्कुल ज़रा सा झूठे हुए तो फ़ौरन पकड़ता है। तो वहाँ मैंने फिर उसका फिर अभ्यास से बस यही सब था कि क्योंकि थिएटर में तो आप ऑडियंस दूर तक बैठी रहती, तो आप हाथ पैर बड़े बड़े हिला के किसी तरह अपने आप को एक्सप्रेस कर लेते, लेकिन कैमरे के सामने आप झूठ नहीं बोल सकते।
और
तो ये
क्लोजअप्स भी बहुत थे।
जी जी जी। तो उससे ये था कि ये सीखा कि भैया एक्टिंग में भी झूठ आप नहीं बोल सकते, झूठ तो कहीं भी बोलेगे तो पकड़े जाओगे। तो उससे फिर मुझे एक और तजुर्बा हुआ ज़िंदगी का कि बस झूठ मत बोलिए, जो भी करिए बिल्कुल सच्चाई से करिए, ईमान से करिए, अंदर से करिए। तो मैंने उस फिल्म के बाद मैंने डूबना सीखा।
अच्छा।
हाँ, कि डूबा कैसे जाता है। डूबने में जो मजा वो तैरने में नहीं है भाई, सच कह रहा हूं। कि किसी भी चीज में, चाहे म्यूजिक में, चाहे कोई भी काम करिए, अगर डूब के करेंगे तो वो काम क्या, कहाँ से कहाँ पहुंच जाएगा। और अगर आपने तैर के ऊपर ऊपर कर दिया सतही तौर पे तो गए काम से।
बिल्कुल।
हाँ, तो वो डूबना मैंने वहाँ से सीख लिया। अब ये डूबने भी मजा आता है मुझे,
और
डूबे ही
उनके
रहता
साथ फिर आपने एनी, इन विच एनी गिव्स इट दोज वंस,
वो
फिर
की
इलेक्ट्रिक मून।
हाँ हाँ।
तो काफी समय तब की अरुंधति रॉय और अब की अरुंधति,
मेरे लिए तो वैसे ही हैं। अभी बहुत दिनों के बाद मेरी मुलाकात हुई। जी हाँ, जी हाँ।
अच्छा।
तो मैंने एक फिल्म की थी उनकी, अनामिका,
घोड़े को
जलेबी खिलाने ले जा रही हूँ।
मैं आपको बोलूंगी उसका एक गाना बहुत अच्छा है, वो तमाशा बनना,
तमाशा खुद न बजाना।
हाँ बिल्कुल, बाद में मैं बोलूंगी
जी हाँ,
आपको,
जी
वो जरूर गाइएगा। तो आप मिले थे तब उनसे?
जी हाँ, जी हाँ। तो वैसे मुझे तो वैसे ही उनमें कोई फर्क नहीं लगा, क्योंकि हम उस वक्त जो हम वो क्या आदिवासी का उन्होंने रोल किया, तो हम बस वहाँ पे साइकिल पे बिठा के हम घूमते रहते थे। हम लोग दोनों साइकिल चलाते रहते थे। तो बस ऐसी
वो शूटिंग कहाँ करी थी आपने?
पचमढ़ी, मध्य प्रदेश में एक जगह है पचमढ़ी, पहाड़ी इलाका, बड़ी खूबसूरत सी जगह है। तो बस यही है कि, और
फिर सलाम बॉम्बे मीरा नायर के साथ, मतलब कितने बड़े बड़े डायरेक्टर्स के साथ कराए काम आपने, बट बहुत ही ट्रैजिक कैरेक्टर था चिलम का।
पता नहीं कैसे। हाँ, क्योंकि मैं तो सिगरेट बीड़ी कुछ नहीं पीता, उसे मुझे वो क्या
चिलम पिलाया आपने? सच्ची में पिया?
नहीं नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। एक दफा क्या हुआ कि एक्चुअली वो ब्राउन शुगर होता है, जिसको पीने के लिए वो गर्द कहते हैं, वो लोग जो गर्दुल्ले होते हैं, वही मैंने कैरेक्टर किया था। तो एक बार क्लोज मैं क्या था, ग्लूकोज को उसमें कुछ कलर मिला के, उसी कलर का करके वो ग्लूकोज उसके नीचे से वो माचिस लगा के और उसको वो करता था। हाँ। तो उससे कुछ नहीं। तो एक दिन मीरा ने कहा कि यार ये इसको मुझे क्लोज लेना, ये पिघलता नहीं है। अच्छा। तो सचमुच का रख ले, तुम सांस मत लेना। हाँ। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है। तो अभी क्या है, वो क्लोज उन्हें लगाया और मैं पी रहा हूँ, कब तक सांस नहीं लेगा, आदमी मरने लग जाए। तो मैंने थोड़ा सा सांस ले ली, और सांस ले ली। उसके बाद जो मुझे लगा कि मेरे पैरों तले से ज़मीन निकल गई, आंखों के सामने अंधेरा छा गया मेरे, तो बिल्कुल। फिर आधा पौने घंटे शूटिंग को रोक के रखा, और उसके बाद जब मैं थोड़ा सा आया, ये सब, तो मैं तो पिया नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनके साथ बैठा रहता था, उनको देखता रहता कि बगैर पिए उनकी चेहरे पे क्या होता है, और पीने के बाद क्या होता है, जब नहीं मिलती तब क्या होता है।
बिल्कुल, वो जो बेचैनी।
जी हाँ हाँ। तो वो नाना ने मुझे कुछ लोगों से मिला दिया था, ग्रांट रूट पे कुछ लोग थे वहाँ बम्बई में, वहाँ जाके उनके साथ बैठा रहता था। तो बस वहीं से मैंने उनके एक्सप्रेशन और वो सब देख के कि कैसा महसूस करें, वही मैंने महसूस किया। हाँ।
और एक और जो आपका कैरेक्टर मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगता है, बड़ा भी है, क्योंकि वो अब नत्था को सब कुछ करवाता है पीपली लाइव में।
ओह,
बड़ा ही क्लेवर आदमी है बेचारे, अपने भाई को सब कुछ। और वैसे मैंने लौकी भी
क्लेवर तो नहीं कहेंगे अब,
लौकी मंगाई थी मैंने।
रहने दीजिए अब।
लौकी के बिना आपसे बात नहीं कर सकते
जी
ना
जी जी दीदी। तो वो क्लेवर तो नहीं था, बड़ा सीधा साधा था, आसान से थे दोनों लोग, कि तू नहीं तो मैं, नहीं तो तू नहीं तो मैं, दोनों भाई भाई हैं। तो बस
मगर मरने का सवाल है।
क्या है कि मरने का सवाल है, लेकिन इतनी शिद्दत के साथ अगर बात करें तो फिर वो चालाकी नहीं लगती। हाँ। ये क्या हुआ था, मैं लखनऊ में था एक दफ़ा जी। तो लखनऊ में जहाँ हम एक जगह में प्ले करने गया, तो जहाँ मैं रहता था वो किराए से था, मेरे दोस्त थे उनके साथ। तो ये बात मैंने वहाँ सुनी थी। आए है।
तो ये तो
अब एक किचन भी दिलवा दीजिए तो मैं जाके पका देता हूँ उसको।
नहीं, मैंने ये इसलिए मंगाई है, मैं इसके बारे में, ये कहानी खत्म करिए उसके बाद बताएंगे।
जी जी। हाँ। तो वो इसी तरह इत्मीनान से बात करते थे। तो क्या था कि दो भाई थे, एक छोटा था एक बड़ा था, बड़े वाले की शादी हो गई थी, वही रहते थे और उनकी माँ साथ में रहती थी। तो क्या हुआ कि छोटे वाले ने कोई एग्ज़ाम दिया था, तो उसने वो करवाया, क्या अखंड पाठ करवाई कि पास हो जाए, और फेल हो गया वो। तो बड़े भाई को गुस्सा आया, तो वो बस उसने शराब पी ली और जाके छत पे वो बैठा रहा। जाके छत पे बैठ गया। उनकी माँ थी नीचे, अब उनकी बीवी से कहती जाके उनसे कहो कि खाना खा ले नीचे। तो अभी वो बीवी गई ऊपर, तो उसने कहा चलो खाना खा लो, कहता नहीं खाऊंगा। बोले अरे खा लो, बोले नहीं खाऊंगा। अरे बोले अब कहता कि वो कहती है भाई फेल हो गया तुम क्यों, तो उनका कह दिया ना नहीं खाऊंगा नहीं खाऊंगा नहीं खाऊंगा, जाओ यहाँ से। अब वो चली गई। उसके बाद फिर माँ आई ऊपर, तो माँ से कहता माँ लगता है इसका अब तो ख़त्म कर ही देना चाहिए। बिल्कुल ऐसी बात करी कि माँ तो लगता है इसको तो ख़त्म ही कर दूँगा। बोले नहीं बेटा भी उसके दिन नहीं आए। बोले नहीं माँ इतने बार इसने पूछा, इसको मालूम नहीं मेरा भाई फेल हुआ है, हैं तो या तो भाई को ख़त्म करूँ या इसको ख़त्म कर दूँगा। बोले नहीं बेटा, बोले नहीं अम्मा अब तो बस सोच रहा हूँ मैं। इस तरह से वो मैंने सुन लिया।
अच्छा।
उसके बाद पता नहीं क्या हुआ, वो बीवी फिर आ गई तो फिर चिल्लाने लगे और जाके उसने खाना भी खा लिया।
अच्छा।
तो ऐसी चीज़ें क्या ज़िंदगी में एक्टर के लिए तो यही है कि हर जगह कुछ ना कुछ होता रहता है, होता रहता मिलता रहता। आप अगर थोड़ा उन्हें शिद्दत से और वो कर लेना तो यही चीज़ें हैं जो हमारे काम आती हैं। तो मैं इन सारी चीज़ों को बैंक बना के रख लेता हूँ कि पता नहीं कब क्या काम आ जाए। बस ऐसे ही था।
याद रहता है?
हाँ सब याद रहता है।
अच्छा।
हाँ, वो मैंने बताया ना डूबने में मजा आता है।
और जो एक और दूरदर्शन जब इतने अच्छे प्रोग्राम करता था तब आपने कितने अच्छे शोज किए। मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने,
जी हाँ, मुल्ला नसरुद्दीन जी,
चाचा चौधरी। बट मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने बहुत ही अच्छा था।
हाँ हाँ, तो बस
वैसे कैरेक्टर भी क्या
जी
था?
जी 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 एक्चुअली क्या है कि सरलता बड़ी मुश्किल भी है और बड़ी मज़ेदार भी होती है। तो कैरेक्टर जो भी सरल होते हैं ना उनको सरलता से कर जाइए तो उसमें फिर मज़ा आने लग जाता है। तो देखने में भी मज़ा आता है, करने में भी मज़ा आता है। तो बस मेरे हमेशा जहन में यही रहा कि जो भी काम करो बड़ी सहज भाव से, सरलता से और ईमानदारी से, सच्चाई से करो तो शायद देखने वालों को, अगर मेरे ईमान ख़राब है तो देखने वाले क्या समझेंगे। तो वो मैंने एक तो पारसी थिएटर में जब मैं था उन दिनों सब कुछ मैंने वहाँ पे एक किस्सा और बता देते। एक वहाँ सार्जेंट बाबा हुआ करते थे, तो उन दिनों में मन्नाडे और मुकेश और रफ़ी इनके नकल किया करता था। तो एक दिन मैं स्टेज पे बैठे गाना गा रहा तो मन्नाडे का झनक झनक तोरी बाजे पहलिया, तो हारमोनियम मास्टर ने, वो सार्जेंट बाबा कोई 80-85 साल के थे, वहीं बैठे हुए थे, तो वो बीड़ी पी रहे थे। तो उनसे पूछा कि देखो कितना बढ़िया गाता, बिल्कुल डिक्टो वैसे ही मन्नाडे की तरह, देखो कॉपी कर रहा बिल्कुल डिक्टो। तो उन्होंने कहा हाँ ठीक है। तो उन्होंने कहा हाँ ठीक है क्या, देखो ना बिल्कुल वैसे ही गा रहा, देखो ज़रा सा भी और कैसे। तो उन्होंने कहा हाँ ठीक है। तो उसने पूछा क्यों बाबा आपको अच्छा नहीं लगा? बोले अच्छा लगे तो लगे, ना लगे तो क्या है। बोले नकल बेटा नकल होती है, जो तुझे अल्लाह ने दिया है उसको टटोल अंदर से। नकल करेगा तो नकल ही, जब वो जिंदा है वो आदमी उसकी नकल करके तू कहाँ रहेगा। बस उस दिन के बाद मैंने त्याग दिया कि मुझे किसी की नकल नहीं करनी, मुझे अपने ही अंदर ढूंढना है, अपने ही अंदर ही खोजना है। जो अंदर आपके जज्बात, इमोशंस जो भी हैं, जो अंदर खुद ही को पहचानना है, बस वही है और कुछ नहीं।
तो लौकी से याद आया, एक तो पंचायत
जी,
दूसरा इसका दाम है अभी 80 रुपीज़ किलो।
क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
हाँ, तो उससे आप कौन सा गाना गाएंगे? महंगाई।
हाय
देखा कितना अच्छा मैंने कनेक्ट किया।
अच्छा,
तो आप वो गाना गाइए, वो पीपली लाइव का है।
ये बजेगा क्या?
पता नहीं, मुझे नहीं लगता।
सैया रे सैया हो या सैया रे। एक्चुअली महंगाई में तकलीफ सैया की है। बाकी पत्नी की उतनी तकलीफ नहीं। सैया सखी सैया तो खूब ही कमात हैं, महंगाई डायन खाए जात है। सखी सैया तो खूब ही कमात हैं, महंगाई डायन खाए जात है। अरे हर महीना उछले पेट्रोल, डीजल का उछला है रोल, शक्करबाई के का बोल, और उषा बासमती धान मरी जात है, महंगाई डायन खाया जात है। सखी सैया तो खूब ही कमात हैं, महंगाई डायन खाया जात है। अरे साल घसीटत आ गो जून, महंगाई में रुपी गई खून और हाफ पैंट हो गई पतलून। अरे साल घसीटत आ गो जून, महंगाई में रुपी गई खून, हाफ पैंट हो गई पतलून। और पड़े खटिया पे यही बड़बड़ात हैं, महंगाई डायन खा जात है। सखी सैया तो खूब ही कमात हैं, महंगाई डायन खा जा रे, महंगाई डायन खा जात है।
बहुत अच्छा। ये गाना किसको सुनना चाहिए?
एक्चुअली सुनना तो पता नहीं किसको चाहिए, लेकिन मुझे गाना नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि जब से मैंने गाया महंगाई और बढ़ गई उसके बाद।
तो लास्ट में
जी
एक बहुत ही अच्छी फिल्म जो लोगों ने ज़्यादा देखी नहीं होगी,
जी,
घोड़े को जलेबी खिलाने जा रहा हूँ।
हाँ।
उसमें ये बड़ा ही अच्छा गाना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि अगर वो क्या तमाशा देखने, तमाशा खुद ना बन जाना,
अच्छा, अच्छा।
तमाशा देखने वालों। बहुत ही अच्छा। आई थिंक वो हमारे जो आजकल हो रहा है
हाँ।
उसके लिए बिल्कुल परफेक्ट है।
अच्छा वो हाँ। तो मैं अक्सर गैर के आगे यूं आंखें बंद रखता हूँ, सबब यह है कि फिरता है जमाल यार आँखों में। तो लैला लैला न मुझसे पूछ मैं क्या देख रहा हूँ, और मैं कैस हूँ लैला मैं खुदा देख रहा हूँ। तुझको खुदा कहूँ या खुदा को खुदा कहूँ, दोनों की शक्ल एक है, किसको खुदा कहूँ। तू संभल कर बैठना संभल कर बैठना ए हुस्ने लैला देखने वालों, तमाशा खुद न बन जाना तमाशा देखने वालों। बिठाकर सामने लैला को देखे हजरत यूसुफ और करें खुद फैसला हुस्ने जुलेखा देखने वालों। हुआ अब चाहता है खत्म किस्सा मेरी हस्ती का, तमाशा देख कर जाना तमाशा देखने वालों। तो जमाने में तुझे सब साकी है मैं खाना कहते हैं, तो मुझको भी उसी मैं खाने का पैमाना कहते हैं। मोहब्बत से न देखो तुम तो दुश्मन की नज़र देखो, खफा होकर बिगड़ कर रूठ कर देखो मगर देखो, और मुझी को बज़्म में देखो तमन्ना ये नहीं मेरी, फिर अपने दिल के मालिक हो जिधर चाहो उधर देखो। निगाहों से जो बचती हो तो दिल से भी निकल जाओ, और मेरे दिल में जो रहती हो तो पर्दा हो नहीं सकता। मिटा दूंगा मैं हस्ती को तेरी फुरखत में लैला, तुझे गर शम्मा कहते हैं मुझे परवाना कहते हैं, तुझे गर शम्मा कहते हैं मुझे परवाना कहते हैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल, क्योंकि लौकी है हमारे पास
जी।
प्रधान जी बनकर पंचायत से आपको मतलब एक और सॉर्ट ऑफ रिन्यूड फेम मिला, तो ये नई जनरेशन का
जी,
तो ये कैसा लगता है आपको?
जाहिर अच्छा ही लगेगा। बहुत बहुत मज़ा आता है, बहुत अच्छा लगता है, और ये लगता है कि अभी भी कदर है।
हाँ।
हमारे गांव विलेज और वहाँ कस्बों में जो जिस तरह के सच्चे लोग हैं उनकी आज भी कदर है
जी।
इससे ये जाहिर होता है। तो जाहिर है कि मैं रहा हूँ, गांव में रहा हूँ, कस्बों में रहा हूँ, छोटी छोटी जगहों में रहा हूँ, क्योंकि अभी हमारा हिंदुस्तान वही जिंदा है, वही है अभी। जो सच्चाई, जो ईमानदारी से रहने का उनका तरीका, सलीका, मुझे वहाँ कोई विलन नहीं लगता, पता नहीं क्यों। सब ऐसा लगता है कि अपना अपना काम कर रहे हैं ईमानदारी से, बस उसी में जी रहे हैं। तो बड़ी खुशी होती है कि जब लोगों ने, मैंने देखा कि बहुत सरलता को लोग इतना लाइक कर रहे हैं, सहजता को कितना लाइक कर रहे हैं, तो इस बात से मुझे बड़ा लगा, और मुझे ये लगा कि मैं सही रास्ते पे हूँ।
तो आप दुखी हैं कि आप इलेक्शन हार गए?
नहीं नहीं, ये तो बाद में बताऊंगा। मैंने अभी सबसे पहले क्या कहा था कि फेल होना बहुत जरूरी
है। तो अभी देखा जाएगा।
अभी यहाँ पास होके दिखाऊंगा ना।
जी, थैंक यू सो मच। बहुत
Thank
मजा
you,
आया।
thank you so much.
आई थिंक अगली बार हम इस लौकी को पकाएंगे भी।
पका के बिल्कुल यहीं पकाऊंगा।
जी, थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू।
जोरदार तालियां फिर से हो जाएं प्रधान जी और and thank you Kaveri ji for making this so interesting. I'll request the editorial director of the New Indian Express, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, to please join on stage and do the honors and felicitate Raghubir ji. What an interesting session. हाँ जी। Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll quickly move to our next session, but I'll request everyone, please stay put. Like I said, we are ending it on a very high musical note, revisiting Kishore Kumar. So I'm expecting all your participation for then. But for now, our next session proves that numbers aren't boring. When read well, they tell the most powerful stories. So please welcome data journalist, Ms. Rukmini S. in conversation with Mr. Ravi Shankar for our session on numbers and narratives using data to tell India's stories. As the stage gets set, let me take this opportunity to introduce her. Ms. Rukmini S. is India's pioneering data journalist, widely acclaimed for her ability to make complex statistics both accessible and meaningful. She has worked with The Hindu, India Spent, and other leading outlets covering politics, health, gender, and society. Her best-selling book, Whole Numbers and Half-Truths, What Data Can and Cannot Tell Us About Modern India, has been hailed as groundbreaking. With a sharp eye for patterns and clarity of storytelling, she has indeed shown how numbers, far from being dry, can tell the most urgent stories of our times. So let's welcome her with a round of applause, along with Mr. Ravi Shankar, who is going to moderate the session. So a one-on-one conversation between the two of them. We are all set. Can we invite them on stage with a big round of applause? So warm welcome to Rukmini ji. She's already here, and also to Mr. Ravi Shankar again. I'll request him to now take this session forward. Numbers and narratives using data to tell India's stories.
Yeah, I think all of you should sit down instead of leaving. You'll learn something. I have Rukmini with me, who is a very prominent data journalist, which is, all of you are treading into very dangerous waters, which is numbers and the interpretation of numbers. So without much ado, I mean, why don't I invite you to do your PPT?
Thank you. Thank you. Could we get the PPT on? No, this is okay, I think. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for having me here. It's lovely to be in Bhubaneswar. In fact, one of the things I'll talk about a little bit is, the use and abuse of narratives. And in some ways, I feel Odisha doesn't fit easily into any one narrative. You don't often hear it talked about when it comes to the success stories. You also don't hear it talked about when it comes to development and the challenges of development. So maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's good to be able to stay under the surface. A lot of what Odisha has been able to do in the realm of gender. Thank you. Gender equality, for example, really went under noticed until it hit the national stage. So it's great to be here. Let me start off by saying that I don't really either work with or talk about numbers as such. So if you aren't a numbers person, I'd encourage you not to be intimidated or put off by that, primarily because I don't have a numbers background either. I haven't studied math or stats or economics or politics or anything of much use. I learned to work with numbers on the job, and now I love it, and I love sharing, this love of numbers with others. So anyway, I don't have a lot of time, and I don't want to keep you from the rest of the events today, so I'm going to jump right in. I'll talk a little bit about two things. One is this book that I wrote at the end of 2021 that pulls together my experiences about what good data can tell us and what the data misses. I also now run a public platform called Data for India. You can look it up later. It continues some of the work that the book does. The book is there outside, and I'll be there after this event. So I'm going to really speed through things a bit. But first, let me just say, is there good Indian data? That's something I get asked a lot. I was very surprised after the book to find how much suspicion younger people have about Indian data, and the sense that is there any good Indian data at all? And without getting into the long version, the short version is yes, there is a lot of good Indian data. And one of the reasons there is good Indian data is because of the house that these two men built. Now, history is not the story of two great men, and the history of Indian statistics is very much not the story of these two great men alone. But we owe a lot to the vision that Nehru and Mahalanobis had. It was a truly nationalist and patriotic vision in a way. Numbers were going to be what delivered growth and development, really the true notion of what nationalism can mean. It's not just that we have good data, it's also that the data has kept up. Our processes, our systems have kept up with time. So we have been slow to do a lot of things, including digitalization and using tech in collecting data. But it's happening. In fact, it's really accelerated in the last 5 or 10 years. And a lot of what I am able to do now is because access to data has expanded so much, and it's free. Access to Indian data is free. It allows people like me to work directly with data. So now that was my short version of is there good data? Yes, there's good data. For now, take my word for it. Afterwards, we could talk more about that. Now that we've established that there is good Indian data, let me tell you a few things about what Indian data can broadly tell us and why I think it's important to work with Indian data. So for one, I think there's a lot of narratives that have taken over our thinking and the media's thinking, and many of them are not based in good data. And what numbers can do, especially good data that represents the country, can give you a reality check. So what does that reality check look like? Don't bother about the charts and numbers. You don't need to be able to read them. But let me broadly tell you that if you heard people whining about how hard life is for the middle class, the actual middle class of the country is, if you spend 5,000 rupees a month on everything from rent to fuel to your children's school fees and food in a month, that is what the actual middle of urban India looks like. So narratives around the middle class are very far from what the numbers actually show, and numbers can, help you get a reality check. Now, this is not to say that that there isn't growth. There is steady improvement. So that's, that's the other half of the story. But it's useful to be grounded in some sense of where we actually are. Yeah, and just the second half of that I mentioned, that number, this reality check about what the country actually looks like, but also a reality check about change. So for example, if you asked me, can you tell me what share of Indians do you think have a two-wheeler? So I would have said, maybe the middle class onwards have two-wheelers, but not much really still among the poor. And the numbers surprised me because you see that even among the poorest 20% of urban Indians, more than half of households, nearly half of households own a two-wheeler. Now, this is not a number I would have guessed, and I think it also shows change, that numbers can give you this reality check and change your sense of what the country really looks like. What numbers also do is they show you transformations that you may have seen in your life, but that are reflected in the numbers. So many of us will have seen this change in the lives of our own families, where two generations up among our grandparents, women were much less likely to go to school than men were, and as a result, literacy was much lower among women. And you see that gap has completely closed. If the yellow dot is men and the blue dot or the green dot is women, there was a big difference over time. But among children and teenagers, you can't see any difference between the blue and the yellow dots. And it's moving to see what's happened over time, that at least on this one axis of discrimination, we have seen change in our lifetimes. What numbers also do, and I talk about this quite a lot in the book, is they help push back against narratives that have developed about the country that have for a long time had no basis in data at all. So when you see people hand-wringing about, say, intergroup intolerance, which means things like not wanting someone of a different caste or community to be your neighbor or to marry your daughter, I would argue that what's surprising is people's surprise, because we have seen this in the numbers in terms of surveys for a long time. So we see, for example, that and these are graphs from my book, we see, for example, that intercaste marriage has not changed at all in India. The share of people in their 20s in an intercaste marriage is no different from the share of those in their 90s. There has been no change in the rates of intercaste marriage at all in India. What we also see is that younger people in India, unlike in many Western countries as well as East Asian countries, do not, in opinion polls, hold what are called more liberal values. You do not see younger people, with a stronger push for greater mixing between castes and communities, for example. And what this certainly means is that assuming that the direction that other countries have moved in is the same as the direction India will move in would be a mistake. If we want things to change, it's going to take work. It's not going to happen automatically that education and urbanization are going to deliver these changes. We've seen it now for 50 years in the data, so we should stop doing magical thinking around it. I'd also say that the country is changing much faster than many of us are prepared for. So, you would have seen people talk about low birth rates in South Korea or in Japan, but if you see this chart here, you'll see that birth rates in the urban parts of many Indian states, including states we don't usually talk about like West Bengal, are as low as they are in the Western world. And we are not prepared really for a future of aging and what that means. The last point about what data can tell you, all of us live in bubbles, and it's not necessarily a good or bad thing. I mean, I enjoy my bubble. It's full of very nice people. But what it does mean is that there is a restricted view of the world that I see there. So in our bubbles, everyone has not just one phone, but maybe multiple phones and 100% a smartphone, and we think this is the Indian reality. But if we look at Indian data, we see, for example, that 1 in 5 Indian women still do not use a phone. And both men and women, that's the yellow bar, both men and women, that's the purple bar, are much more likely to use a shared phone than to use their own phone. Now again, this is changing, this is neither good nor bad, but let's acknowledge that this is what the country looks like and maybe not what our bubbles look like. We also talk a lot about jobs of the future, AI, etc. We should be future ready, but we should also have a much better sense of what this country actually looks like right now, and what this country looks like right now is still extremely informal in terms of work. That's again a number that has not shifted over time at all. So I wish I could end this by saying, so what I want all of you to do is to start using data immediately. I would like more people, especially people, if you are like me, without a background in numbers, to use more data. But Indian data takes special work to work with, and my problem with a lot of the Indian media is that we don't put in that work. One of the areas we need to do work is when we make interstate comparisons. So if you're going to say that state A has more crime or more disease than state B, are you actually capturing that state having more crime or disease, or that state's ability to better capture crime or disease? So are we then, rewarding the wrong incentives there? Are we rewarding people to underreport when we make these sorts of comparisons? Just to give you an example of what I'm talking about. States in the bottom right include Delhi. These are the states which have the highest rates of crimes against women as reported to the police. States in the top left have the lowest rates of crimes as reported to the police. Crimes against women, it includes Bihar and Madhya Pradesh. However, these are also the states in which women tell household surveyors that they experience the highest levels of crime. So these are women experiencing the highest levels of crime while reporting the lowest levels to the police. While if you do just a blind reporting of police statistics, you'll pick up exactly the wrong end of the stick. I'll just come to my final point, and then I'm happy to have a discussion, as well as I welcome questions from the audience. And this is especially to friends in the media or in the business of communicating numbers. There is no doubt that it is hard to communicate numbers. None of what I talked about so far was easy, chatty, intuitive. I myself enjoyed the previous session much more, and I wouldn't blame any of you if you did. And the reason for this, I believe, is that we are naturally attuned to love stories. So the picture on the left hangs in the National Gallery of Modern Art. It's a painting by Amrita Shergill, and it's called The Storyteller. And that's a picture very familiar of an older man telling a bunch of children a story, and of course the woman is cooking, she's working. But when I saw it, it reminded me of the photo on the right, which is me and my brother with my grandfather. And that look of complete rapture when someone is telling you a great story, like the stories we just heard now, is such a universal feeling, right? It's probably how we look when we are watching Netflix ourselves. It's also how our children look at us when we tell them stories. So in the book, I use a lot of stories to communicate numbers. And to those in the business of using numbers, I would encourage you to do this, because ultimately nothing connects with people, whether they're children or old, as well as stories. I'll end over there. That's my book. And as I said, the platform I now work for is called Data for India. I'm happy to take questions about data, communicating data, what data tells us, what it doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Rukmini. Extremely interesting and illuminative discussion. Magesh, can you please put the cover on the page 1 of the presentation on the screen? No, not this. The page one. I mean, which has the cover, whole numbers. This one. Don't you have that thing? No. Anyway. No, after the one after this. Yeah, that's it. Now, does this cover remind you of anything? Anything from your childhood? No? It reminds me of Pinocchio. The carpenter's, the wooden doll, which whenever it lies, it knows would go on and on. So I'm setting the tone for this conversation based on the reliability and the subjectivity of data. Now tell me something. On one hand, we indicate that there is a proper, or there's a lack of proper data, or it's kind of incomplete. Now, how do you trust government data? How do you trust corporate data? Because I think as Dr. Myra, he referred to earlier, when you see that read in the newspapers that your GDP is going up to 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, whatever, and you look around and there's neither G, no D, no P. P, poverty maybe, but otherwise no. So how do you make people trust data. What are that is the first, the beginning of where it is, yeah.
Thank you. Let me start by quickly complimenting Nitya Subramanian, who's the designer who did the cover. It's good sometimes to listen to designers, because when she showed me the cover, I didn't get it at all. I didn't see Pinocchio at all. And everybody else sees it. So, listen to the experts. She did a great job on it. Unfortunately, the answer to that is something that I have to say repeatedly, which is working with data takes work, and there is no shortcut to it. So if you want to know if a data source is good, it takes a lot of work to figure that out, right from working right up from the unit level data to reading pages and pages of extremely boring documentation. But that finally gets you to the end. So I would say, let's not take anybody's word. Let's not take the government's word. Let's not take corporates' words. Don't take my word either. If you want to decide whether some data is good enough to use or not, there is no shortcut to reading through it properly. If you want to take a shortcut, because everybody's got better things to do with their time, over time, we should decide on what are trusted and credible resources and rely on them. So as consumers of information, I believe that we should all set the bar very high. If you are reading about data that you find unconvincing, the source is not explained, the methodology is not explained, whether it's in a report, a corporate report, or in the newspaper, we should start voting with our feet and refusing to consume such information, because there are enough and more people out there, including data journalists in your publications and others, who do very good work. So from those communicating data, those working with data, you have to put in the work into reading it properly. And then those who work with the data or want to read the data, you have to rely on credible sources. And let's not try and just go with data that feels good to us. There is definitely that bias that we all have, where we'd like to trust data that confirms our own biases. When I showed you that two-wheeler data, I enjoy data that challenges my own biases. I enjoy data that shows me that the country has grown or changed in ways that I did not know. So for example, 40% of urban households now own a washing machine. If you asked me the number, I would have said like 9%. I wouldn't have put it over 10%. So I think having that humility that, hey, I don't know what's going on, let me open the data with an open mind is essential.
Yeah, again, a reality check on data, going back to my GDP thingy, you read there is GDP is growing at 7% daily, right? So you're looking at, let's say, a very poor part of India where people are dying off like flies, not having enough to eat, etc., etc. You're looking at cities where people are more prosperous and can stand on their own. Do you aggregate both data and average it? Or do you give weightage more to what supports the GDP growth? Or do you give data which is contrary to what is projected as GDP growth?
Yeah, so the GDP is in a way an aggregation, and it's a big aggregate number, and you're very right that many of these numbers, when you look at them, they don't reflect reality and in some parts of the country, and one number doesn't capture reality well. I would say it's similar when it comes to things like population growth, which is so different still in different parts of the country. So there's a few different ways you could do it. One is, I do think it's important to use an overall number, because people don't have the time to read everything. So you need to give them one sense of things. Then it becomes important to look at averages in different parts. But it's also important to give people a sense of what the range is. What do things look right at the bottom and what do they look right at the top? And for people to understand where they fit in the middle of it. So yes, no doubt about it that averages hide the granularity of lived experience. So there is no substitute to more granular numbers, and there is no substitute to boots on the ground reporting as well as popular culture that gives us a much better sense of lived reality than numbers ever could.
See, in India, I don't know, but overseas, I think it's much less bigger, the more prosperous societies. Indians have this dichotomy in perception. Indians trust the leader, but they don't really trust the government. Okay. Now, when you collect data, how different is it collecting statistics from the Indian situation and the West situation? How is it different the way both approach statistics?
Thank you. That's a fantastic question. We see a difference between India and more developed countries. We see a difference within India between poorer and richer parts of the country, where so I would say the part of the country that is most poorly represented in data is India's super rich, because they do not give access to their spaces. So from the physicality of it, which is gated societies do not open their doors to national sample survey enumerators. They're not going to let them in unless they have a MyGate, pass or whatever. So they're not letting in surveyors and enumerators. We do not know how the super rich live. The maximum number in India's statistics, the highest surveyed person spends 1,600 rupees in a year on shoes. Now, none of us sitting here spend anything less than that, right? We've all spent more on that. So we know that we're not capturing the super rich. They are much more able to rebuff enumerators in a way that people who are less empowered are less able to do that. In India, we have usually had a much higher response rate because there is a fear of authority and people feel that they must answer these questions. While in the UK, for example, the response rates have become so low that I would say their statistics are in real peril right now. But we're beginning to see this in India too. There is a recent survey that I won't name that encountered such high rates of refusal to answer that they're going to have to think differently. I also think creating an atmosphere of fear around questions of religious identity as well as ethnic identity are bound to create high non-response rates where people feel that honestly answering what their religion is or where they come from could put them in very grave danger.
One of this, I've already been given the, the execution time. One of the greatest challenges of garnering stats from India, the numbers, is its population. I mean, it's huge population is one. And the second is the diversity of the geography, where kind of access sometimes difficult. So, I'm not talking AI, everyone's talking the AI. I mean, in the current situation, are we as Indian, I'm not talking the global thing, is India really ready to kind of, do proper compilation and upgradation of the data technologically?
So this is a challenge. I think it's quite admirable, the job that's done, including by census officials in covering a country this diverse. However, you know that particularly in smaller states as well as border states, we know that the data is not as great. So there is good work that's been done on Nagaland, for example, that shows that from the census onwards, the data is very problematic. And unfortunately, many large Indian surveys will have small print at the bottom that says not applicable for smaller states. I mean, it means that please discount everything that you're seeing about the northeastern states, for example. So I think that's a real challenge. There is only so much that we can do with technology. All of these surveys are still conducted in person. So no, just being more honest about the surveying process, there's no substitute to that.
Thank you. It's a fantastic discussion. We're really short of time. Is there any questions? All right, there you go. You should need to put it closer to the mic. You want the mic?
I'd like to make this distinction between working with large-scale data collected from elsewhere, such as the census, sample survey, and so on, and sort of developing your own data, such as, for example, available in books like Freakonomics or the work of Sudhir Krishnaswamy and so on. I haven't read the book and I'm looking forward to reading it. But where would you place your work? Does it speak to books like Freakonomics? Do you come up with micro stories of rather revealing kind of insight on small town India, for instance? On aspirations, you happen to mention 80% of, including poor Indians, owning motorbikes. How do they speak to large narratives, the half-truth part? Will you illustrate that a little bit?
So unfortunately, what I do is the first the boring side of things, which is not the economic side.
right.
I look at large Indian data sets because I feel that they're representative of broad Indian realities and not narrow slices. The granularity that comes is from talking to people. There's no substitute to, and luckily my former job as a journalist allowed me to have these conversations. If I can just give you one quick example of how the two come together. Indian statistics, for example, show very low rates of intercaste marriage, and I have a chapter on that in the book. In the book, I talked to somebody who's in an intercaste relationship, a young man in Maharashtra in an intercaste relationship. And then at the end of the chapter, I asked him, do you feel like you're an outlier? Because the numbers show it's 5%, where are you in the numbers? And he said, well, your numbers are about marriage, because demographics is only interested in marriage. He said they're not about love and about relationships. And I think we would see this from the world around us, that there is grave danger in being in transgressing borders right now. So it's possible that there is radicality happening in ways that numbers don't capture it. So he said if you surveyed people about relationships, you would find much higher levels of intercaste relationships, but it doesn't translate into marriage because of these violent pressures. So I think that's where the half-truths comes in, that the numbers certainly shows this, but it is a half-truth because perhaps it doesn't capture what's happening at the margin.
Thank you so much. I will running short. So
Thank you so much for that wonderful session. I'll request CEO Ms. Lakshmi Menon to please join on dais and felicitate our speaker. Thank you, Rukmini ji, and thank you, Ravi ji. Ladies and gentlemen, we are Thank you so much. That was a wonderful session. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move towards our last session, which is on revisiting Kishore Kumar, we have Mr. Ravi Shankar here with us, and I am going to now request him to change the mood a bit, make it a little romantic, lyrical and musical, because this is a session on romance with poetry, songs of love. Can I request everybody to please settle down? मैं सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी आप समस्तों को अनुरोध आपण माने बसी पड़ंतु आमर सेशन आरंभ हो साराणी यस या You do it from there? It's much easier, no? Much easier. Because once you meet them, I just need to. So a big round of applause for Ravi ji as he takes on this session, Romance with Poetry, Songs of Love.
Thank you, Diksha. Am I audible? Can you guys hear me better? Ah, great. I must confess to something terrible. I've written poetry. I really didn't mean to. But it's an interesting process because in my case, I do not have a romantic streak, nor do I have a kind of, I see the clouds and I kind of, start writing poetry. No, it wasn't like that. It was more like a lyrical sense of inquiry which interested me. So I would write poems in between various things I would be doing. I'd write a poem between editing something, I'd write a poem between reading something or, drawing something or writing a column or reading an article. So eventually all the poems came together in a book called Rhapsody Road. Now, I'm interested in technology. I'm always interested in the borders which technology tries to transcend and borders again humanity puts in its way. And I think the AI is one of the most important kind of examples of this kind now. So once I did that, I thought that being of an illustrative bent mind, I said, can we use the AI to to illustrate these poems. And you know, it's not as easy as using ChatGPT or something. They don't do the drawings. I really had to kind of, you know, find the right softwares, put the right number of prompts. Sometimes would take a day, sometimes take it 2, sometimes kind of you have to mix up the illustrations, take it on Photoshop. I mean, it was quite a procedure. So we did manage to kind of come out with a lot of good drawings, which we put as an exhibition in Delhi. It went on for a good show. And then I thought, what about putting these poems to music? Now, this is going to be a very short session, so we're not going to have that many things. So one of the poems I set to music, and the result was fantastic. Do you know how this works? Once you upload a poem or something into the AI actually reads the thing, or I mean, the most I can say, it studies the thing. Then what it does is that it starts kind of, you know, comparing and getting clues into the emotional cues which is kind of given on the lines. And then the algorithms, which are complex, put the lines together and the melodies together and make a song. This is, I'm just compressing it into how an AI creates the music. So Magesh, if you don't mind, can I have the first song?
I don't know what this is. I don't know what it can't be or won't be. Does this road lead to you or away from you? Is it the same road by which my mother waited for her bus? Or my father rode his bicycle to buy fish and fresh flowers? Is it the road I remember on which my grandfather strode with his guns and dogs to shoot white storks that sailed over green paddy, and the road on which he was taken away from me? My first grief, it is a road of a million footprints of people I see or don't see and never saw and will ever see. Moving to their destinations and today or forever. It is the road that is you, or perhaps not you. All I know is it is a road that is yours. While you pass by a road which leads to another road, and another, and yet another, until the world is sewn together by a million journeys. Yours, shops that sold sweet ice and candy to ragamuffins. A road on which girls walked to school and thieves slunk along, looking for doors left carelessly open. But it is just a road, beloved, on which our shadows fell briefly as the day whittled itself away.
I find it quite amazing when I did this song that it could actually capture the mood of the words, the mood of the, I mean, the melody was fantastic. So this is all I have to give you today, unless somebody wants to hear anything in Hindi. Does anybody want to hear what AI can do with Hindi, a Hindi poem? If you're interested, I'll play it. Okay, you. 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 or 5. 5 out of 10 is not bad. 11 is even better. Magesh, when we play that last Hindi one, and this is again how AI can actually do Hindi. It's incredible. It can do any language.
इंसान तो बस आदतों का बना होता है, यादें भी वैसे ही आदत बन जाती हैं। तुम्हारे इंतजार में नींद उड़ जाती थी, अब भी वही आदत बाकी है। तुम्हारा चेहरा देख के दिल को सुकून मिलता था, अब भी वही आदत। तुम्हें चलते देख के बेचैनी होने लगती थी, वो आदत भी गई नहीं। बस तुम्हें भूलने की जो आदत चाहिए थी, वो ही नहीं सीखी। और अब वो आदत कैसे
Thank you. That is the end of the performance, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much. And the next one is something I would really, really urge you to listen to, because an incredible performance by two gentlemen, and one of them sings Kishore like incredible. So if any of you have a forceful physical personality, I would urge you that you would go out and bring everybody inside, because it's really a treat worth listening to. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ravi Shankar. A big round of applause for him. That was soulful, what we heard. And finally, what better way to close day one than with the golden voice of Kishore Kumar. Nostalgia, melody, and magic await as we get ready for our last session. Could I request people to please come closer? We are towards the last session. So those at the back, maybe you can come a little closer as we get ready for our last session, the Gilded Age of Music. Revisiting Kishore Kumar, we'll have with us authors Mr. Balaji Vittal and Mr. Aniruddha Bhattacharjee, along with two popular guitarists from our very own city, Mr. Kishore Kumar Swai and Mr. Bhavatosh Mohanty. Yes, we have Kishore as a guitarist as well here. And to create the right mahol for this last session, they are here with us, so thank you. And I'll take this opportunity to introduce both them, Mr. Balaji Vittal, an acclaimed author, commentator on Bollywood music, has co-authored R.D. Burman, The Man, The Music, which won the National Award, and Gata Rahe Mera Dil, which won the Me Award. His works also include S.D. Burman, The Prince Musician, and Pure Evil, The Bad Men of Bollywood. Beyond books, he contributes columns to the New Indian Express, Outlook, and News 18, and is a sought-after speaker at literary festivals. We have Mr. Aniruddha Bhattacharjee, an SAP consultant by profession, author by passion, an alumnus of IIT Kharagpur. He has co-authored Kishore Kumar, The Ultimate Biography, and R.D. Burman, The Man, The Music, both of which won the National Award for Best Book on Cinema. His other titles include Gata Rahe Mera Dil, S.D. Burman, The Prince Musician,
Basu Chatterjee, and Middle of the Road Cinema, and Lata Mangeshkar, My Favorites, Volume 2. His books remain reference point for lovers of Hindi cinema and music. So with a huge round of applause, let's welcome them on stage for the session, The Gilded Age of Music, revisiting Kishore Kumar. I let both of them take this session forward from here with the support of our wonderful guitarist from the city.
Hello.
Hello.
If you can kindly, may I request to keep your phones on silent, please? Sitting and singing is a very difficult task. So I hope you won't mind if I stand and sing.
Yeah, sure. I take the easy job of talking, he takes the difficult job of singing.
Yeah. We never try to reverse roles.
Like the Anand brothers did with Disastrous Effect. We are not into that. So. Okay, this session is called The Gilded Age. On a day like this, like today, many years ago, actor Danny Denzongpa was watching a cricket match on TV at home, and he suddenly got a call from Kishore Kumar asking him to come over to his bungalow as soon as the cricket match was over. So a few hours later, Danny Denzongpa landed up at Kishore Kumar's bungalow, Gauri Kunj, and there he saw a few musicians assembled outside the bungalow. He said, "क्या हो रहा है? क्या दादा ने म्यूजिक सेशन के लिए बुलाया आप सबको?" He asked Uttam Singh, the violinist, "क्या दादा, क्या है? सब लोग यहाँ पे assemble क्यों हो गए?" Uttam Singh said, "Don't you know? Look what? Dada is no more. He had passed away a couple of hours back." The date was 13th October 1987, almost 38 years back. Danny's brother once went to Kalimpong just after Kishore had passed away, and he saw a few Tibetan refugees lighting lamps in memory of Kishore Kumar. He asked them, "Why are you so passionate about Kishore Kumar?" They said, "We came from Tibet. We came to India. We didn't know any Indian language. We could not communicate with anyone. But we used to listen to Kishore Kumar's songs and we used to get peace in our minds." They had never met Kishore Kumar. I don't know how many of us have met Kishore Kumar, but Kishore Kumar's voice meets everyone.
जब मैं रातों में तारे गिनता हूँ और तेरे कदमों की आहट सुनता हूँ, लगे मुझे हर तारा तेरा दर्पण, आए तुम याद मुझे, गाने लगी हर धड़कन, खुशबू लाई पवन, महका चंदन, आए तुम याद मुझे.
Are you able to hear the background the music? Are you able to hear the tracks? They can listen. Feedback. There's no feedback system anyway.
I cannot hear this at all.
अच्छा.
इसका feedback?
कोई feedback मिलेगा यहाँ पे? Because we are not able to hear the audience can hear it, but we can't hear it. Anyway, let's.
ठीक है.
ठीक है.
चलो.
But you can hear the music, right? अच्छा, okay.
Sukh, kindly, it's not my fault if it does not sing.
So anyway, to go slightly back in time to another chapter of the Gilded Age, let's talk about 1969. It was a landmark year for Kishore Kumar. Why? Starting mid-60s, Kishore Da's films were not doing that well. He had put on weight, he was no longer looking very young, his hairline was receding, and his films weren't doing well. So he was at crossroad कि क्या करना है? Should I become a singer-actor or an actor-singer? कि क्या करना है? कभी-कभी होता है ना जिंदगी में कि when you're looking for answers, the answers elude you, but suddenly you stumble upon the answer. You know, everything falls in place with a sweet click. So एक picture release हुई थी 1969 में, where all the answers fell in place with a click. And after that, Kishore Kumar did not become a singer-actor or an actor-singer. He became a singer-singer. और वो picture जो थी, it was with the flop hero. 7 films had flopped, and he was going to get his last chance. इसके बाद खत्म. And Kishore Da was to sing for him. तो क्या हुआ था कि before recording the songs, Kishore Da called this flop hero over to his house. And he had a conversation with him. For about half an hour, observing his face, observing his facial features, his body language. और जब पिक्चर रिलीज हुई, किशोर कुमार को देख के राजेश खन्ना कहने लगे, so that was one more episode. Please feel free to sing along with us, no problem. Yeah. We can discard this and... Okay. Now, Kishore Kumar was always known for his comic streak, right? कि comedy करते थे, तो हंसी मजाक करते थे, तो so it was like, you know, a lot of fun and a lot of hasi mazak, his comic movies. Now suddenly in 1964, which was also one of his landmark years in his career, so he suddenly decided to make a dead serious movie with his 12-year-old son. And he said that, I want to take control of everything. I want to be the producer. I want to be the director. I want to write the story. And obviously I'll be the hero and I will sing myself. तो बचा क्या फिर? The lyrics. And he called his good friend Kaviraj Shailendra, the legendary poet, और कहा कि आप इसका lyrics लिखिए. इसके पहले जो होता था, तो किशोर कुमार used to write some funny limericks and ask Shailendra to approve it. वो approve कर भी देते थे. But this was far more serious. इसमें कोई हंसी मजाक की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है. तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई ठीक है, अब आ जाइए. So in his bungalow in Gauri Kunj, the basement of Gauri Kunj was Kishore Kumar's workplace. तो वहाँ बैठ के वो काम करते थे. तो उन्होंने शैलेंद्र को बुलाया, तो बैठिए, ये गाने का ये सिचुएशन है. Very poignant. It's a father-son situation. And he has lost his family. ये सिचुएशन है तो एंड देन ही सेड ट्यून उन्होंने बजा के सुनाया शैलेंद्र को. सो ट्यून सुन के शैलेंद्र उठ के बाहर चले गए. मैंने कहा कहाँ? इज ऑफ. He was nowhere to be seen, and then he sent a servant कि उनको ढूंढ के लाओ, कहाँ गए शैलेंद्र? So that man went and saw Shailendra standing, staring at the sea and puffing a cigarette. किस सोच में पड़े हुए हैं? तो he told him, घबराइए मत, मैं यहाँ पे हूँ, I'll come back. अब जाइए, मैं आ रहा हूँ, थोड़ी देर में आ रहा हूँ. So, and then he came back to Kishore Kumar's bungalow. He sat down, and then he said, आपने जो ट्यून दिया मुझे, उस पे मैंने ये लिरिक्स लिखा है. And immediately Kishore, on hearing it, approved the lyrics. और क्यों नहीं approve करते? Lyrics
Any idea about the song? आचल के तुझे was written not by Shailendra ji, by Kishore Kumar himself. So not this song. मेरे ख्वाबों के नगर, मेरे सपनों के शहर, पी लिया जिनके लिए मैंने जीवन का जहर. आज मैं ढूंढूं कहाँ, खो गए जाने किधर. आज मैं ढूंढूं कहाँ, खो गए जाने किधर. बीते हुए दिन वो हाय प्यारे पल छिन, कोई लौटा दे मेरे बीते हुए दिन, कोई लौटा दे मेरे बीते हुए दिन.
I know the sound is not what we wanted it to be, right? I mean, because normally what we do is we
I'll
connect
sing
the
without
output.
this.
I think we can do that.
You just give me the scale.
Yeah. हाँ, आप scale देते जाइए दादा.
उनको
Okay, at this point, let me hand over the stage to the guitarists or two guitarists to introduce yourselves.
Myself Kishore Swain.
Louder, please.
Myself Kishore Swain.
Kishore. Oh, Kishore.
So आज तीन किशोर हैं यहाँ पे.
I am Bhavtosh Mohanty.
Bhavtosh. Thank you.
आज तीन किशोर हैं. एक किशोर की बात हो रही है, एक और किशोर वहाँ बैठे हुए हैं. Okay. 1970s की बात करते हैं. So in the early 70s, what used to happen is, you know, you have this blue chip stocks, right? All of you have some exposure to the stock market. So there was this blue chip stock, which was basically कुछ ऐसे होता था. There was a combination. So distributors, film distributors used to line up with producers and directors and ask them कि दादा राजेश खन्ना हीरो है ना? बोला हाँ. पंचम के म्यूजिक है ना? बोला हाँ है. किशोर दा के गाने हैं? बोले हाँ हैं. ये लीजिए एडवांस. Used to give them cash advance. Even before the movie used to be announced or released.
किसी को कोई शिकवा नहीं था.
हाँ, कोई शिकवा नहीं था. दे दिया. That's the way it used to work. It didn't matter what the story was. It didn't matter anything. Just these three names would do. Now, there was a fourth angle to this combination, less spoken about, but equally important. That was poet and lyricist Anand Bakshi. Now, Anand Bakshi is known more as a lyricist than a poet, which is being a bit unfair to him. But how he was different, and Sahir Ludhianvi also was a great poet, but how Anand Bakshi was different from Sahir Ludhianvi is that while Sahir Ludhianvi's shairi carried that watermark of the Urdu erudition, Anand Bakshi wrote in colloquial, dialect-free Hindi of the everyman. He believed that simplicity was the key to connecting with people. So he used to pluck words, he used to pluck from the lexicon of the common man and used to write in very simple words that connected with people.
He could also write in Urdu actually.
He could write in Urdu. So he wrote in a very dialect-neutral Hindi. और जावेद अख्तर साहब ने एक बार कहा था कि आनंद बख्शी is perhaps the most underrated poets in the industry.
He had a lot of shikwa. तो होना था हुआ, ये क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ, कब हुआ, क्यों हुआ, जब हुआ तब हुआ, ओ छोड़ो ये न सोचो ये क्या हुआ, समझे ना?
Devanand once met a girl called Jasbir in an infamous hippie den called Bakery in Kathmandu, and this girl had traveled all the way.
And she called herself Janice.
And she was also called Janice, and she traveled all the way from Montreal to Kathmandu on the hippie trail. She was a hippie herself, and she met with all the friends, and she came all the way into the mystic East in search of peace, and the peace she found in hashish, marijuana, and LSD. So,
Fortunately.
And this was potentially a great story for a great film. Have you guessed the film?
Great.
Okay, could you make out what I said? और कौन सा गाना फेमस है? सबसे फेमस गाना कौन सा है? कोई गाइए? So what if Kishore is not in the song? आप गा सकते हैं? Okay. नहीं, Dhammarodham was definitely the highlight of Hare Rama Hare Krishna, no doubt about it. But what is equally important is Devanand was in his late 40s and he was pushing 50s. And he was in no mood to give up playing the young hero. Not in the coming decade or two. He had no intention of giving up that role. And but then he was not an action hero. So usko young kaise rakha jaye? Action hero ko Brad Pitt ko bhi you can put him in in an action movie and make him look young. वो तो ठीक है. But Devanand is not an action hero. तो क्या करें? The only thing which would keep him young was the voice. Was his voice. So Devanand's age reversal process from the late 40s to mid 20s.
Yeah, mid 20s.
Yeah, so that had to happen with the help of Kishore Kumar's voice. अगर उनकी आवाज़ नहीं होती, तो वो young कैसे होते, evergreen कैसे होते? अब देखते हैं इसके साथ बजता है कि नहीं. अगर बजता तो अच्छा है, नहीं तो.
नहीं. I'll sing with them.
You'll sing with them, ठीक है? Okay.
Impromptu बहुत गाया हूँ. कोई बात नहीं है. Scared. देखो ओ दीवानो तुम ये काम न करो राम का नाम बदनाम न करो बदनाम न करो.
There were two antaras in this song, but Devanand decided to keep only one antara in the film because he didn't want to delay his own entry in the scene. So, but the soundtrack in the records that were released, those had two antaras. Okay, now another very important person in Kishore Kumar's life was Salil Chaudhary. They say that Salil Chaudhary and Kishore Kumar were not the best of friends. And Anirudh and Parthiv have done quite a lot of research on this in terms of how the relationship was between them. But एक बात सच है कि in very early 1970, a very important film was being made. It was by Guldar. It was Guldar's film. It had shades of, you know, inter-gang rivalry and all that. I think you know the film.
Basically based on Romeo and Juliet. The West Side Story.
West Side Story. So there was a song that Salil Chaudhary was composing. Kishore Kumar and Salil Chaudhary were sitting on the gaddi at the same level. After Kishore Da heard the mukhada, he said, "I'll sit on the floor." Because जो इतना अच्छा tune compose कर सकता है, it's unfair that I should sit at the same level as him. I should sit one level below. So look how humble, how much of humility these singers had. And about the song itself, the three.
And you know something? Salil Chaudhary and Kishore Kumar had a love-hate relationship. For reasons more than one, and we can discuss it outside. And Salil Da had a style. Whenever he composed for Lata ji, इसमें ज़्यादा मुर्की लगाते हैं. किशोर कुमार ठीक है, हंसी मजाक का तो वो गाना गा ही लेता है, सीरियस गाना देते हैं और उसे 3 सप्तक में गवाते हैं. हाँ, मंद्र सप्तक, मध्य सप्तक, and lastly तार सप्तक. So the song was like this. भूला हुआ कोई वादा, बीती हुई कुछ यादें, तन्हाई दोहराती है रात भर. भूला हुआ कोई वादा, बीती हुई कुछ यादें, तन्हाई दोहराती है रात भर. कोई दिलासा होता, कोई तो अपना होता, कोई होता जिसको अपना हम अपना कह लेते यारो. पास नहीं तो दूर ही होता, लेकिन कोई मेरा अपना. So the last note like this comes to Mandra Saptak, and the highest note it goes to Tar Saptak.
We spoke about Kishore and Lata. एक ऐसे भी गाना है सलील चौधरी का जिसमें किशोर ने दोनों की आवाज़ों में गाया है. I think you can talk about.
आपने तो सभी सुनिएगा ना, जो किशोर और ये गाता है, प्राण गाता है हाफ टिकट में. अगर नहीं सुनेंगे तो फिल्म है यूट्यूब में, देख लीजिएगा.
हाफ टिकट बाय कालिदास. सो वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट, ये किशोर ही गा सकते थे कि एक लड़का और लड़की की आवाज़ में. There are a lot of anecdotes like this in the book, and you should read the book. Kishore Kumar, the prankster and the prank star, the comedian, he always had a funny aspect.
Kindly इसको सुनिए, ये मजेदार किस्सा है. मैं बैठ जाता हूँ.
So he always had a funny aspect to him, the funny facet to him, and he never let people forget that he had a very funny side to him. So जब भी मौका मिलता था तो कुछ हंसी मजाक कर लिया करते थे. That I think all of you know. तो एक बार क्या हुआ था कि एक फिल्म बन रही थी धोबी डॉक्टर बाय फनी मजूमदार. तो किशोर दास में हीरो थे. तो शूटिंग चालू है. तो शूटिंग के दिन सुबह क्या हुआ, अनफॉर्चुनेटली किशोर कुमार लॉस्ट a 100 rupee note. In 1950s, 100 rupees was a big amount. So he started telling everyone, "Good morning, hello, how are you?"
ऊपर से किशोर कुमार.
ऊपर से किशोर कुमार. एक पाई का हिसाब रखते थे. 100 रुपये बहुत बड़ी बात होती है. So hello, good morning, how are you? आपको पता है मेरा 100 रुपये गुम हो गया आज. अच्छा सॉरी. हाँ, हेलो हाउ आर यू, कैसे हो? हाँ, आपको पता है मेरा 100 रुपये गुम हो गया. सबको बोलने लगे थे. ठीक है भाई, शॉट रेडी है. तो रोमांटिक सीन था. एंड किशोर कुमार वाज वेरी अनकंफर्टेबल डूइंग रोमांटिक सीन. सो रोमांटिक सीन था. तो लड़की के सामने बैठे हुए बोले कि मैं तुमसे प्यार करता हूँ, मैं तुमसे मोहब्बत करता हूँ, मैं तुम्हारे बिना रह नहीं सकता. मेरी आंखों में देखो क्या दिखाई देता है. पता है आज सुबह मेरा 100 रुपये गुम हो गया. बोले कट 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 कट, क्या हो रहा है, क्या कर रहे हो? अच्छा सॉरी ठीक है फिर से. ओके, चलो स्टार्ट साउंड कैमरा रेडी एक्शन चलो हाँ मैं तुमसे प्यार करता हूँ मैं तुमसे मोहब्बत करता हूँ मैं तुम्हारे बिना रह नहीं सकता मेरी आंखों में देखो क्या दिखाई देता है आज सुबह मेरा 100 रुपये गुम हो गया फिर से कट अरे क्या एंड एवरीवन स्टार्टेड लाफिंग बट थोड़ी देर बाद इट वाज नॉट दैट फनी और प्रोड्यूसर के लिए तो बिल्कुल ही फनी नहीं है क्योंकि उनका मीटर बढ़ रहा है काम नहीं हो रहा है टिल लंच इट वेंट ऑन ऐसे उस लाइन को जोड़ देते तो लंच के टाइम पे जो स्टूडियो ओनर थे चंदूलाल शाह ऑफ रंजीत
में हो रहा था
रंजीत स्टूडियोज के जो ओनर थे उन्होंने कहा ही सेंट 100 रुपीज टू किशोर कुमार ड्यूरिंग लंच ये लो 100 रुपीज हो गया
he thought कि मामला मैनेज हो गया
और डिलेज हो
गया बाद देखते हैं क्या होता है
तो देन ही किशोर दा बोले सॉरी फनीदा अब क्या करूं द वर्ड्स कीप कमिंग टू माय माउथ ऑटोमेटिकली मैं रोक नहीं पा रहा हूं अपने आप को ठीक है अब तो 100 रुपये मिल गया अब चलो शूटिंग स्टार्ट हुआ लंच के बाद मैं तुमसे प्यार करता हूं मैं तुमसे मोहब्बत करता हूं मैं तुम्हारे बिना रह नहीं सकता मेरी आंखों में देखो क्या दिखाई देता है अब वो सुबह का 100 रुपये होता तो ये लेके 200 रुपये मेरे पास होते ना और फनी मजुमदार अपनी पत्नी को लेकर सिंगापुर चले गए इस फिल्म के बाद और कई साल तक नहीं लौटे कोई कनेक्शन नहीं था पर क्या करे बेचारा तो एक और अच्छी कहानी
there was one more film it was called Dilli Ka Thak so Kishore Kumar did not know that this scene demanded a romantic expression and he was livid नहीं करना है but unfortunately he had to act romantic in the scene any guesses which song आशा के साथ एक duet है देखिए अभी जो भी हो रहा है सब इम्प्रॉम्प्टू हम लोग स्टेज पे ये फर्स्ट टाइम मिल रहे हैं राइट एंड
I have known them for a long time.
This is fascinating.
Since 6 p.m. today. Okay, has anyone, एक और very interesting aspect of Kishore Kumar in this Gilded Age, 1974 की बात है. एक फिल्म बनी थी बढ़ती का नाम दाढ़ी. आपने किसी ने देखा है? Okay, we have watched the film, so you don't have to. It was a crazy film. I don't think even Kishore, I don't know how many roles he played, 5, 6, 7. He has kept on playing role after the other, and it was his take on the silly things that happen in Bollywood, on the absurdities of Bollywood. It was a spoof. It was a spoof film, and he made it. And उसपे एक खूनखार विलन होते थे ना, के.एन. सिंह, आपको याद है 1950s 60s में एप्स उनको देख के ऑडियंस डर के भाग जाते थे, ऑडियंस में खौफ पैदा करते थे. इन्होंने क्या किया? He almost stripped him naked in the film. खड़क सिंह बना दिया उनको. I.S. Johar, he cast him in a role of a Sindhi, and he made him speak Gujarati Sindhi lyrics.
Also sing songs.
Also singing songs.
Yeah,
हाँ.
He sang a song.
He sang a song in that. And so और के.एन. सिंह तो रोल कर रहे हैं खड़क सिंह. और एक गाना भी था उसमें,
ओ गोरी मान जरा पिया को जान जरा जान जरा. Like this song is actually on screen. It is Kane singing, romancing 8 or 9 like young women.
in beachwear, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, beachwear.
वो important है ना, that's important.
The shot near Uti Lake.
So, and that was his film. एक छोटा सा sidelight है. The song that I.S. Johar was singing, मेरा डैडी कौन छे, मेरे मम्मी कौन छे.
तू कौन छे.
Interesting.
तेरी खबर नहीं, तेरी मम्मी कौन छे, तेरे डैडी कौन छे.
This line, these 4 lines were used in another film in 2009 called Sankat City by Pankaj Advani. He made a film called Sankat City, starring, I think, K.K. Menon and Raima Sen. It was a sort of a crime comedy. So the villain used to sing these lines in that film. So very interesting.
बालाजी ने जिंदगी में एक मच्छर को भी मारा नहीं है, लेकिन लेक्चर्स में ऑलवेज क्राइम, क्रिमिनल्स, बंदूक, स्मगलिंग.
मच्छर बहुत मारे हैं, कलकत्ता में मच्छर बहुत होते थे, मच्छर बहुत मारे हैं. Beyond that, never tried anything. So we're talking about बढ़ती का नाम दाढ़ी. उसमें there was a very odd combination between 2 people, which got reversed in less than 2 years.
This happened only once.
It happened only once. There was a combination between Kishore Kumar and another person X in that film, and they reversed roles in as less as 2 years after 1974. Anyone guessing? Very simple. Okay. Kishore Kumar was a music director, and the singer was Bappi Lahiri.
He was named Bhompo in the film.
So, before Bappi Lahiri lost his way in the 1980s, he composed a few classy melodies for Kishore Kumar in the 1970s. So, after Badhti Ka Naam Daadi, Bappi Lahiri became a composer and Kishore Da was singing for him. So, the roles got reversed. So, of all the classy melodies that Bappi Lahiri composed and Kishore sang, the most famous, the most celebrated one is Chalte Chalte, right? You agree? But there is another song which is beautiful. It's a beautiful melody, less known, but made popular in Calcutta in the late 1980s by Anirudh Bhattacharya. Nobody knew that song because those days we didn't have internet and we didn't have all this. So when he started singing the song in the college circuit,
film in 77. It was so bad. I forgot everything except one song.
So this song was made popular in the entire college fest circuit in Eastern India by Anirudh Bhattacharya, and everyone came to know about the song. Then they went to the shops and started asking for this cassette. कि ये गाना है आपके पास? दुकानदार भी चौंक गया, भाई ये गाना मैंने भी सुना नहीं है. So then, actually it happened. So we thought we'll pull out that gem, that rare gem from the bottom of the ocean and present it to you.
This song is dedicated to all the beautiful women here. This stanza particularly. मेरी सांसों से पूछो, मेरी आहों को समझो, मेरी सांसों से पूछो, मेरी आहों को समझो. तुम पूजा, हम पुजारी, तुम किस्मत, हम जुआरी.
Shakti Samanta had never used Kishore Kumar before Aradhana. So, the first instance of Shakti Samanta using Kishore's voice on a hero, the hero was Rajesh Khanna. That's what is the popular belief, but that's not entirely true, because the first planned occasion when Shakti Samanta decided to use the voice of Kishore was for another hero, which was planned earlier to Aradhana. It was called Jane Anjane.
And he's Lipika's favorite star.
Shami Kapoor. So it was planned on Shami Kapoor, but the movie released after Aradhana. So Aradhana became the first released film with Shakti Samanta using Kishore's voice for a hero, but Jane Anjane came earlier to that. Jane Anjane के बाद में क्या हुआ कि somehow 70s was the forte of Kishore Kumar. I don't think any single male singer dominated the scene to the extent that Kishore Kumar did. Practically the 70s belonged to two people, R.D. Burman and Kishore Kumar.
And this song set a
Trend for some
precedent.
Yeah. It was not that Kishore would sing all the songs in an album. No, it was mixed. But typically you'll find Kishore singing the theme song or the title song.
So many are there, right?
So many of them. So because they wanted Kishore's voice to lead the album, he was leading with that. For example, in Karwan, 1971 super hit, the hero is a nomadic guy. He's roaming in a caravan, right? सारे फिल्म में एक ही किशोर का गाना है बस. हम तो हैं राही दिल के, पहुंचेंगे रुकते चलते, मंजिल है किसको प्यारी हो. अरे हम तो हैं मन के राजा, राजा की चली सवारी. अरे हो सुनो जरा. There was just one song on Jitendra just to sketch the hero's persona.
The mood of the film.
The mood of the film and the personality of the hero. Similarly, there's this film called Imtihan, where Vinod Khanna was exactly the opposite. He was a philosopher, a serious philosophical.
सभी को मालूम है यहाँ पर. रुक जाना नहीं. मालूम है ना? चलो आगे बढ़ो.
And then, of course, Don, Muqaddar Ka Sikandar. I mean, you're all familiar with the whole thing. Anyway, now let's come back to this
Kora
movie.
Kagaj.
Huh?
Kora Kagaj.
Kora Kagaz. And there was this Mera Jeevan. मेरा जीवन कुछ काम न आया, जैसे सूखे पेड़ की छाया.
कॉल गर्ल, उल्फत में ज़माने की.
हाँ, उल्फत में ज़माने की. So anyway, let's go back to Jane Anjane. Again, not a very well-known song, but a beautiful number composed by Shankar Jaikishan, recorded in the voice of Kishore Kumar and sung for Shami Kapoor, a very, very unusual combination. At the start of the session, we said in the 1960s, Kishore Kumar was at crossroads. Should he become a singer-actor or an actor-singer? So, दोस्त तभी काम आते हैं जब हम दुविधा में होते हैं. Suddenly, you know.
Last song for today.
Last song for the day. We are done. I know it's getting late for dinner. So दोस्त ऐसे ही काम आते हैं कि जब दुविधा में होते हैं, हमको पता नहीं चलता आगे क्या करना होता है, तो दोस्त अचानक कहीं मिल जाते हैं. तो आनंद जी भाई of कल्याण जी, आनंद जी, he narrated a story to us कि किशोरदा एक्टिंग करते थे तभी, लेकिन बाद में उनकी फिल्म्स weren't doing well and even किशोरदा was losing interest in acting. So एक बार क्या है, कल्याण जी भाई ने किशोरदा से कहा कि किशोरदा, आप इतना अच्छा गाते हैं, फिर धूप में क्यों मरते हैं? एयर कंडीशन स्टूडियो में बैठ के गाना गाइए ना. देखिए, फिल्म चलेगी, कुछ दिन चलेगी, लोग भूल जाएंगे, लेकिन आपकी आवाज़ जो है गूंजती रहेगी. Whenever people hear your voice, they will remember the film, they will remember your voice, they will remember the song. और बिल्कुल वही हुआ. Kishore made a strategic decision to remain a singer, to choose the path of singing. And he kept singing, he kept singing. The journey continued. उनका सफ़र चलता गया. उनके बाकी ज़िंदगी का सफ़र, the 17 years after that, after he took a decision to become a singer, चलता गया. वो सफ़र ज़िंदगी का.
Kishore Kumar would say that like this is the
चलता ही गया.
song of my life.
Thank you. Request, no, you can take request. Huh? तेरे बिना
तेरे बिना I think so. C minor, right?
बिना जिंदगी से शिकवा तो नहीं.
Kishore Kumar, तेरे बिना जिंदगी भी जिंदगी नहीं. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We made so many mistakes, completely unrehearsed, as you can appreciate that. So, all mistakes are mine. Apologies.
Not at all. In fact, मैं वही कहने वाली थी कि आप जो कहते तो शाम को यही रोक लेते, लेकिन खत्म करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि कल फिर वापस आना है. So a big round of applause. What a lovely way to end day one of OLF 2025. So soothing, so soulful. I'll request the editorial director of the New Indian Express, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, to please come on stage and do the honors to felicitate both of them. What a wonderful ending to the first day. One more? Of course, a big thank you to all those who are still here with us since morning. Grateful for your presence. And we are looking forward to a wonderful day tomorrow as well. We would, of course, like to thank our guitarists as well. A big round of applause for them as well. Our local stars for giving full support and making this session so good. Thank you, Kishore, and thank you, Babitosh. Well, that brings us to the end of day one, ladies and gentlemen. And since we were talking about movies and cinema, I'll say it the filmy way. And I love this dialogue of Shah Rukh Khan, picture abhi baki hai mere dost. So we are expecting all of you to join us tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning we are starting at 10 a.m. Please keep a note of that. Today we started at 11. Tomorrow it's 10 a.m. I know it's a Sunday, but we're expecting you to join us by 10 a.m. tomorrow because we have a lot of exciting sessions lined up for all of you till tomorrow afternoon. And then, of course, in the evening, we have the Devi Awards. So see you all tomorrow. Till then, take care and God bless. Good night, everybody.